The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726. After Shen Feng heard Su Xing's words conveyed by Lu Xian, he felt that something was wrong at the time. Su Xing's words seemed to be confessing his last words, and he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. At this time, he could only ask Lu Xian. Lu Xian replied solemnly, Su Xing said that these tree people outside cannot be resisted by others, and she is the most powerful person among these supernatural beings outside, and next she will fight for a chance to escape, use actions to make up for previous mistakes. After hearing such words, Su Xing couldn't help laughing bitterly, and said, "Why is this necessary? I haven't criticized her yet, but she wants to make up for it herself. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Besides, nowadays this kind of where else can we go?" Lu Xian then lowered his voice and said to Shen Feng, "City Master, Su Xing said that the Marmot's cave by the waterfall can go directly outside. She came in from there before, so as long as you go from there walking, there is a chance to go out," she said. "With your speed, you will definitely be able to reach that place." After hearing these words, Shen Feng quickly looked in the direction of the waterfall. Sure enough, there were several dark holes on the stone wall next to the waterfall. As Su Xing said, if you go out from here, you can go straight to the outside world, and this is a cave dug by marmots after no one restricts them. It seems that Su Xing doesn't know yet. In fact, the cave she came in has been blocked by those bastards who betrayed her, and she may not be able to get out from here. Shen Feng said helplessly, perhaps out of hatred. Chat 7 and his team frantically blocked the hole that could escape from the inside, not only blocking Su Xing's path, but also blocking the path of other people. Shen Feng, why are you still standing in a daze? The tree man has already arrived, you should do it quickly. At this moment, Jin Zizhu saw that Shen Feng had not moved for a long time, and thought that Shen Feng was afraid of death, so he hastily called Shen Feng. After Shen Feng heard this, he couldn't help but said angrily, "You are beggars who can't see your identity at the dinner table. Obviously I am not from your ability management bureau, but you ordered me instead." Shen Feng was very dissatisfied with Jin Zizhu's attitude. It was his best to help the ability management bureau, but the other party began to direct him instead. He was not polite at all. This attitude did not seem to be asking for help from himself at all. Therefore, Shen Feng felt uncomfortable with this attitude. However, no matter how upset he is, Shen Feng can only choose to fight, because he needs to take care of the overall situation, so that most people can survive. So in the end, Shen Feng can only grab the hair that Lu Xian handed over and stuff it in pocket, and then rush to the distance, ready to fight the giant tree man. Originally, the group already wanted to retreat. After all, looking at the current situation, it is almost impossible to win. It is absolutely irrational to fight against the tree man before he can't find the tree man's weakness. The thing, however, was that there were tree men surrounding the cave, so Xiao Sheng couldn't retreat. He had to protect everyone's escape route, and at the exit passage of the cave, after passing through a passage of more than 50 meters, you can see a 20-meter-long crack. This crack is really too wide, so wide that it is impossible for ordinary people to cross it. The water flow has been flowing out through the channel, and flows down along the crack. There is a suspension bridge above the crack. This suspension bridge is composed of twisted vines of mutated plants. The vines are very strong and tightly wrapped around the stone pillars on both sides of the crack. No breakage occurred. A group of people had just escaped from the hands of the mutated plants. They wanted to leave quickly, but when they came to the edge of the cliff at the crack, they saw that there were more than 30 trees preparing to come in the opposite passage. The tree people thought they had already gone hunting, but what they didn't expect was that these tree people were lying in ambush around them, and they didn't appear until Xiao Sheng and the others were fooled, and surrounded everyone. After seeing this situation, Qian Fang is not stupid. She knows that the tree man must not be allowed to approach now, otherwise, more than 20 people on her side will all be crowded in the narrow passage, and if they are pinched from front to back, they will definitely die in the end. It was caught by a net, so be sure to cut off the suspension bridge above the crack. Let's do it all. Cut off the suspension bridge above. We can't delay any longer. Qian Fang hurriedly said to the people around him. After hearing Qian Fang's words, everyone approached the suspension bridge beside the crack one after another. When they found tools, They began to cut the vines. After reaching the top, the 20-meter-long suspension bridge began to shake immediately. No matter how strong the vines were, they could easily break under such a violent impact. However, at this moment, the tree man on the suspension bridge started to move. There are many vines on the tree man's body. These vines are not only a part of the tree man's body, but also a weapon when attacking the prey. The tree man waved the vines on his body in an instant, and the two people beside the suspension bridge were caught on the spot, and then dragged towards the tree man. The people present are all supernatural beings, and they are particularly powerful when facing zombies and mutant beasts. The two supernatural beings caught were completely unable to resist, and were brought directly to the tree. The tree man's attitude towards the supernatural being is very subtle. Before catching the supernatural being, he was knocked out and then tied up when he was brought back to the cave. But now, after recapturing the supernatural being, the tree man, but regardless of these, he clasped his palms together and slapped it down, just like slapping a fly. When the two huge palms closed, blood splattered everywhere, whether it was a man or not. Died so easily. Some people were shocked when they saw this kind of scene. Are these two supernatural beings so vulnerable in front of the tree? The tree man continued to walk on the suspension bridge. The suspension bridge was rickety, but it still didn't break. Shen Feng looked at the iron chain on the side. It seems that cutting off the suspension bridge is impossible, so the only thing to do next is to run away. But is it safe to walk on the iron chain, sister? Find a corner and hide later. Don't be approached by tree people. I will protect you. At this moment, Su Xing said to Shen Feng. Her eyes were already full of determination, as if she had already made a decision at this time. Someone had already climbed up on the iron chain next to it. This iron chain was nailed to the rock wall by a supernatural being, and it could be as thick as an arm. Such a thick iron chain would never break when climbing on it. The person who climbed the iron chain left such a sentence: I will test the water first, and if I can pass, you will follow immediately. It is difficult to find the iron chain in the dark cave, and the dark iron chain is also integrated with the surrounding scene. Humans rely on the perception of the surrounding thermal energy. The location of the suspension bridge is parallel to the iron cables, and there is a distance of 5 or 6 meters between them, and such a small distance can be reached by the tree man as long as he stretches out his hand. So, after the glowing fruit on the tree's head sensed the change in the heat around him, he immediately started to act. The tree swung the vines and dragged the supernatural being climbing off the iron chain. People are not willing to let go. After all, they are stimulated by the desire to survive. If they let go, it will be a real death. Not enough to watch. In the end, the supernatural being on the iron chain was caught by the tree man and slapped him to death. The tree man did not know how to use supernatural powers, but the strong combat power and super defense possessed by the tree man were enough for ordinary supernatural beings to slap horses. I can't keep up. There is a saying called 1 strength and 10 meetings, which means that in the face of absolute power, skills and so on are useless. The rest of the people were also shocked after seeing the scene in front of them, and another person died in the blink of an eye. Seeing the terrified expressions of the people around her, Su Xing smiled wryly. If she could, she would not try her best. After all, when she was at home, her mother kept telling her to be careful and ensure her own safety. Most importantly, at this moment, I have to make a move. I have already told the city lord the way to escape. I think the city lord will be able to escape, but now, at this time, it is time for me to repay the city lord. I only hope that God will bless me and make my abilities extremely powerful. Su Xing thought silently in her heart. Next, Su Xing took out the centennial orchid seeds that had been hidden for a long time from her body. Ever since the centennial orchids in Australia were killed by supernatural beings, the centennial orchid seeds have been used one less. And Su Xing's current ability can't hurt the tree man. She is a 4th level power user. Speaking of strength, she can at most be compared with Meng Wuchang, who was killed before. Is obviously not qualified. However, now that Su Xing has the seeds of the centennial orchid, there is still hope. This hope is that after eating the centennial orchid seeds, her abilities can be broken through. Su Xing threw the seeds directly into her mouth, chewed them casually, and swallowed them. After eating, Su Xing immediately felt a massive heat rise in her abdomen, and immediately circulated her limbs and bones, and a powerful force suddenly appeared in her body. Strength, and Su Xing got his wish, and his abilities got a breakthrough. At this moment, 3 trees on the suspension bridge had already reached the entrance of the cave, and the rest of them were terrified by the tree's powerful fighting power. When they saw the trees approaching, they retreated quickly. These two supernatural beings with the title of heroes were no exception, and everyone retreated one after another, but Su Xing stayed where she was. Her eyes turned red. She felt that she couldn't use up all the strength in her body. She couldn't help but screamed up to the sky, let out a scream, and then rushed towards the tree man. Shen Feng actually wanted to catch Su Xing very much. After all, for a weak woman like Su Xing, even if she rushed up, it would be of no use. Unable to catch Su Xing rushed out at this moment, facing the huge torrent, and started to attack. Go to hell! Su Xing yelled loudly, then jumped up suddenly, and punched out hard. This blow hit the tree man's torso at that time. Boom! Su Xing's slightly delicate fist landed on the tree man. Many people turned their heads and looked around while running. When they saw this scene, they all thought that Su Xing's attack was nothing more than muddy cows entering the sea, and the power would eventually disappear without a trace. However, a scene that stunned everyone finally appeared, because Su Xing punched down and directly broke the trunk of the tree man. The tree man's original extremely thick body exploded in an instant, and sawdust flew towards the surroundings continuously. At this time, the tree man's trunk was broken by a punch, which was completely unimaginable to everyone. Su Xing's eyes were red, and when he saw the tree man's torso exploded from it, he immediately laughed. At this moment, vines grew from the body of the other two tree men, which directly entangled Su Xing and dragged Su Xing away. Xing was tied tightly. Chapter 727, Tearing the Earth. When everyone saw Su Xing break the tree man's torso with one punch, they couldn't help cheering. 4 supernatural beings had just been killed, and the tree man was completely impossible for everyone. With the existence of victory, they even wondered whether Shen Feng really defeated the tree man, because this thing is not to mention its strength, the defense power on its body is extremely strong, and its regenerative ability is also very strong. Use the means of heat detection in a dark environment. This kind of powerful tree man was interrupted by a punch in front of Su Xing. After seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help being surprised. After the surprise, they kept cheering. Now, the tree man is no more invincible guy. However, at this moment, the other two trents launched an attack again. Dozens of vines bound Su Xing in an instant, and Su Xing was nowhere to be seen from outside. The cheer stopped abruptly. Everyone obviously did not expect that after Su Xing interrupted a tree man with a blow, he was easily caught by the rest of the tree men. Su Xing is powerless now, right? At this moment, the vines surrounding Su Xing exploded, and the vines flew towards the surroundings, and they were all broken. Su Xing appeared in front of everyone again. Next, Su Xing rushed towards the tree man, and then punched out 2 more times. When the fist was punched out, the power also started to be used instantly, and the strong shock wave was transmitted, directly acting on the tree man inside the human body. It's true that the tree man is hard from top to bottom, but even if it is as hard as the iron tree, it is only wood in the final analysis, and it cannot resist powerful forces. After Su Xing broke through the limit of supernatural powers, he learned new skills. When attacking the enemy, there will be a shock wave on the fist, and the shock wave can be directly transmitted to the tree man's body. The tree man can't bear such a powerful attack, so it will explode instantly. After killing 3 trents in a row, everyone around stopped running. They thought that the trents would kill everyone with an irresistible posture, but at this time, Su Xing stepped forward, and everyone in the passage, it was sawdust, which was the result of sawdust flying everywhere when the tree man's body exploded, and the ground turned gray almost instantly. At this time, the tree man on the opposite side of the big crack still wanted to approach at this time, and continued to pass towards the suspension bridge. Everyone in the Ability Management Bureau quickly cheered Su Xing up. Come on, Su Xing, cut down the suspension bridge and kill these trents. Su Xing, you are the strongest, hurry up, we will recommend a title for you in the future. Yes, your strength is obvious to all, continue to fight and kill all these trents. Everyone immediately cheered Su Xing's name, and for a while there were voices calling for Su Xing in the passageway, and this voice even reached Shen Feng's ears in the cave. Shen Feng was the most surprised. She knew that Su Xing could break through the tree man's defense with a single blow. This kind of strength was beyond the reach of a 5th-level supernatural being like Xiao Shen. It is possible to win so easily, and the power of the tree man is obvious to all, but now in Su Xing's hands, it has turned into punch one by one. It's not right. I seem to see something Su Xing ate just now. In other words, her strength was obtained after taking medicine. Her eyes are not right now, that is to say, this kind of power has not always existed. Shen Feng figured it out after a little thought at this time. Su Xing also felt that his whole body was full of strength, as if he had inexhaustible strength. Hearing the voice behind him, Su Xing was also a little proud at this time, looking at the person on the other side who was still approaching. The tree man, Su Xing, came directly to the edge of the suspension bridge, grabbed a vine on the suspension bridge, and then cast a supernatural power, and the shock wave was sent out, tearing half of the suspension bridge in an instant. The tree man on the suspension bridge probably never dreamed that such a thing would happen. When the suspension bridge was broken in half, the suspension bridge tilted to the side. After more than 10 seconds, there was an echo from below. It was very difficult to survive falling down such a huge cliff, and most of the tree people would not be able to survive. The suspension bridge is made of vines, and the 2 strongest vines have been destroyed by Su Xing. Next, you only need to destroy the other one, and the 20 or so trees on the opposite side cannot come over. The vines of the tree can grow, but long-distance action requires support, that is, it can only act on the ground with a span of more than 20 meters. The vines are soft, and they will fall down as long as they are stretched for a certain distance. Seeing that she was about to turn the tide, Su Xing was so excited that she was going to destroy another vine, which was the strongest, but when Su Xing stretched out her palm, countless spikes suddenly grew on the vine. In an instant it became a thorn. Caught off guard, Su Xing's palm was pierced by a thorn. Ah, it hurts. After Su Xing was pierced by a spike, he immediately felt a severe pain in his palm, but Su Xing persisted, still holding on to the remaining thick vine, and frantically cast its abilities. In the end, the other vine was also severed with a span of 20 meters. Without a strong support, the rest of the tiny vines would not be able to support it. Therefore, the suspension bridge on the side of the cave broke and swung towards the opposite side. The break of the suspension bridge directly caused the crowd cheered, obviously ecstatic about Su Xing's actions. At this time the tree kept walking on the opposite side, but was faced with a 20-meter wide crack. In front of such a huge crack, it was completely impossible to return to the cave with the mutated plants. While everyone was cheering, vines suddenly began to grow in the cave. As the vines grew, wooden thorns grew out of them, and they turned into thorns. Countless thorns appeared and moved towards Su Xing. It turned out that he wanted to entangle Su Xing at this time. After discovering this scene, Shen Feng quickly reminded Su Xing, "Be careful behind." It was still a bit late to remind Su Xing, because when Su Xing turned around, countless thorns and vines had already surrounded Su Xing, and immediately began to entangle. Su Xing was pierced by thorns all over his body. His clothes also showed signs of being broken under the torn thorns. After discovering this situation, Su Xing quickly cast her supernatural power, shaking her whole body, breaking all the vines around her. When the thorns and vines around her were all broken, Su Xing appeared in the eyes of everyone. Drenched in blood after seeing Su Xing like this, everyone couldn't help being a little shocked. Even surrounded by so many thorns, he still hasn't died. This seems a bit too exaggerated, right? Soon, Su Xing answered such doubts. Su Xing bent down and picked up the water on the ground to wash the blood stains on her body. After the blood stains were washed, Su Xing's body was covered with pure white skin. The injury has recovered quickly, and such a terrifying recovery ability is incomparable even by supernatural beings. It seems that only the tank-type zombies back then had such a strong recovery ability. Su Xing originally thought that after he broke the suspension bridge, it would be impossible for the tree on the opposite side to come over. After all, the tree couldn't fly, so he had to respect the force of gravity. However, when Su Xing was cleaning his whole body, a long wooden thorn grew from the top of the cave, slowly approaching Su Xing in the dark. This scene was not seen by others, and Su Xing also. There is no defense as a result. At this moment, the wooden thorn came down fiercely from above, directly hitting Su Xing's lower back and piercing into Su Xing's abdominal cavity. The scene stunned everyone. No one expected that Su Xing would be attacked like this. Su Xing originally wanted to use his supernatural power to break the wooden thorns on his body immediately, but the wooden thorns piercing Su Xing's abdomen sprayed a lot of hot liquid at this time. After entering the body, Su Xing's internal organs are almost cooked. The internal organs of the human body are very fragile. Once the core body temperature fluctuates, there is no doubt that people will definitely die. Su Xing's stomach swelled up in an instant, and one can imagine how much the wood thorn expelled. Su Xing cast a supernatural power, turned around and broke the wooden thorn with an elbow. Soon, red liquid fell from the broken wooden thorn. After falling into the water, the originally hot liquid turned into a gel. Was attacked by surprise. Am I going to die? Su Xing had this thought in his mind. At this moment, Su Xing felt his abdomen was hot, as if there was boiling water in his stomach. This feeling is really unbearable, and all internal organs are suffering. Even though Su Xing ate the seeds of Centennial Orchid and possessed a strong recovery ability, she was still in great pain in the face of internal attacks. Feeling the pain in her body, Su Xing thought that it was impossible for her to survive, so she broke out completely in this situation. Even if I die, I must not just stay in obscurity like this, brother Shen Feng, just let me do it for you. Do one last thing. In desperation, Su Xing thought of Shen Feng, who was still fighting. From the first time she met Shen Feng had become Su Xing's idol in her heart and had never changed. Now, Su Xing felt, realizing that he may be dying, he can only fight one last time in despair. Let me collapse. Su Xing raised his head to the sky and roared angrily, and then punched the ground, and the supernatural power started to run wildly. Human beings in despair will erupt with powerful fighting power, and Su Xing is doing the same at this time. When Su Xing frantically casts his abilities, the whole underground began to vibrate. At the beginning, it was still a slight vibration. I couldn't feel it, but then, the cave began to shake, and the vibration became more and more intense. At the last moment, the ground was even shaking, and stones kept falling from the top of the cave, booming. The vibration of the cave is already obvious, accompanied by the earth's mournful cry. This is the sound that only appears during an earthquake. Under the ground, this sound is infinitely amplified, just like the entire cave. It's like someone is beating a drum. It was a problem for everyone in the passage to stand, because the ground was shaking constantly, and there were stones falling from the top of their heads. Everyone had to lean against the wall, otherwise, they would easily fall down. Dang! At this moment, the iron chains on both sides of the crack suddenly tightened, and then broke, and the sun shone down on the top of the head. At this moment, the crack was torn even bigger, and this huge crack is extending to the distance. Looking down from a high altitude, it seems that a wound has been opened on the ground. Su Xing actually caused an earthquake at this time. How is this possible? She can be so powerful. Shen Feng in the cave also felt incredible about this incident. A bubble appeared, and Shen Feng quickly remembered that when he was at sea, Andorf also caused a vibration, which caused a submarine earthquake. The earthquake caused the poisonous gas to leak, which saved a group of supernatural beings, and the person who has the ability to vibrate is Su Xing right now. But when Shen Feng extracted it from Meng Wucheng's body, Shen Feng knew that although this ability is powerful, it is not as strong as Andolfo's. At most it can shake a mountain. But at this time, Su Xing directly caused a large-scale earthquake, which was something Shen Feng did not expect. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728, Breaking Through the Limit. Not only Shen Feng was stunned by the changes in front of him, even the giant trents did not expect such a situation to happen. In the idea of mutated plants, as long as they surrounded this group of hateful supernatural beings, more than 50 trees, when people act together with their own body, it is very easy to win. However, the mutated plants never expected that at this time, there would be a person with supernatural powers who had the power to kill the tree man. If I remember correctly, the woman who killed the tree man was directly given by the tree man. The captive, it turned out that he was able to kill the tree man now. The comparison of strength, before and after, is too obvious, and there are still stones falling in the cave right now. Although the trents are powerful, they have never encountered such a situation. Earthquakes are the power of heaven and earth. Even human beings often face earthquakes. Helpless, there is no way to deal with it except prevention. Now, there are huge boulders falling in the cave. Even if the trent is hit by the boulder, he will be seriously injured. Right now in the earthquake, the trent can only stay. He just stood still and didn't move. After the giant tree man discovered the current situation, he also stopped moving and became dull. He stood there without any movement. After thinking for a while, he chose to find a nearby open space in the corner of the cave, and rooted the roots into the ground. Obviously, the underground soil is very scarce, almost all gravel. As a result, the giant trent forcibly completed the act of taking root in this landform. After taking root, the giant trent didn't move at all, as if he had become a tree that didn't know anything. This was the way of a tortoise. Shen Feng originally wanted to take advantage of your illness to kill you, but at this time the whole earth was shaking, and the earthquake caused by Su Xing is still going on at this time, which cannot be ignored. There are huge boulders constantly falling from the top of your head. Come on, if you are accidentally hit by a stone, you can say goodbye to this world. Shen Feng looked directly at the marmot cave next to the waterfall, where he can temporarily hide from the broken rocks above, but in addition, once the cave collapses, the people hiding inside will also be crushed alive by the boulders. Die. No, you must not hide in the cave right now, otherwise, it will be impossible to survive, and the marmot's cave may not be able to withstand the earthquake. Shen Feng made a decision that he could not hide in the narrow cave, and, taking advantage of at this moment, the tree man has no ability to act, and he should quickly find a way to get out, instead of just waiting for death. Since the marmot's cave cannot be the target of choice, we can only go back, Shen Feng shouted. Let's go back quickly now, and prepare to return the same way. Afterwards, the 6 people in the cave quickly passed through the passage and came to the crack, but the trunks were all stunned and did not pursue the enemy. No matter how perfect the mutated plants were, these trunks always had some problems. It means that the intelligence is underground. In terms of learning ability, mutant plants can learn Chinese through the dialogue of the audience within a month. This completely surpasses most humans and can be called a genius. However, the tree man has been hiding underground. I have never experienced such a thing as an earthquake, and this is the first time I have encountered such a thing, and I immediately have no coping strategies. Shen Feng quickly returned to the edge of the crack, but saw Su Xing, who was being hugged by Qianfang. At this time, Su Xing's condition was extremely scary, because at a glance, Su Xing seemed to be boiled in hot water. Similarly, the skin all over her body turned red, and she was still steaming. Now she has lost consciousness, and she can no longer hear what others say. What's wrong with Su Xing? Why did she get so big after seeing her in such a short time? Also, she looks very hot. What happened? Shen Feng asked quickly, wanting to know what happened to Su Xing. What happened to him? Su Xing's situation at this time is really not right. Her belly is swollen high, like a woman who is pregnant for 7 months. But Shen Feng also knows that Su Xing is a big girl. At her age, she should be in the upper class. It is impossible for high school students to get pregnant at this time. Even if they are pregnant, it is impossible to be so fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Xing's belly has become bigger, which is already extremely fast for human beings. Normally, Nezia would feel ashamed if he saw this scene. Qianfang didn't hide this matter either, and told the story of Su Xing's battle just now. When Shen Feng heard that Su Xing killed the tree man with one punch, he couldn't believe his ears. The tree man was invulnerable, even if he himself may not have the confidence to win, but in Su Xing's hands, he was so vulnerable that he exploded with a single punch. This seems a bit too unusual. Also looks unusual. Could it be that the weakness of these tree people is actually inside? Su Xing's attack can kill the tree people from the inside. Shen Feng thought in his heart. Qianfang continued to tell the story of this incident, and then came the attacks from thorns and vines. These attacks were nothing to Su Xing, because Su Xing had a strong recovery ability within half an hour, and then followed by Su Xing was attacked by a wooden thorn, and then injected with some liquid, and then became like this before he fell into coma. Su Xing cast his final ability and punched the ground, which immediately caused an earthquake. After hearing the story, Shen Feng was surprised and delighted. The surprise was that Su Xing had been severely injured, and he didn't know if he could get through the storm smoothly. The joy was that Su Xing was able to cause an earthquake now. Given time, he would definitely can grow stronger. Shen Feng found the wooden thorn broken by Su Xing's backhand, and found the red plastic residue on it, took it off and tasted it, and found that it was an evolutionary agent into a state of evolution. Shen Feng himself has encountered this kind of attack method before. At that time, Shen Feng was full of confidence. He thought that his speed was unparalleled in the world. The wooden thorn hit the body, and the chest cavity was filled with evolutionary bases at that time, and then evolved into a fourth-order supernatural user, and broke through the evolutionary barrier. He was the first person in the world to become a fourth-order superhuman. However, this time Su Xing was injected with too much evolutionary agent. Can she survive? Shen Feng was worried, thinking that he had only been injected with several liters of evolutionary agent before reaching the level of evolution. But at this time, Su Xing has too many evolutionary genes injected, and it is hard to say whether he can withstand such an impact. While Shen Feng was worried about Su Xing's situation, Xiao Sheng was extremely anxious, because the escape route had been cut off, and the original 20-meter-wide crack was already an obstacle that people could not overcome. An iron cable connects the two sides, but now the crack has expanded to 50 meters directly, and the iron cable has also broken. This situation is the worst for everyone. It is a dilemma, and they can't even find a place to hide. Shen Feng, can you use your ability to reach the opposite side? Xiaosheng found Shen Feng and started to ask. Shen Feng looked at the distance of 50 meters. Such a distance is not far, nor is it close. If he uses his supernatural ability, he can barely reach the opposite side by gliding for a certain distance in the air. Yes, but what do you want to do? Shen Feng began to ask immediately. On the opposite cliff, there was still a group of trents. The siege isn't at the end. When Shen Feng said that he could do this, Xiaosheng's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly said to Shen Feng, "Then you grab the rope and fly over, tie the rope at both ends of the crack, and then it will pass." After learning about Xiaosheng's plan, Shen Feng immediately began to shake his head. This plan was really a little too reckless. Qi Lingshan pointed to the moonlight above his head and said, "City Master, look quickly, you can see the moon above." Shen Feng then looked up, and immediately saw that the line of sky above his head had turned into a canyon, and there was already a starry sky above his head. There are twinkling stars, and it turns out to be a peaceful atmosphere. At a glance, the earthquake caused the underground cracks to start to expand, and the cracks in the underground part have changed, and the cracks in the ground part have also expanded. The cave is located at a height of 200 meters from the ground, and the depth of the cracks is unknown. The cracks below are where moonlight and starlight cannot reach. Shen Feng immediately understood Qi Lingshan's meaning after seeing the enlargement of the crack above. It was too dangerous to go back the same way, and there were many trees on the opposite side of the cliff. Human beings have no other choice right now, they can only leave from above. Lu Xian, Qi Lingshan, quickly assemble the paraglider and prepare to go up. Shen Feng said decisively. Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan quickly opened the backpacks they were carrying, found the aluminum alloy frame and umbrella cloth, and started to assemble them on the spot. After Xiaosheng and the others saw this scene, they were immediately taken aback, because they did not expect that Shen Feng and the other three would carry something weighing tens of kilograms on their backs. Even if the frame of the paraglider is made of aluminum alloy, compared to ordinary materials are much lighter, but this is still metal. Isn't it heavy on the back? When Xiaosheng saw the equipment carried by the three of them, he didn't know what to say for a moment, and finally choked out such a sentence. "Are you also afraid of death?" The three people on Shen Feng's side said without raising their heads, "You only have one life, and people with supernatural powers will also die. Isn't it normal for us to be afraid of death?" In fact, when going down to the cave, Shen Feng wanted to put the parts of the paraglider outside. After all, the paraglider is almost useless underground. It is impossible to take off under the cave. If you carry it on your body, it is just useless. It is better to hide it than to add weight. However, Shen Feng's idea was subsequently denied by Lu Xian. Lu Xian believed that he was already a supernatural being on his side, and it was no problem to carry a few kilograms of weight. It's not necessary, but if something unexpected happens and you need to use a paraglider but don't bring it with you, then it's over. So, Shen Feng agreed to take the paraglider with him in case of emergency. Unexpectedly, the paraglider just happened to be available now. Earthquakes came and went quickly. Animals in the nearby forests stay away at night, so it is difficult to see animals in the woods. As a result, the moment the earthquake occurred, mice and soil dogs in the nearby forest, the rats came out of the ground one after another. These animals lived underground, and the tree man would not catch the rats in the cave. The moment the earthquake occurred, the huge sound echoed continuously in the forest, and the forest also shaking. This drastic change directly caused groups of mice to come out of the holes and run continuously in the forest. A crack appeared out of nowhere on the ground, and soil and trees slipped into the crack one after another. It was like a wound appeared on the ground, and the crack extended 5 or 6 kilometers away. The animals in the forest were terrified and stunned by the natural disaster at this time. Chapter 729, 2 years without progress. Earthquakes are undoubtedly natural disasters, and animals' ability to perceive earthquakes is far superior to that of humans. After a real earthquake occurs, the animals around the place where the earthquake occurred will all panic and run around. The survival instinct makes these animals choose an open place to hide. However, at this moment, a large bird unexpectedly flew out of the long and narrow cracks in the ground, gliding continuously under the moonlight. In the end, the big bird landed on the ground, But it was just a glider, with only a skeleton and umbrella cloth, but it could fly in the sky. After the paraglider landed, the people in the car got off quickly. Lu Xian hugged the unconscious Su Xing, and Qiling quickly looked around. Although the paraglider is relatively large, it can only carry the weight of 4 people at one time, and it is impossible to carry more people, so Shen Feng first brought his own people up, and the others are still below. Be careful. After the earthquake, a lot of animals came out. Be careful of the attack of mutant beasts. I have to go down to save people. Shen Feng said to Qiling and Lu Xian after observing the surrounding area. There are no mutated animals around, so there is no danger in thinking, but you can't take it lightly, otherwise, if there is danger, you may not be able to react in a short time. Lu Xian and Qiling nodded quickly, and then Shen Feng drove the glider into the crack in the ground again. The part of the crack that used to be on the ground was actually tens of centimeters wide, and even larger animals would not fall through it. And at this moment, the crack has expanded to more than 100 meters. Such a wide crack, no matter what kind of mutant beast appears, can be plugged in. When Shen Feng went down for the second time, he found that the trench in the cave had already woken up. It turned out that after the earthquake stopped, the trench stopped their previous act of pretending to be dead, and Xiao Sheng blocked the cave and the passage. The location of the hole in between. If the giant tree man wants to enter the passage, he can only pass through the hole. But when Xiao Sheng directly cast his supernatural power and blocked the hole with countless flames, the tree man suddenly couldn't move. Enter the channel. Shen Feng had just landed on the edge of the cliff, and the rest of the crowd rushed up immediately, all wanting to take the glider to the crack at this time. Shen Feng looked at Xiao Sheng in the distance, and asked, "Can you hold on, Xiao?" Sheng gritted his teeth and said, "We can only last 10 minutes. Now these trenches are still attacking wildly. Take these people to retreat quickly." Shen Feng saw that Xiao Sheng was the person behind doing how. If it was someone else, Shen Feng would not pay special attention to it, but the person Shen Feng was looking for in Siberia was actually Xiao Sheng. Now at this time, only Xiao Sheng can do it. With such a decision, Shen Feng had no choice but to consider Xiao Sheng's safety. After much deliberation, Shen Feng couldn't sit idly by the broken Xiao Sheng, so after thinking for a while, he took out a centenarian orchid seed from his body, threw it over, and said, "Catch it. If you really can't bear it, then eat this fruit. It can save your life at the critical moment, Xiao." Sheng quickly took the seed in his hand. Looking at the seed in his hand, it was hard to imagine that this small seed could have the effect of saving his life, but Xiao Sheng still put it on his body after getting the seed. If it really came to a critical moment, then Xiao Sheng will still eat it honestly. Then Shen Feng continued to take away the people on the edge of the cliff. For some reason, the water in the cave stopped flowing out. After discovering this, Xiao Sheng couldn't help wondering, why doesn't the lake continue to flow now? Xiao Sheng was full of doubts and hadn't been explained yet, but at this time the tree man had already started to attack. Due to the earthquake, many stones fell from the top of the cave, and the tree man used the stones as weapons to attack the guards at the entrance of the cave. Xiao Sheng tree people are always afraid of flames. After all, even if tree people have resistance, they are still trees in essence, and trees are naturally restrained by flames. When the water on tree people is almost evaporated at this time, the tree man is easily ignited by the flame. At this time, the entrance of the cave has been covered by flames, and the surrounding stones are roasted red at this time. Although the water flow on the ground has been cut off, there is still a lot of accumulated water. The hot blue flames appear, bringing the extremely high temperature quickly evaporated the accumulated water on the ground. The white water vapor was continuously evaporating from the ground, and after seeing this scene, the fear in everyone's hearts was relieved a lot. After all, under such a hot flame, it was very difficult for the tree to enter the passage. However, after the tree man grabbed the stones on the ground, he kept throwing them into the passage. If he was not careful, he would be hit by the stones. Unfortunately, some people were not able to dodge in time and were hit by the stones. Suddenly, 4 or 5 ribs were planted on his body. When the others saw this scene, they could only keep backing away. However, there is a price to be paid for using flames to block the entrance of the hole. The price is that Xiao Sheng's physical exertion is too serious. It is true that he can only last for 10 minutes. It seems that the flow inside has stopped, and the sound of the waterfall has disappeared, so the lake does not continue to flow. From now on, this place will no longer be a blessed place in the cave. After Xiao Sheng heard the sound of the waterfall in the cave disappeared, He immediately went to the lake. Guessing what the real situation in the cave is like, it must be that the waterfall has stopped flowing, so the water flow in the cave has been cut off. As for why the waterfall stopped flowing, I will probably ask Su Xing. The underground waterfall is actually groundwater. After the earthquake, the underground water flow changed, and the flow direction of the groundwater changed, so this situation happened. The reason is still related to Su Xing's ability. Xiao Sheng thought that a weak woman could actually cause an earthquake, and then thought about his own ability. This is a natural ability, but the effect is not very good. This is the real person who is more angry than others. I must become stronger in the future. If this continues, I will be caught up. A sense of urgency appeared in Xiao Sheng's heart. This sense of urgency was worried that he would be overtaken by others. His strength was still at the level of 2 years ago, and within 2 years, many people had already caught up. Not to mention Guang Changfa, he is already recognized as the most destructive supernatural user, and he can also get countless resources. Under the inclination of these resources, it is not justified if he is not strong enough, but it has not been long since Su Xing became a supernatural person. In less than half a year, this can already cause natural disasters such as earthquakes. Under such circumstances, Xiao Sheng realized that he was in danger of being surpassed. It would be fine if he was surpassed by experienced supernatural beings like Shen Feng or Jin Ziju, but if he was easily surpassed by the so-called rising star, if you go beyond, it will appear that you are too incompetent. Ever since, the sense of urgency in Xiao Sheng's heart became stronger and stronger. There was not enough progress in 2 years, and it was still the same level as when he went to the stage to accept the award after killing the Corpse King. However, during this period of time, other people have no leisure then. Many people have grown up thinking of this. Xiao Sheng gritted his teeth, and said in his heart, in this case, if you want to grow enough, you need mutated plants. With mutated plants, you can continuously obtain evolutionary bases. Xiao Sheng has also learned why Su Xing fell into coma. It was because Su Xing's abdominal cavity was injected with a large amount of evolutionary agent, and he just ate the seeds of the centenarian orchid, and then he fell into coma. Knowing whether he can survive in the end, and after passing this matter, Xiao Sheng is also convinced that the mutated plants hiding in the cave can indeed produce evolutionary genes, and are of the same type as the mutated plants in Yes Hao plant. While hesitating, Shen Feng had brought the people on the edge of the cliff to the top several times in a row. At this time, only Xiao Sheng and Jin Ziju were left in the passage. Shen Feng hurriedly shouted, "You two hurry up, I'm going to take off." Xiao Sheng came back to his senses, and immediately took the glider with Jin Ziju. A group of people came to the ground. Looking at the bright moonlight in the sky and the stars around them, everyone was a little emotional. After a narrow escape, everyone finally came out of the ground up. Thanks to Mr. Shen Feng for coming to the rescue, otherwise, we would really die below. It's a pity that 4 people will remain underground forever. These damn trunks should be shredded into pieces. That's right, we've all come out now, and the next step is to kill the mutated plants inside by any means. Everyone was very lucky after escaping from birth. It was thanks to Shen Feng who appeared in this situation and saved so many people. In addition to being grateful to Shen Feng, everyone also hated the mutated plants, are all scheming mutant plants plotting against each other. That's why the Ability Management Bureau is in the current situation of heavy casualties. The more people talked, the more angry they wanted to crush the mutated plants underground. Shen Feng just nodded with a smile at the gratitude of these people, and then came to Su Xing's side, and began to check Su Xing's state, but Su Xing was still burning hot, with his brows furrowed, and he couldn't wake up. Counting the time, the effect of the centenarian orchid seeds should have passed long ago, but Su Xing's body has not become thinner. This situation has to be noticed. Could it be that Su Xing's body has a lot of evolutionary bases, so the fat in Su Xing's body will not be consumed before the evolutionary bases are exhausted? Shen Feng thought silently in his heart at this time. Xiao Sheng began to cheer up everyone. We can't be discouraged now. Although there have been casualties, as long as we persevere, we will definitely be able to catch the mutated plants, and then we will be able to return home. After hearing Xiao Sheng's words, everyone expressed their dissatisfaction at that time. Xiao Sheng, you are only the vice captain. Although you are the one who leads us, you can't push us into the abyss again and again. What you are thinking about is grabbing the mutated plants, but not caring about the lives of the brothers. This is really too much. Everyone in the Ability Management Bureau did not understand why Xiao Sheng had to have trouble with the mutated plants. Obviously, if they did not provoke the mutated plants before, they could continue to live in Tumen. When the oil in Tumen can be transported to the northeast, their task it was done, but Xiao Sheng insisted on taking everyone to attack the mutated plants, and the final result was the loss of soldiers and generals. Not to mention, the four brothers have already been taken, which is completely unworthy. Facing everyone's puzzlement, Xiao Sheng said seriously, "Have you ever thought about it? Now that Tumen has been destroyed, and the north is cold and chaotic, what kind of state we are going back now? That is the loser. The headquarters, maybe we won't be punished, but our status will continue to decline." Jin Zizhi sat on the side with folded arms, didn't say anything, but after hearing Xiao Sheng's words, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Xiao Sheng continued to analyze to everyone. Think about it, the two organizations of supernatural beings in Yanjing, one Xiangsong Bureau and the Xianlong Bureau, are closely related to the big family. If you go back like this, even if you return to Yanjing, the resources it will not be inclined to us. When the time comes, we may even be annexed, and in the end we will have to act according to other people's faces. However, as long as we can bring the mutated plants back, we will have the ability to produce evolutionary agents. Everyone will look at us highly. Qin Kui still has more than a dozen supernatural agents in his hands. When the time comes, you can recruit personnel by yourself, and then the Ability Management Bureau will have a bright future. Xiao Sheng stated his ultimate goal. Chapter 730. After Xiao Sheng uttered his ultimate goal, everyone began to think seriously, and they were all moved by what Xiao Sheng said. Indeed, there are only two ways to go before them, or go back in such a desperate way. Failed to complete the task, and also lost the ability user, which will definitely be looked down upon by people. The other way is to continue to work hard and bring back the mutated plants. By then, the Ability Management Bureau will have its own. The ability to produce evolutionary bases. The importance of the evolutionary base is irreplaceable for ordinary people and supernatural beings. With the evolutionary base, one can become an evolutionary. If one wants to break through the barriers of evolution, one must also have the evolutionary base. Moreover, after the fourth order superpowers, it is useless to drink evolutionary potions. If you want to continue to evolve, you can only eat evolutionary bases. At present, Yuzhou is the place in the world that can mass-produce evolutionary bases, and Yuzhou has a mutant plants. It is conceivable that after the Ability Management Bureau has been able to produce a large amount of evolution agents on its own, how important the Ability Management Bureau will be at that time. In the future, the Ability Management Bureau will become an irreplaceable organization. We also have to consider the attitude of the Ability Management Bureau. After thinking about this, everyone was moved. Indeed, Yuzhou can rely on the sale of evolutionary bases to gain an important position, so the Ability Administration can do the same in the future, and it has become an irreplaceable organization ever since. However, at this time, Lu Yizhan asked, "So, do you have a way to defeat the Tree Man? What kind of method do you have to defeat the Tree Man? You might as well tell it and listen to it, so that everyone can give you a reference. Let's not talk about it. How do you deal with a giant tree man with a height of 60 meters? Xiao Sheng looked at Shen Feng and his party in the distance, and said, "Shen Feng can be used as a restraint for the giant trunks. As long as we can solve the rest of the trunks and finally concentrate on attacking the giant trunks, then it must be possible to win." And I discovered the weakness of ordinary tree people, that is, the inside is very fragile. We can use this to attack tree people. As soon as the words came out, Shen Feng shook his head immediately, sat aside with his long sword in his arms, and said, "Don't dream, it has nothing to do with me whether you are going to attack the tree people. You'd better think about it yourself. Be clear, I won't make a move when the time comes. Just because I can come to save you doesn't mean I can follow your orders." Shen Feng was very dissatisfied with the fact that Xiao Sheng counted himself in the combat power. Xiao Sheng seemed to be too familiar with himself. Obviously, his relationship with the Ability Management Bureau was just average. Among them, the ability with the best relationship, the person who died, was Yu Hangai, who had formed a friendship during more than half a year of getting along, but unfortunately was killed, so the following people have nothing to do with Shen Feng. If they want to use their own strength to fight, or it was a wonderful idea. Seeing that Shen Feng disagreed, Xiao Sheng quickly said, "Shen Feng, my dear brother-in-law, how can you be so heartless? If you can have stronger strength, won't you be able to protect your sister better in the future?" You just have to bear to see. Do you want me to fight the tree man alone? I can bear it very much. If you want to fight, please do what you want. I will not stop you. In addition, let me remind you that if you don't have enough strength, don't do things you are not sure about. I will be there in a few days. I'm back. When the time comes, it's best if you go together, but if you're ready to continue fighting, I won't care about you. Shen Feng said flatly. Shen Feng didn't lose himself because of a brother-in-law. After all, Shen Feng is quite sober. If Su Xing hadn't been caught, Shen Feng wouldn't have been thinking about rescuing everyone these days. Now however, Xiao Sheng wanted to impress Shen Feng with a few words, which is undoubtedly whimsical. After getting Shen Feng's answer, everyone turned their heads to look at Xiao Sheng. The meaning is obvious, that is, your first step has already failed, and what other means do you have next? At this time, Xiao Sheng thought seriously for a while, then said to Shen Feng, then I want to lend you something, I hope you don't refuse. What? Shen Feng didn't respond directly, but started to ask first. If the borrowed thing is precious, then it can only be avoided. I want to borrow your seeds. Xiao Sheng took out the seeds that Shen Feng gave to him from his body, and said, one seed is not enough, I want 10 seeds, please support me. You need to do it, this should be no problem, right? Shen Feng turned his head and said flatly, I'm sorry, no, the only seed left is the one in your hand. I want more, but I'm sorry there are no more. It turned out that when Xiao Sheng heard that Su Xing was able to reach the level of causing an earthquake, it was because Su Xing ate a seed, which broke through the limit of the supernatural power and broke out a strong fighting power. Seeing hope in the seeds, if the fighters on his side could eat the seeds, wouldn't they be able to burst out with enough power to destroy the trunks? But Shen Feng disagreed. The centenarian orchid was dead, and there were only 15 seeds of this kind left, and if you eat one, you will lose one. Shen Feng also gave one to Xiao Sheng. It's okay to come back, but in the end, Xiao Sheng pushed an inch and wanted more centenarian seeds, life-saving things. How could he just give them away? After Shen Feng revealed his attitude, Xiao Sheng immediately felt embarrassed. If he didn't get enough seeds, it would be impossible for him to defeat the tree man. Thinking of this, Xiao Sheng immediately said seriously, Shen Feng, it's not like we won't pay you back. Do you need to be so stingy? I borrowed your 10 seeds, and I will definitely return them in double in the future. I will do what I promise. You can't find a deal like this. However, after hearing what the other party said, Shen Feng still didn't change his face, and said seriously, you should find someone else to do this transaction. I don't have the seeds. Besides, you can't afford it. If you use one seed, you will lose one, and the side effects are huge, so I advise you not to use it casually. Xiao Sheng was once again rejected by Shen Feng, and the rest of the people also showed helpless expressions, as if Xiao Sheng's plan was about to be aborted. Shen Feng, I'm doing this for your own good. As long as I get mutated plants and the ability to independently produce evolutionary genes, my right to speak will definitely increase. At that time, I just need to say a few words to you. If you say that, you can bridge the already frozen relationship between you and the headquarters, and you can have a brighter future in the future. This is completely harmless, and you can still get double returns. How to do this? Xiao Sheng continued to persuade Shen Feng, and Shen Feng thought in his heart, the most precious thing in the world is still exclusive. If you can also produce evolutionary potions, what else can I eat? I can't help you with this favor. However, it was impossible for Shen Feng to express his true thoughts, so Shen Feng bid him to death. It's gone. The seeds have been used up. The one in your hand is the last one, and I won't ask you for it. The reward is paid. This one is my gift to you. Come on. After hearing what Shen Feng said, Xiao Sheng showed a disappointed expression, but he still had firm eyes, and said seriously, it's okay, one seed is enough, I will bring the mutated plant back. Next, Xiao Sheng continued to explain his plan to his subordinates. Su Xing had already given the answer to kill the tree man. As long as he had enough power, the tree man would also be killed. His power is not strong enough, but it would be good to borrow more powerful power. Let's do an ambush and solve the ordinary tree people in batches. You should have seen the huge crack over there, right? It's bottomless, maybe 500 or 600 meters deep. Even if the tree people fall, if you go down, you will definitely be killed. I will lower the tree man, and I will lower the tree man to the edge of the crack, and you will take the opportunity to push the tree man down. Xiao Sheng's IQ is still very high, but it is only a short period of time. In a few minutes, I have thought of a solution again, and the feasibility of this solution is still very high. After Shen Feng heard Xiao Sheng's words, he had to admit in his heart, Xiao Sheng really has a lot of ideas, and he is not willing to admit defeat. If his plan is really successful, it will indeed be a huge improvement. Weaken the power of mutated plants, Lu Xian also leaned into Shen Feng's ear at this time, and asked, City Master, these guys haven't given up on their plan yet, what should we do? Shen Feng frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly came up with a solution, and then said to Qiling and Lu Xian, tomorrow, you will go catch marmots, that is, groundhogs, as many as possible. I have my own use. Shen Feng did not forget how Su Xing entered the underground cave. It was because Su Xing accidentally entered the underground cave under the guidance of human scum. Although the cave was blocked, even if it was blocked, it was still possible. It was dug up again, and the person who tied the bell was needed to untie the bell. It was dug out by marmots before, and it should also be dug out by marmots at this time. As long as you can reach the cave where the tree man is, you can arrange it in advance. After hearing Shen Feng's words, Lu Xian and Qiling soon realized that, that's right, almost all of the plains near Kuman are caves of marmots. Literally got a tenfold boost, and digging burrows with marmots is no problem in this case. Shen Feng looked at Xiao Sheng, looked at Xiao Sheng's expression at this moment, and said silently in his heart, I'm sorry, brother, for the sake of Yazhao, don't want the mutated plants you fancy. When you arrive in China, you should work hard. Shen Feng is aware of Xiao Sheng's ambitions, but Shen Feng can only disrupt what Xiao Sheng is about to do, because the production capacity of the evolution agent must be unique to Yazhao. As long as a large number of evolution agents can be produced base, then the status of Yazhao cannot be replaced. Xiao Sheng and a group of people under his command started a discussion. Shen Feng had been listening silently. On the surface, Shen Feng just didn't want to help. Even if you have done your best, if you want to ask for more, it is unreasonable to make trouble. But secretly, Shen Feng is not just watching a show, Shen Feng is planning to destroy Xiao Sheng's plan. Perhaps, this is the legendary bedfellow dream. You never know whether the person around you is a teammate or an enemy. If you think that the other party is a teammate, all the information will be exposed, and you will be stabbed severely in the end. On the second day, the ground suddenly shook, and then there was a bang sound in the distance. After the sound appeared, everyone woke up from their sleep. They had just slept in the middle of the night. It was tired, but there was a loud noise at this time, which was naturally very surprising. After waking up, everyone quickly asked the people around them, what happened? Is this an earthquake? Everyone turned to Su Xing, who was in the distance. Could it be that Su Xing wanted to make a big move after waking up? In the end, everyone saw Su Xing, who was still sleeping soundly. Su Xing was covered with a lot of clothes and was still lying on the edge of the fire. His complexion was exactly the same as last night, and his whole body was still red, like a crab just out of the pot. At this time, Su Xing hadn't woken up yet. What the hell was the sound just now? Such a violent vibration is unusual. Seeing that Su Xing hadn't woken up, everyone was immediately puzzled. It was impossible for there to be such a big movement for no reason. Chapter 731. Do you want to cheat? Last night, the ground had just experienced a tremor, and the ground was directly torn into a long opening. I don't know how many snakes, rats, and ants in the forest were disturbed, and the few people resting near the crack had actually experienced it firsthand. There was an earthquake. At that time, everyone was in the underground cave, and they were always worried about the stones that might fall from the top of their heads. Once they were hit, they would not die or be seriously injured. Companion above. Fortunately, no matter how violently the ground shook, the cave didn't collapse, so everyone's lives were saved. Then early in the morning, the ground began to shake again, and it was on the verge of PTSD. Almost everyone thought that there was an earthquake at this time. Otherwise, why would the ground make a rumbling sound, and the ground was still shaking? After Shen Feng woke up, he couldn't help but look around, but found nothing in the end, so he told Lu Xian, I'll go and see the situation, you stay here. If there is any danger, just run away. I always think this huge noise has something to do with the treeman. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng then began to cast his supernatural ability, and flew directly into the sky in a glider. Shen Feng also didn't know where the loud noise came from, so he could only search around the forest. Fortunately, there was no one around. The existence of the mutated bird, Otherwise, Shen Feng would be attacked by the mutated bird. While Shen Feng was searching in the forest, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a trent appearing below. The trent, more than 10 meters tall, was walking non-stop in the forest, but the passages at both ends of the crack were already more than 50 meters away. It is completely impossible for the trents to pull up the suspension bridge. Strange, where did these tree people come from? There's no reason for them to come out. Shen Feng was full of doubts in his heart, even doubting what he saw in the cave where the mutated plants are located. The exit passage has been cut off by a huge crack of 50 meters, and the huge span of 50 meters is no longer bearable by the suspension bridge. The reason is also very simple. Although the vines can be 50 meters long but in the absence of external objects to rely on, it will only lie limp on the ground. In Southeast Asia, there is a leguminous plant called guojianglong. It is said that it can extend over 20 meters on the river surface, which is already famous all over the world. It is impossible to appear. Just when Shen Feng was wondering, he suddenly saw a huge cave appearing on the ground. This cave was dark, and it should have just appeared on the ground, because the exposed ground around it looked very fresh at this time. It was as if the ground was suddenly torn apart by a huge external force, and such a gap was exposed after finally collapsing. After seeing the hole that just appeared, Shen Feng suddenly realized, no wonder the tree man was able to get out of the ground. It turned out that the tree man managed to dig the exit again, otherwise, it would not be so easy for the tree man to come out. Shen Feng tried to lower the height of the flight, wanting to carefully observe the newly appeared hole, but after Shen Feng lowered the height, the trents sensed Shen Feng's movements at that time, and then began to wave the vines in their hands continuously, as if they wanted to catch Shen Feng from the sky. When waving the vines together, it looks like countless palms are swaying. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately sensed the danger, and no longer lowered his height, but quickly flew away towards the distance with the help of the wind. When they returned to the camp where they were, they greeted them immediately, asking about the situation in a hurry, all worried about whether something unexpected happened. Shen Feng quickly told what happened. It was nothing serious. It was just that the tree man dug a new passage. After learning the news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't seem like there was another earthquake. Instead, the trents dug a new passage. When Xiao Sheng heard the news, he showed a smile and said to the people around him, "Since the trents have dug the road again, it will be easier for us to attack the mutant plants next. Everyone get ready, observe the tree man's actions in these 2 days, and when the time is right, use the terrain to kill the tree man." Everyone also got busy immediately. Although the battle against the tree man had failed before, and 4 brothers were injured in the rescue activity, but before that, they didn't know how powerful the tree man was, and they would suffer when they were caught off guard. And now at this time, everyone has discovered the weakness of the tree people, that is, the internal fragility, and they will also die after being hit by a strong impact, so everyone in the Ability Management Bureau is now more confident. In order to enhance the combat power, Xiao Sheng once again invited Shen Feng to join the plan, and also proposed a generous reward. "Shen Feng, as long as you can help me complete the task of catching mutant plants, I will reward you more after returning to China." Xiao Sheng's promise can be said to be very important. As long as Shen Feng can agree, then he will definitely be rewarded generously in the future. Xiao Sheng's credit is also fine, so there is no need to worry that this is Xiao Sheng's painting cake. However, Shen Feng still did not agree to Xiao Sheng's invitation, but directly said, "Go and do your best. I still have to take care of Suzing, Lucian and Qilingshan don't have time. We'll be there in a few days. I'm about to go back directly. You'd better report to Rongchang that you are safe now, and if something happens again, I won't care about it." Xiao Sheng had no choice but to take his subordinates to inquire about the situation, planning to find a way to do something. After inquiring about the situation when Xiao Sheng was busy here, Lucian and Qilingshan also started to take action, catching marmots everywhere, but the marmots are really too cunning. They have been busy for a long time, and there are still not many marmots caught. It made Lucian and Qilingshan feel like giving up. In the morning, the forests and plains around Tumen were still sunny, but at noon, the wind began to howl. The temperature was more than 10 degrees, and it was necessary to wear a down jacket to resist the cold. As a result, the wind started at noon. Under the big work, the temperature dropped even more seriously. Lucian's ability is thermal perception. Lucian guessed the temperature, and it was already about 3 or 4 degrees Celsius. The temperature is too low. This is a cold wave going south. I guess it will snow again at night. You can't go back. It's too hard to be outside. Lu Xian said quickly. Qi Lingshan also directly agreed with Lu Xian's suggestion. Seeing that the temperature is constantly dropping amidst howling winds, and the sky has become cloudy, it is likely that it will snow if this continues, so stay outside. Rats can't be caught, and they still have to suffer from the cold, so it's justified to go back, go back, go back. Qi Lingshan echoed. The two quickly returned to the camp. As a result, on the way back, they saw 4 white shadows coming towards this side. Looking carefully, there was Zhang Zi behind the 4 white shadows. Chase, Qi Lingshan, Lu Xian, help me catch these Arctic foxes. After I get there first, I will give you one. Zhang Zi saw someone blocking the way ahead, and quickly shouted loudly. Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan originally wanted to help, but Zhang Zi seemed to be hunting and needed food in the mountains, and it was impossible to find wild fruits this season, so he had to look for edible things on the mountains. There are still quite a lot of prey in the forest, and Zhang Zi is obviously staring at a few foxes, but at this moment, the 4 white foxes ran behind Lu Xian and lay down, panting and looking at Zhang Zi, who was chasing after him. These foxes looked like they had been domesticated. How nice! After seeing these 4 foxes, Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan immediately understood. Isn't this the Arctic fox that pulled the sled earlier? Didn't expect to come here already. Afterwards, Qi Lingshan said seriously, Miss Zhang Zi, you may have misunderstood. These Arctic foxes are not wild, but our family. We used them to pull sleds before, so, Miss Zhang Zi, you've made a trip for nothing. As a result, after Qi Lingshan finished saying these words, Zhang Zi was not happy, and said, okay, you are planning to cheat. I plan to give you a white fox, but it's really amazing to ask me to give up even if you ask me, and you don't even plan to give me one. It's too much. In Zhang Zi's view, the Arctic foxes he had worked so hard to capture were targeted. There were obviously 4 of them. At worst, they pinged both sides. In the end, according to Qi Lingshan, they all belonged to their family. Animals, this is too much. The behavior of eating alone is outraged by both humans and gods. Zhang Zi then wanted to teach the 2 people in front of him a lesson. Lu Xian explained seriously, Miss Zhang Zi, you really misunderstood. We didn't lie to you. If we hadn't raised these foxes, how could they hide behind us at this time? Zhang Zi frowned and looked at the 2 people in front of him, and suddenly said, since you said that you raised them, then you call these foxes by their names. If they respond, I will believe it. After hearing such words, Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan hesitated. It wasn't that they were not confident in the reaction of the foxes, but that they hadn't named the foxes before. How to call them now is a serious problem. Qi Lingshan thought for a while, then turned around and pointed at the 4 white foxes and scolded, you hateful things, please don't run around, you are disobedient, be careful to be skinned after being captured by hunters. Qi Lingshan is very smart, it doesn't matter if he didn't name the fox, just use abominable thing to refer to it. And the 4 foxes were also very wronged. After being scolded, they laid down on the ground cooperatingly and whimpered, and often used their mouths to rub against the trouser legs of Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan, and Zhang Zi also reacted after seeing this scene. If it is not a domesticated fox, it is impossible to make so many actions, so after thinking about this point, Zhang Zi believed the other party's words, you guys are too serious. Since you raised the fox, you should wear a collar around the fox's neck. If you don't wear a collar, who knows if it's domesticated? If I see an animal without a collar next time, I'll just freeze them to death. Zhang Zi couldn't help complaining immediately. Originally, Zhang Zi wanted to pull out the furs of several white foxes to make fox furs. After all, this place is in Siberia, and measures should be taken to keep warm. Moreover, the furs of white foxes seem to be expensive. Things can't be damaged, so Zhang Zi didn't use supernatural powers when catching them in order not to damage the fox's fur. As a result, the 4 Arctic foxes had already found their owners. Due to this hesitation for the sake of his master, Zhang Zi didn't feel like embarrassing these foxes. After escaping from the hands of the supernatural being, the Arctic fox followed closely in the footsteps of Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan. Judging from the stature of the Arctic fox, their food was pretty good in the past few days. All of them ate their heads so round that they were about to turn into puppies. Chapter 732, Flying Snow. When Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan brought the Arctic fox to the edge of the camp, they saw Shen Feng grinding something with a stone pestle and mortar, while Su Xing had woken up at this time, but his eyes were extremely blood red, and his body was covered with the blood. It was in a hot state, as if his hands were still groping for something. After seeing such a situation, Lu Xian was shocked immediately, and said to Su Xing, "Su Xing, what's wrong with you? Are you blind?" At this time, Su Xing has become much more normal, and her swollen stomach has subsided, but her eyes are red, and she seems to be unable to see clearly. It is indeed a good thing that Su Xing could wake up safely. Afterwards, it seemed that they were not disturbed by the side effects of the centenarian orchid seeds, but when they saw Su Xing's current state, Lu Xian and Qiling became worried. Could it be that Su Xing is blind? Su Xing heard Lu Xian's voice, and quickly replied, "I can't see clearly now, I feel uncomfortable all over, and I feel very hot in my stomach." Hearing this answer, Qiling couldn't help but ask Shen Feng, "City Master, Su Xing is almost blind at this moment, should we take Su Xing to see a doctor?" Shen Feng said without raising his head, "Aren't I just preparing medicine? What's the rush?" Qiling saw that the thing Shen Feng was grinding was a yellow-black object, and immediately became suspicious. "What kind of medicine is this? Can this be eaten?" Shen Feng finally raised his head at this time, and said, "This is bear bile, grind it into powder and take it." I checked Su Xing's appearance. His eyes are congested and his liver is strong. There is nothing wrong with his body, but he must long-term recuperation will do. It happens that the function of bear bile is to cleanse the liver and improve eyesight. You can find some rice to cook porridge, and take it with bear bile powder. Don't eat big fish and meat. Su Xing, don't act without authorization next time. Gone. Su Xing is already a 5th-level supernatural user at this time. Although his strength is not as good as Shen Feng, he is already very strong. He is even stronger than Meng Wuchang, who was killed before. As long as he can recover, he will be a powerful member. Go-getters, the future is limitless. As for the side effect of Centennial Orchid, which will consume the energy storage substances in the body, it has not appeared. Shen Feng speculates that the reason why Su Xing did not consume fat and 6-glycogen is because Su Xing was injected with a large amount of evolutionary bases. The evolutionary base itself contains huge energy. With the existence of these energies, the fat on Su Xing's body was not consumed in large quantities. The liver is the main place for the human body to absorb and metabolize drugs. The liver is metabolizing overnight and in the morning. The final result is that the load on the liver is too great, and anger naturally appears. On the way to Kinmen, a black bear was killed, so Shen Feng also has a bear gall in his hand, which can be used at this time. After hearing Shen Feng's advice, Su Xing hurriedly said in a low voice, "I know I was wrong. I was the one who caused the city lord to save me, but at that time I also wanted to atone for my sins, but at the last moment, the city lord took me come up there." Su Xing herself thought that she was doomed. After all, she was attacked underground. In this case, there were 3 people blocking the way. Someone must make sacrifices, so Su Xing wanted to abandon her at that time. Life procrastinated for the retreat of Shen Feng and others, but never thought that a major earthquake would eventually be triggered. Seeing Su Xing's self-reproach now, Shen Feng couldn't help feeling soft in his heart. After all, she is a fledgling little girl, and she is a little impulsive when encountering things. This is not a problem, so she continued, "Then let's recuperate well, and when the matter is almost settled, then we are going to return to Yazhou." Su Xing quickly nodded with a smile, but it was a pity that she couldn't see Shen Feng's appearance clearly. Now Lu Xian also brought the 4 foxes to Su Xing's side at this time, and said, "It's just right, the foxes are back too, let the foxes accompany you wherever you want to go these days." Seeing that Lu Xian and Qiling came back empty-handed, Shen Feng couldn't help asking, "Didn't you be asked to catch the marmot? Why did you return without success? Is it so difficult to catch?" "City Master, you don't know that these marmots are very cunning. As long as they see humans around, they will immediately burrow into the ground. If it was the marmots from before, we would have to kill the marmots even if we dug 3 feet into the ground. I was caught, but today is different. Today's marmots have a stronger ability to dig holes. Even if we dig holes, we can't catch the marmots. In my opinion, only you, the city lord, can do it yourself. We caught the marmot." Qiling complained hastily. If it is to kill the marmot, it is naturally not difficult for the 2 supernatural beings, but Shen Feng gave the order to capture the marmot alive. It is not so easy to get the marmots. After receiving such an answer, Shen Feng could only sigh helplessly. Obviously, he didn't expect his subordinates to be so useless. Even if he couldn't catch a few marmots, he had to do it himself. "Okay, I get it, I'll catch it later, you just stay here at the camp and do what you can, Shen Feng said calmly. When Lucian and Qilingshan saw Shen Feng's answer, they also knew that the city lord was disappointed with him now, and if he wanted to restore his image, it was best to show his best. City Lord, I think it's going to snow soon, let's build a hut, we can't sleep on the ground all the time. Lucian said hastily. Shen Feng nodded. Qilingshan chose to cook porridge, and there were two tails of rice in the dry rations he was carrying, all of which happened to be cooked rice porridge, and handed it to Su Xing. Shen Feng scooped 2 spoonfuls of ground bear bile powder and put it in the rice porridge. Su Xing thought that the rice porridge with bear bile powder was something good, so she quickly started to drink the porridge. As a result, I just put the rice porridge in my mouth, but immediately felt a strong bitter taste, and immediately frowned. It's too bitter. Nonsense, bile is bitter. What's more, this is bear bile that most people can't get, so the bitter taste is naturally more obvious. Shen Feng replied helplessly. As the saying goes, good medicine is bitter, and it is natural for bear bile to taste bitter, but as long as it works, it will be fine. Su Xing had no choice but to force herself to eat the rice porridge mixed with bear bile powder. Shen Feng looked at the current weather and knew that it was probably going to snow again. If it is not completely melted, if it snows, it will definitely end up as a vast expanse of white land, and it will be impossible to catch the marmots by then. Therefore, Shen Feng immediately started to take action to catch the marmots. Marmots are the best at drilling holes. When they are active, they usually don't leave the hole. So as long as they find danger, they should be caught immediately. They will go into the cave, and Lucian and Qilingshan suffer from this because their speed is not fast enough on the plains. There are marmot caves everywhere, and the entire plain has been dug by the marmots. On the unobstructed area, the marmots can find out whether there are enemies around them from a long distance. If there are enemies, they must is immediately going to hide in the hole. The mutated marmot has a stronger advantage in digging holes. As the saying goes, the cunning rabbit has 3 holes, and the marmot is more cunning than the rabbit, because the marmot has caves all over the plain. Simple. Fortunately, Shen Feng's speed can be brought into play. When Shen Feng casts accompanying like the wind, the speed reaches the point where it is difficult for supernatural beings to see clearly, and it is even more impossible for the marmot to see Shen Feng's actions clearly. Ever since, marmots are often still looking for food on the grassland, and it is not impossible to find food in the grassland in winter. Marmots can find some fresh grass roots to use. When Shen Feng cast his supernatural power, his speed instantly reached the level where the marmots could not see clearly. After that, it became easy for Shen Feng to catch the marmots. He could catch the marmots almost by walking over. If Lucian and Qiling were allowed seeing Shen Feng's arrest method, Xiang was probably shocked and dumbfounded. As a result. If the winter in Siberia is unpredictable, the sky's still clear in the morning, but it turns cloudy in the afternoon. After discovering this change, Shen Feng can only quickly catch 5 marmots going back. The marmot was tied up with a rope, and it was still struggling at this time, but the effect was not very obvious, and the rope could not break free at all. When Shen Feng returned to the camp with the marmots, the 4 Arctic foxes saw the marmots and were about to rush to bite them, but Shen Feng then started to scold, and the Arctic fox walked away in a despondent manner, obviously knowing that this was not food for him. The Arctic fox has no food, so it can only choose to hunt around. In fact, the fox and the marmot can be regarded as neighbors. The fox's talent in digging holes is not good, but if you want to live in the wild, you must have a cave. A suitable burrow can provide protection, so in the end the fox focused on the burrow dug by the marmot, drove the marmot away, and lived in the house of the marmot. If he killed it, he could still eat a piece of it. Su Xing could see a little more clearly at this time. Although it was still gray in front of her eyes, it was much better than when she woke up at noon and couldn't see clearly. As a result, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky darkened in an instant, followed by snowflakes, and the temperature in the air dropped linearly. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Lucian and Qilingshan were free and fine. Gan built a shack, a cone-shaped dwelling made of tree branches, covered with pine branches. Although it is ugly, but it is already livable. The 2 built 4 dwellings in one go, and now there is only one for each person, barely using it, and it is impossible to meet more requirements after it snowed. Xiao Shen brought his people back, but within 10 minutes, the ground had already turned gray again. Counting the time, it is now November, and after the snow fell, the temperature will continue to drop, and it is estimated that the snow here will not melt until spring comes. Zhang Z, it's up to you. Our residence today depends on you. Seeing that it was snowing, Xiao Sheng quickly said to Zhang Zi. Under this terrain, Zhang Zi's ability can be obtained. Nice play. People like Xiao Sheng spent the whole day exploring the terrain, so naturally they didn't have time to build a house, so Shen Feng and his group can already live in the shack, but Xiao Sheng couldn't even find a shelter from the wind arrive. Fortunately, Zhang Zi can show his corresponding strength in this situation. When Zhang Zi casts his supernatural power, igloos will be formed on the ground immediately. They are actually the igloos of the Eskimos in the Arctic region. Eskimos people living in the Arctic region basically live in this kind of igloo. Although it is an igloo, it is actually not cold at all. After a fire is lit, the ice surface will reflect the firelight and can also be used as an ice house. The role of keeping warm. When Shen Feng saw this scene appearing in front of his eyes, he immediately let out a sigh and said, "Look at them, they have built a house in such a short period of time, and it is still so gorgeous, but it took you a long time to build a house. In the afternoon, build a shack for me, city. Lord, this is why you don't understand. The houses we built may not look simple, but they are full of our hard work. They are pure natural and pollution-free. Look at the houses on the opposite side, all of which are domes. It's not auspicious at all." Lu Xian quickly defended his achievement, but no matter who it is, he can hear the sour taste in Lu Xian's mouth at this moment. How can a luxurious igloo be inferior to a conical shack built of branches? Lu Xian is just being stubborn right now. Chapter 733. It was night, with strong winds and heavy snow. The whole of Siberia turned into a snow-white world. 4 people from Shen Feng's side hid in the shack. Fortunately, the tent was still strong, and it didn't fall down under the cover of wind and snow. The temperature here has directly become sub-zero temperature. Even the body of Shen Feng, who is a supernatural person, has already felt a biting cold. In this cold weather, it is not too much to wear 3 or 4 layers of clothes. While the 4 of Shen Feng chose to light a fire under a nearby big pine tree to keep warm, Su Xing was not very afraid of the cold because the previous evolutionary agent hadn't been fully absorbed, so he leaned against an Arctic fox to rest. This ghostly weather is simply not a place for people to stay. Every breath will be frozen and turned into white mist. Lu Xian couldn't help but said, "City Master, why don't we squeeze in with Xiao Sheng and the others? I saw that there was a fire in their igloo all the time, and there was still cooking smoke coming out. It must be warm inside. I can't sleep at all in there. If you can't sleep, go dig a hole. It won't be cold if you live in the cellar. If you live in a room with others, you will have no ambitions at all. Besides, activities in this kind of weather are the most hidden." Shen Feng was angry, said the heat insulation effect of ice cubes is naturally very good, and the heat loss is very slow. As for the shack built by Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan, not to mention the air leakage, the heat insulation effect will not be very good, so Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan was very envious of the place where everyone from the Ability Management Bureau could live. However, Shen Feng decided to act at this time today. In the case of heavy wind and snow, most people would not choose to act at this time, and everyone from the Ability Management Bureau is now staying in the warm hut to rest. In order to defeat the Trents and obtain mutant plants, save power at this time, if Shen Feng chooses to act, he will not be discovered. Su Xing quickly said to Shen Feng, "City Master, if you go below, you can focus on observing the ground. I broke a mirror when I was underground. Whenever you see a fork in the passage of marmots, you will be there. Throw a fragment of a mirror down on the ground, and you only need to follow the fragment of the mirror to get to the edge of the waterfall and leave." After hearing this important news, Shen Feng immediately became concerned and said, "I see, your news is really important. I will definitely observe it carefully when I am underground." After speaking, Shen Feng asked Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan to protect Su Xing, and then quickly took the marmot he caught today and set off. Under the conditions of heavy wind and snow, Shen Feng struggled to find the cave where Su Xing went down. Fortunately, the cave was on the other side of the cave. If it was separated on the other side of the crack, Shen Feng could only choose to find other openings. Shen Feng pushed through the snow, found the blocked hole, and freed a marmot from its restraint. He said to the marmot, "Quickly dig for me." Naturally, the marmots couldn't understand Shen Feng's words, but the marmots just wanted to survive under the strong desire to survive, so they immediately started digging underground. The soil that blocked the hole was relatively soft, while the surrounding ground was relatively hard. In this case, the marmot naturally dug along the soft cave, and even dug down along the original cave entrance. Half an hour later, the released marmots disappeared, and the cave below turned into a pitch-black cave. Shen Feng immediately became happy when he saw this scene. He did not expect the effect to be so good. It worked. Shen Feng looked at the other 4 marmots who were tied up with ropes, and said, "As for you, it may be useful in the future, so I won't kill you for now." Afterwards, Shen Feng put the remaining marmots under the tree, where it is not easy to be buried by snow. Put the marmots aside, Shen Feng turned on the flashlight and went down. As expected, he saw the fragments of the mirror at the entrance of the passage, and in these narrow holes, there are actually many fluorescent fruits, so even without using a flashlight, you can see the underground road clearly. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng's heart was filled with doubts, and he said, "Trunks can't enter these narrow caves, so why do mutated plants still have to illuminate the caves? This is not normal at all." Shen Feng can understand the lighting in the underground world. After all, the hearts of plants generally have eyesight. It is also normal for mutated plants to grow in the caves of marmots. After all, vines and rhizomes are things that can be drilled whenever they see a crack. However, it is even more strange that the fluorescent fruit appears in the hole. Could it be that these mutated plants are still related to the marmot? These fluorescent fruits have no other effect except to illuminate the path of the marmot. When Shen Feng was puzzled, Shen Feng came to a stone room. There were traces of people living in the stone room. There were many vines outside the stone room. These hanging vines covered the entrance of the cave. If you look at it, you can't tell it's an entrance at all. Next, Shen Feng continued to walk forward along the mark left by Su Xing. Su Xing's previous caution left Shen Feng with a path to the cave where the mutated plants were located. However, when Shen Feng finally came to the entrance of the waterfall, he found that the entrance of the cave was blocked by thick vines, and it was impossible to get out. Could it be that the mutated plants have also discovered the hole here, so they forcibly blocked it? Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Although the hole by the waterfall has been blocked and cannot go out, the vines still cannot block the hole completely. After passing through the gap of the hole, Shen Feng was still able to observe the situation in the hole, but found that at this time the tree men are working in the cave, moving stones to block the previous passage. These trees have blocked the entrance of the cave, but where did they come out from? Shen Feng thought to himself. He felt very strange at this moment. Where's the passage for the trees to travel? Just when Shen Feng was wondering, a huge figure fell from his eyes, and when it landed on the ground, there was a loud bang. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng finally remembered, isn't the water outlet of the waterfall above his head? Could it be that the tree people came in and out from here? Tomorrow, I must enter the new passage to check. If this is the case, then the mutated plants won't be able to stay here for long. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. The original passage leading directly to the cave was blocked by vines, and Shen Feng was also thankful at this time. Fortunately, he did not kill the remaining marmots. If they were killed, there would be no place to dig holes afterwards. Shen Feng went out and took the rest of the groundhogs underground, instructing the groundhogs to dig a hole at the designated spot. The first groundhog wanted to escape quickly, but Shen Feng pulled out his sword and killed the groundhog. The groundhog was hacked to death, and the rest of the groundhogs were stunned after seeing this scene. After all, they are animals with brains. The remaining 3 groundhogs continued to dig holes according to Shen Feng's plan. With the efforts of the 3 groundhogs, another passage leading to the depths of the cave appeared in front of them. You guys are smart. If you dig it out, then get out. I'm not as knowledgeable as you. Shen Feng said lightly. He didn't have the habit of killing donkeys. Since the marmot had already completed the work Shen Feng needed, then Shen Feng also let the marmot go. The newly dug hole is on the side of the cave. According to Shen Feng's calculations, the hole is at a height of 20 meters from the cave floor. Looking down from the side, you can see the tree in action position. The towering tree is still growing, and the branches and leaves that were cut off by Shen Feng before have grown again, and there is no movement at this time. You're not a primate. You actually blocked your way back, and when something unexpected happens in the cave, you don't even think about finding a way to escape. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. The tree man is still working constantly, moving stones to block the former entrance of the cave, and the water flow has dried up at the cave where the waterfall fell before, but the wall here is covered with vines and rhizomes. Climb continuously through these strips, and enter and exit the cave from the inlet of the waterfall. After observing the situation, Shen Feng left quickly, ready to find the right time to act. Now Shen Feng has a direct channel to the cave where the tree man is, but Xiao Sheng didn't know that he wanted to enter the depths of the cave, So you can only come in from the entrance step by step and kill the tree talents one by one. However, when Shen Feng went out, he saw a group of black shadows in the dark. After illuminating them with a flashlight, he realized that they were soldiers in military uniforms. It turned out that they were sitting in the cave with Xiao Xing and the others. Guys, now that they have come out on their own, Shen Feng has to look at them with admiration. How are you guys? It's not easy to come out from the ground. Shen Feng greeted on the principle of being friendly. However, what responded to Shen Feng was a gunshot bang, and a bullet directly hit the snow under Shen Feng's feet. This was a warning that these people did not want Shen Feng to approach. Shen Feng raised his eyebrows and couldn't help asking, "What are you doing? Aren't we friends?" Naturally, Shen Feng is not worried that the other party will attack him. If he really does, Shen Feng can kill this group of people casually. Shen Feng just doesn't understand why these soldiers want to attack him. Did not offend these soldiers at this time. A soldier who knew Chinese came over, spit on the ground, and said, "Damn, you are not friends at all. You kittens are vicious liars. You are lying to us to fight for you, and you lost 5,000 youths, and we now know that Kituman has been destroyed, but you never told us. You knew it a long time ago." Shen Feng understood that after these soldiers came out of the ground with difficulty, they had already learned the news that Kituman had been destroyed. Regarding this, Shen Feng kept silent, although Shen Feng didn't think that 5,000 soldiers would be able to stop the mutant bird's attack. But when Kituman needed the protection of soldiers most, Xiao Xing took them underground to carry out the mission, and finally Kituman would be destroyed. From this point of view, their anger was not unreasonable. Shen Feng actually wanted to say, "These are all done by the Ability Management Bureau, and have nothing to do with me," but after thinking about it carefully, Shen Feng also understood that perhaps in the eyes of these local soldiers in Kituman, he and Xiao Xing were all in the same group, and it was impossible to explain clearly in the end. Shen Feng sighed and said to these soldiers who had escaped from the ground, "There are more than 200 people left in Kituman, and 100 of them were taken to the steel factory by me to hide. Since you are still alive, then go to the steel factory to find them, and then try to survive. The destruction of cities is sad." Shen Feng has also seen many small cities that were destroyed and never rebuilt after the outbreak of zombies. The survivors of those cities lost their homes. This kind of sadness can make people feel sad. Understand? Thank you. The soldier replied bluntly to Shen Feng's news, with no trace of gratitude in his tone. Afterwards, the soldiers turned around and left, preparing to protect the last 200 people into men with their tattered military uniforms. Shen Feng looked at the backs of this group of people, and murmured, Xiao Sheng, you have committed all kinds of bad things, and in the end I will be the one to blame." Chapter 734. Shen Feng can understand the feelings of the soldiers who escaped from the cave. They went to the underground cave to fight the mutated plants because of Xiao Sheng's words, but not long after they went down, Kituman encountered a mutation. Under the double siege of birds and mutant beasts, in the end Kituman didn't have enough defensive power, and was finally broken by the beast tide and the birds. For these soldiers, their family members were also inhuman. After leaving the cave, they realized that their family members might have died in the chaos. It's just unbearable. However, even if you have to blame this matter, you should blame Xiao Sheng, because this matter was led by Xiao Sheng, and everyone else was following Xiao Sheng's orders. Being questioned made Shen Feng feel helpless. It can only be said that Shen Feng took the blame for Xiao Sheng this time, and it is impossible for Xiao Sheng to appear here in such weather. Shen Feng looked at the backs of a group of people leaving, and saw a few people dressed as miners. Presumably these people who left the underground 4 days ago told the soldiers about this, and at that time there were still many miners who were arrested. Lingshan was attacked as an accomplice of Skylaniv. The soldiers hid strong hostility and experienced many things. Shen Feng returned to the camp with a sigh, only to find that Lucian and Qi Lingshan had actually started digging the cellar at this time. They were already working hard, and there was even sweat dripping from their foreheads. You must know that this was below zero. In the weather, if they can sweat, it means that they are really working hard. Are you guys going to dig a cellar in one night? I'm just kidding. I'll bear with it for a few days. At worst, I'll ask Zhang Zi to build an igloo for us. Why take my words seriously? Shen Feng said, and after seeing the two men working with their heads slumped, they couldn't help asking questions. At this time, Shen Feng obviously felt that he was being harsh on his subordinates. They were asked to work at night, and they couldn't live here for a few days anyway. In the end, They really wanted to dig out a cellar. Why bother? But Qiling and Lu Xian said seriously, City Master, we can finish the project in 2 more hours, and we can live in the cellar if you wait a little longer. As for burying in the shack, we can't see it. After getting such an answer, Shen Feng suddenly became surprised. Why it is not allowed to live in a shack? Shen Feng then went to the side of the hut to watch, and was speechless at once, because the snow was so heavy that it had already crushed the hut that had been built. It was helpless to say that it was built with a dozen sticks. In this kind of weather, it is really strange if it is not crushed by snow. By the way, where is Suzing? Where is she? Shen Feng then asked Qiling and explained, Suzing, she is now huddled in a room with Zhang Zi and Qi Yunfang, and brought a fox there by the way, she should be resting now. Speaking of which, Qiling and Lu Xian only snatched away Zhang Zi's prey at noon today. Although they had explained clearly at that time, they couldn't hold back their face because of the problem of face. Asking Zhang Zi to build a residence, although it is easy for Zhang Zi, but asking is the most difficult thing. Shen Feng looked at the weather. Even if he wanted to endure it in the shack, he couldn't do it now. If he couldn't dig out a hiding place as soon as possible, he wouldn't even have a place to sleep tonight. Shen Feng, after thinking about it, he joined the 2 people who were working, and prepared to quickly dig out a cellar. The heat insulation effect of the soil is very good. For example, the cave dwellings in northern Shuangxi live in the lowest. In summer, the quilts in the cave dwellings even get damp. It is also a good choice to hide underground, but it is not so easy to dig a hole. There are still ice balls and many soils on the surface, although it is not the kind of frozen soil that will not melt for thousands of years. But it's also hard to dig. After another hour of digging, the cellar was finally dug out. Afterwards, tree trunks were used to reinforce it, a vent was left, and a fireplace was dug. Looking at the time, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. The whole body is hot in the middle of the day, so that you don't feel cold. Shen Feng looked at the time. There are still a few hours until daytime. Hurry up and go to bed. So he put on 2 down jackets and went to sleep. There are some fir tree leaves in the cellar. It is a coniferous forest, and the slightly soft things that can be found are the leaves of cedar trees. Lu Xian and Qiling also rested at the side, lighted a fire in the fireplace, and then fell asleep. Even the supernatural beings were too tired to fall asleep after digging the cellar and the fireplace. The snow that southerners like Shen Feng have seen is actually 1 or 2 days. If it snows for 3 days, it is considered a heavy snow. If it snows next week or even half a month, needless to say, that is the snowstorm. But in the daytime of the next day, the sky was still snowing, and the snow on the ground had become thicker and thicker. Walking on the snow could reach the waist. Shen Feng lifted the cover of the cellar and saw the vast whiteness of the land, and immediately chose to continue sleeping. Such a huge snowstorm is not suitable for traveling. Xiao Sheng wanted to look for Shen Feng after walking out of the igloo, but unexpectedly discovered that Shen Feng's camp had been covered by heavy snow, and the person had disappeared. After seeing this scene, Xiao Sheng couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. Shen Feng did take advantage of the night to leave. When she was wondering, Qi Yunfang took Suzing's hand and walked out of the igloo, and said to Suzing, "Where's the sleigh you mentioned last night? Hurry up and take me to see it. I seem to be riding a sleigh too." It turned out that Suzing and Qi Yunfang were living together last night, and Zhang Zi was also together. The 3 women were in a scene. When it came to snow, Suzing talked about the sledding. Qi Yunfang immediately became interested and said that she also wanted to ride a sleigh now that it was daytime. Qi Yunfang and Suzing were going to look for the sled, but Suzing couldn't see clearly, so Qi Yunfang could only hold hands. When Xiao Sheng saw Suzing appearing here, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suzing hadn't left at this time, which meant that Shen Feng hadn't left either, and he was still too worried. Shen Feng couldn't be in this situation. Directly left. Xiao Sheng then stopped the 2 women who were about to act, and said, "Suzing, where's your city lord?" Su Zing immediately replied, "The city owner is not my family. At this moment, the city owner and the others should still be sleeping in the cellar." After that, Suzing and Qi Yunfang rode on the 2 foxes and let the foxes lead them to find the sled. After receiving Suzing's reminder, Xiao Sheng quickly looked around, and finally found the entrance to the cellar. If he looked carefully, he could find a chimney on the nearby snow. Xiao Sheng opened the entrance of the cellar, which was covered by a stone slab, leaving a not too big air outlet. When the slate was pushed away, Feng Zhu immediately got into the cellar. "Shen Feng just fell asleep here not long ago?" But at this time a lot of snowflakes fell on his face, and he was woken up by the freezing. When he opened his eyes, he found that the person who appeared was Xiao Sheng, and he was immediately angry. "You have no end?" Question mark. Don't rely on others for everything, you need to rely on yourself for everything. Don't come to me if you have anything. Shen Feng also has the aura of getting up. Just now he was sleeping soundly, but suddenly icy snowflakes fell on his body. How could this be bearable? Xiao Sheng quickly said, don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm here to cooperate. Shen Feng, you continue to sleep, I will send food over later. The three of you want to sleep, it doesn't matter how long, and Su Xing has gone to find a sled, and you don't need to worry if someone is with you. If you need anything else, just say it doesn't matter. After Shen Feng heard such an answer, he was obviously a little surprised, because the old saying goes, if you don't have anything to show courteousness, you can either rape or steal. Now, that Xiao Sheng is talking about his purpose so attentively, it probably has some purpose. What's the matter? If you think you can buy me off with a few meals, then you're thinking too simple. Tell me quickly what the purpose is. Shen Feng immediately began to ask. Xiao Sheng got into the cellar and saw that there was not much firewood in the fireplace, so he couldn't help but put 2 more firewood in the fireplace, which made the fire in the fireplace much brighter, and then said, actually, I just hope Brother Lu Xian can help. We are going to take action against the tree people tonight, but we are worried that the trap will not work, so I hope Brother Lu Xian can help check the situation of the trap. After hearing such an answer, Shen Feng nodded and said to Lu Xian, in this case, you can follow Xiao Sheng to check the trap later, go and come back quickly, don't disturb the Ability Management Bureau's plan. Seeing that Shen Feng agreed to his request so easily this time, Xiao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, and said in his heart, in this way, my plan will be successful. Originally, Xiao Sheng's plan was to defeat the Shen with great strength, but Shen Feng was unwilling to make a move because his strength was not enough, so it was impossible to talk about defeating the Shen with strength. And then he could only target the Shen weakness, setting traps. As long as the Trents who are out hunting can enter the traps, then defeating the Trents is still very simple. However, the actions of tree people rely on the perception of heat. It is easy for the people of the Ability Management Bureau to set up traps, but the effect of the traps is not clear. With the help of Lu Xian, a supernatural being who uses heat perception, Lu Xian didn't want to go at first, but after hearing that the city lord had already agreed to this matter, it would be inappropriate if he didn't do it, so he could only nod, and then said, I see. Go, wait for me to boil hot water and wash up. Xiao Sheng quickly said, it's okay, go to my side to wash up, I have hot water over there, there is no need to delay, let's go now. After finishing speaking, Xiao Sheng grabbed Lu Xian impatiently and was about to take him outside. Lu Xian was reluctant in every possible way, so he only slept for 3 hours. It's hard work. After Lu Xian washed up, Xiao Sheng quickly took him to the vicinity of the trap, pointed to a ditch and said, there is a deep ditch from the exit of the underground cave to the edge of the big crack, I'm going to throw a big ditch on the road. The pile of prey lures the Trents to approach the big crack, but on the edge of the crack, Zhangzi only used his ability to create a slope. As long as he walks up, he will slide into the abyss. What do you think of my trap? There is no problem with the trap, but the effect must not be very good, because this trap can only trap 1 or 2 Trents. Unless there are a lot of prey in the ditch, it is impossible for a Trent to take all the prey away, so in this case, the tree people will move in groups, but if they are all prey, the tree people will return after catching enough, so you have to run on the prey in the ditch, and run towards the cliff. That's what it means. Lu Xian glanced over and discovered the shortcomings of Xiao Sheng's trap at that time, and then directly pointed it out. After hearing Lu Xian's request, Xiao Sheng nodded quickly, and said, yes, you have helped me a lot. Fortunately, you are reminding me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735. Lu Xian is worthy of being an old hunter. After seeing Xiao Sheng's well-arranged trap for the first time, he already saw the shortcomings. If there are few prey, 1 or 2 Trents will be fooled, but more Trents will not be fooled, because the prey will be picked up directly by the Trents in front, and the trance behind will not get the prey. After Xiao Sheng heard Lu Xian's advice, he immediately fell into deep thought, because now that the mountains are covered by heavy snow, it is undoubtedly very difficult to find enough prey to track 20 or 30 trance at once. Difficult things, I immediately frowned and thought about it. How can we find enough prey to track the trance now? If the number of prey is less, it will be useless. Xiao Sheng thought silently in his heart. If it is in spring and summer, it is not difficult to catch enough prey. After all, it is very easy to find enough prey in the plains and forests of Siberia. There may be no other things in Siberia, but the animal resources are absolutely. It is one of the most abundant places in the world. Although Siberia is cold, it is absolutely no problem to describe it as a vast land and abundant resources. Lu Xian had already explained the problem of this trap, but within 10 minutes of the two of them standing in the heavy snow, their heads and shoulders were covered with snowflakes. When Lu Xian saw the heavy snow, Lu Xian then he continued, also, the caught prey must not be placed on the snow for a long time, otherwise, these prey will be buried in just a few minutes. In snowy weather, whether the trent will come out to hunt is a question in the eyes. The tree man will definitely go out to hunt, but I am very sure of this point, Xiao Sheng said hastily and seriously. On this point, Xiao Sheng didn't seem to doubt the tree man's movements at all. Already expressed a firm attitude regarding Xiao Sheng's self-confidence at this time, Lu Xian expressed that he did not understand, so he quickly asked, how do you know, Xiao? Sheng explained, mutated plants are creatures no matter what. As long as they are living things, they will metabolize. If the mutated plants are underground, it is obviously impossible to obtain energy. Therefore, the energy of mutated plants is all relying on prey from the outside world. Without prey, the energy supply of mutated plants will have problems. Therefore, even if it snows, the trent will definitely go out to hunt. After hearing Xiao Sheng's explanation, Lu Xian suddenly realized that it turned out to be like this. In the absence of external food supplements, it is indeed difficult for mutated plants to support normal energy consumption. Going out to hunt in snowy weather, this is the opportunity for Xiao Sheng to set up traps. After thinking about this point clearly, Lu Xian no longer doubted whether Xiao Sheng's action this time would be successful. Under such a precise arrangement, if this failed to succeed, the trap would be useless. The prey that is needed, although it is now a world of ice and snow, as long as you want to catch the prey, there is always a way. The next step is to catch the prey as bait, which requires a good plan. Xiao Sheng thought to himself afterwards. Xiao Sheng immediately went to make intensive preparations for action. To catch prey, more people still need to think of a way. More people are more powerful, and this is also the reason for coming up with ideas. In the end, Zhai Qifu had a solution, and said to Xiao Sheng, I can release the induced electric wave. With this electric wave, the surrounding animals will actively approach me, but you also know that I have no fighting power, so I have no fighting power. When attracting mutated beasts to approach here, then someone must protect me. I think it would be good for Jin Zijia to protect me. After Xiao Sheng learned of this idea, he said quickly, this method is good, and it can catch a large number of mutant beasts, but there is one thing, when catching mutant beasts, you can't kill them, you must keep the mutant beasts alive. That's right, it should be possible to do this, right? While talking, Xiao Sheng looked at Jin Zijia who was beside him, apparently entrusting Jin Zijia with the task of catching prey. After Jin Zijia heard this, he said angrily, when it's my turn, there is always nothing good to do, isn't it just catching prey? No problem, but I remind you of one thing, that is, you must be careful that Shen Feng is playing tricks on it. I found out that these days Shen Feng is always mysterious, and often disappears. I don't know what he is doing. However, after hearing such a reminder, Xiao Sheng didn't care too much. Instead, he said confidently, don't worry, Shen Feng is just watching from the sidelines. How could he cause trouble? Besides, Shen Feng is me anyway. Brother-in-law, you won't hurt me, Xiao Sheng has already talked to this extent, and Jin Zijia is not easy to say anything. After all, it is still Xiao Sheng's family affairs in general, and he, an outsider, naturally can't say much. There is a saying called sparseness dear. I and Xiao Sheng are just colleagues. There is no need to speak ill of other people's brother-in-law. Even if I do, Xiao Sheng may not appreciate it afterwards. Chai Qifu and Jin Zijia started to act, and went to catch the prey. As for Xiao Sheng, he took the rest of the people to perfect the trap. In order to weaken the power of the mutated plants, the tree man had to be killed. Death, But in the matter of killing the tree man, it can only succeed once. Otherwise, if the tree man is vigilant, he will not be fooled the second time. Although Jiaqifu said that his ability is related to electromagnetic waves, his combat power is not very strong. Although he can release induced electromagnetic waves to attract mutant beasts to come here, he needs others to protect him. Otherwise, he will definitely be mutated, killed by the beast. After Jiaqifu cast his supernatural ability, the surrounding mutant beasts sensed it immediately, and they all got out of the hole and rushed towards the place where Jiaqifu was. Mutation. The speed of the mutated beasts was still too slow. Jinzija waited until he got impatient. The mutated beasts in the distance came late. Jinzija started shocking the mutated beasts without saying a word. When the mutated beast appeared in the eyes of Jiaqifu and Jinzija would often do it without saying a word, and the electric arc directly cut through the air, and immediately paralyzed the mutated beast after hitting it. There were helpers beside the two of them, and the helper quickly stepped forward to tie up the paralyzed mutant beast. Jinzija's ability is very strong. Even if a huge wild deer appears in front of him, as long as Jinzija uses his ability and strikes with a bolt of lightning, he can knock down the mutant beast. This is the situation where Jinzija is keeping his hand. As a result, if Jinzija is merciless, all mutant beasts present will be struck to death by a bolt of lightning. The effect of lightning on trees is not strong enough, but it is very effective against ordinary mutant beasts. That is, trees are good insulators, but for on animals is not. In just half an hour, Jinzija stunned dozens of mutated beasts, but so many mutated beasts were far from enough in Jinzija's eyes. He had to catch enough prey to be carried by 30 trees, or the prey cannot be killed. Otherwise, the trees will not be able to sense the prey around them. It's really unlucky. I have to do this kind of hard work in a snowy day. It would be great if there were prey falling from the sky. Jinzija felt cold all over. At this time, Jinzija couldn't help but hide with envy. For Shen Feng, who is warming up in the cellar, his sense of happiness is based on comparison. If others have it and I don't, then they are not happy. If possible, Jinzija also wants to stay in a warm room during heavy snow days, and then he can throw a few potatoes by the fire, and if conditions permit, he can also make tea on the fire. How nice it is to enjoy tea while warming by the fire, or eat baked potatoes when you are hungry. While Jinzija was thinking wildly, there were actually black-covered birds falling from the sky. These birds, after falling, immediately began to peck at the prey that was tied up after fainting. After a while, these birds, the prey has already been ripped open by the bird's long beak. Jiaqifu was also stunned by the sight in front of him, and thought, is Jinzija's prayer so useful? When the crows were in need of prey, all the crows fell down. If you just begged for pie from the sky, this wish I don't know if it will happen. The things that fell from the sky mixed with wind and snow were not other birds, but just crows. These crows are amazing, with a wingspan of 1.2 meters. This kind of wingspan is almost the same as that of an eagle. No, it's even bigger than the eagle that didn't mutate before. After seeing this situation now, Jinzija was overjoyed immediately. This is the real pillow when he falls asleep. He was worried about how to get enough prey, but at this moment, prey fell from the sky. However, just when Jin was extremely happy, the prey that fell from the sky started to attack humans. The mutated crows appeared in groups before, and as a result, in Siberia, the mutated crows were even destroyed. There are several cities, so the mutated crows are called the world-destroying black dragon by people in fear, because these mutated crows are overwhelming when they act, and they look like the legendary black dragon from afar. Pounce towards the prey. This kind of superstitious legend has spread widely under the influence of the Orthodox Church. Some crows with short eyes began to attack humans. For crows, humans have become a delicacy in their mouths. When winter just came, crows had already eaten a lot of humans. After seeing crows, these humans had also hid immediately, and did not dare to appear outside at all. Now, when the crow saw a human being appear, it immediately thought it was delicious food. A crow swooped down quickly in the wind and snow, and flew towards Jinzija's face, as if it wanted to peck off Jinzija's eyeballs. After discovering this situation, Jinzija immediately flew into a rage, thinking, does anything dare to stroke a tiger's whiskers? How dare a little crow think bad things about me? Immediately, Jinzija started to cast his supernatural ability, and an electric arc flew out from his hand, directly hitting the swooping crow. The electric arc flickered on the crow's body, and the crow fell to the ground in an instant. The smell of paste came out, And it turned out to be the electric scorching by the merciless Jin Ziju, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. However, I don't know if these mutated crows are a little too courageous. After seeing Jin Ziju start to attack, they realized that this is a powerful character, and they even started flying from all directions to besiege Jin Ziju. Besiege this human being from all directions, and you will be able to win, Jin Ziju said coldly to the people around him. Get down. After everyone heard what Jin Ziju said, they also knew that Jin Ziju was angry now. This is a well-known arrogance in the Ability Management Bureau, and there are not many people who can be regarded by him. But now at this time, Jin Ziju had already started to get angry, so he couldn't be provoked. After thinking of this, everyone quickly lay down in the snow, as if they were afraid of being accidentally injured. This is not a game. In games, there are often no friendly troops to hurt, but in reality, there is no such concept. Teammates is often accidentally injured by other people's abilities. After everyone got down on the ground, Jin Ziju immediately performed a move called Thunderbolt. The whole person became white, the arcs on his body kept jumping, and the surroundings became a world of thunder and lightning. The birds fell down one after another, and the weaker ones were directly electrocuted to death, while the larger crows fell to the snow with paralysis and twitched from time to time. Although Chai Kifu and the others got down in time, they were not spared. Their whole bodies were numb, and they were almost incontinent. Fortunately, the electric current this time was not particularly strong, otherwise, several people would even be electrocuted. Died. Catch these crows and call it a day. Jin Ziju's face turned slightly pale. Obviously he was using too much force, but thanks to the existence of mutated birds, the hunting was over. Chapter 736. When Jin Ziju numbed all the crows mixed in the wind and snow, it meant that the hunting task was over. There could be more than 2,000 of these crows, not the so-called large army of the Black Dragon that destroys the world, but the number is also quite large. With 2,000 crows as prey, it is impossible to believe that the prey will not be hooked. Jin Ziju did not electrocute all the crows to death, but when he cast Thunderbolt, the electric current had already been controlled, and he tried not to kill the crows, but if they were not kept uniform, the control would be poor, and smaller crows would not be able to. They may be able to withstand a strong electric shock, but they will be directly electrocuted to death. It can be seen that the ecology in Siberia is out of balance. Even in heavy snow days, crows have to brave the wind and snow to come out to hunt. If these crows could migrate or store food, they wouldn't have to work so hard in heavy snow. And with so many birds, they were so busy that they ruined a few supernatural beings who helped. Originally, they used ropes to bind their prey, but now the ropes are simply not enough. After Xiao Sheng learned that the prey was enough, he immediately became happy, and said to Jin Ziju, "If we can capture the body of the mutated plant, then you will be the biggest contributor to this operation." However, after receiving such praise, Jin Ziju was not very happy. He just said lightly, "I think even if we bring the mutated plants back, our Ability Management Bureau will not be taken seriously, because the mutated plants, the Energy Management Bureau is the most rootless organization, so even if we bring the mutated plants back, most of them will be snatched away. Maybe we will be given a title of nothingness. And then let us do more dangerous things." Jin Ziju thinks he sees clearly that this world is not a so-called fair world. If there is no foundation, it can only be used by others. Everything is fake. It's not yours. Only after you eat it and swallow it can it be regarded as yours. Hearing Jin Ziju's words, Xiao Sheng quickly persuaded him, "Brother, your thinking is too extreme. As long as we make enough contributions, the headquarters will not turn a blind eye. Moreover, if we do nothing, that is what is worthless. How can others think highly of you?" After hearing Xiao Sheng's words, Jin Ziju shook his head and didn't say much, and time soon arrived at night. At this time Su Xing and Qi Yunfan came back in a sled, led by a white fox. Their bodies were already wet by the wind and snow. It could be seen that the two played well, very happy, and Su Xing also felt that he had made a real good friend. Xiao Sheng and his party then started to move. The tree man's new cave was about 600 meters away from the big crack. There happened to be a gully here, which was formed naturally. It has been turned into a slope composed of ice blocks by Zhang Zi's supernatural power. The slope can be as high as 70 degrees. With such a high slope, it is impossible for the train to leave from both sides. Xiao Sheng was lamenting that it was fortunate that he had brought Zhang Zi with him. If Zhang Zi hadn't been involved in this operation, many plans would have been impossible to carry out. Before leaving the camp, Xiao Sheng said quietly to Qi Yunfang, "You don't need to participate in the action tonight. Just stay with Suzing. You seem to have a good relationship, and it's your duty to take care of friends with poor eyesight Ziyi, but I want you to do another thing, and that is to pay attention to whether Shen Feng and the others have any special movements. It can be seen that what Jin Zijia said during the day still made Xiao Sheng vigilant. Although the relationship between Shen Feng and Xiao Sheng is still good, but as the saying goes, don't have the heart to harm others, but let go of others. It is indispensable, so the reminder of Jin Zijia cannot be completely ignored, and it still needs to be carefully considered. Although Qi Yunfeng was puzzled, she still kept this matter in her heart, and planned to secretly observe the actions of Shen Feng and the three of them at night. Little did he know that at this time, Shen Feng was also telling Suzing, tonight, the three of us are going out to do some errands. You should focus on Qi Yunfeng and don't let her have any suspicions. Besides, I have bear bile here. Powder, after eating, drink it with hot water to restore eyesight sooner. Suzing has just become friends with Qi Yunfeng in the past few days. To Suzing, she doesn't want to betray her friend at all, but even if she doesn't betray her, she won't do. At that time, Shen Feng was involved in rescuing him. Now that the city lord has given him a new task, he can't let the city lord down. Xiao Sheng quickly set off with a group of people, and not long after they left, Shen Feng also took the two of them into action. Xiao Sheng's purpose was to kill the tree man, while Shen Feng's the purpose is to move the crude oil on the side of the drilling well to the side of the underground cave. Full of confidence, Xiao Sheng threw the prey directly into the ravine. Since the mutated birds can fly, the wings of these mutated crows were all twisted off, and it was impossible to fly. Once the wings are broken, it is very difficult to recover. Now can only jump forward. The mighty Mishi Heilong has become a free-for-all. This can be regarded as revenge for Kilming's dead friends. Xiao Sheng suddenly said with a little emotion at this time. His words were full of regret. Xiao Sheng also knew that Kilming's destruction had something to do with a mutated crow, and even if he wanted to kill the mutated crow now, he was avenging Kilming's dead. Zhang Zi created an igloo. After knowing that the way Trents detect the prey is thermal energy perception, Zhang Zi has already thought of how to avoid detection, especially in the icy and snowy environment. As long as he stays in the igloo, then it is undoubtedly very difficult for tree people to detect heat. Everyone waited for a short time, and after realizing that it was getting dark, the Trents started to move, and one after another Trents came out of the ground, looking for prey as usual. The reason why the Trents come out at night is because Siberia is very cold in the dark, and animals want to keep warm, so they must be constantly generating heat. If there is not enough heat, they must be frozen alive. Death. So, in the cold surroundings, the heat emitted by animals exists like a guiding light in the dark night. Boom. The Trent came out of the hole and stepped on the snow, but it didn't have any impact on his actions. For the Trent, which is usually more than 10 meters deep, the snow 1 meter deep, it's nothing at all, and they haven't been able to submerge their calves yet. After walking out of the burrow, the fruit on the Trent's head was continuously glowing, and suddenly detected a strong thermal reaction, so he immediately walked towards the place where the thermal reaction occurred, and at this time, the mutant beast and the mutant crow, they were all tied up, almost unable to move. In this case, they could only watch the monster-like Trents approaching. At this moment, Xiao Sheng said to Zhang Zi, "You can do it now, Zhang." Zi then used his supernatural ability, and countless ice knives drilled out of the ground in an instant, cutting off the ropes on the feet of the mutated beast and the mutated crow. There could be more than 50 mutated beasts, including wild boars, wolves, and even wild deer. If it was normal time, these animals would have already fought, but now, when they were relieved, they saw a huge monster appearing in the dark, so they immediately ran away. However, there are sloping high ice walls on both sides. The slope is very large, and the ice surface is extremely smooth. It is completely impossible to run to both sides, so, in this case, the mutant beast can only happily move towards the direction of the big crack in the distance. The mutant beast can only take care of itself at this time, and the most important thing to do is to stay away from tree talents, and the mutated crows are even worse. When they are in the sky, the mutated crows move in groups. Anyone who sees them will be afraid of 3 points, but that is only in the sky. The invincible guy in the sky appears at this time on the ground. The wings were broken, and it was completely impossible to fly. The crow could only jump forward. Walking on the ground is not what crows are good at. The fastest bird on the ground should be an ostrich. Even some professional athletes cannot be faster than an ostrich. As for crows, their ability should belong to the sky. Yes, he couldn't show his original level on the ground at all, and was soon caught up by the tree man. The tree people also acted silently. Ordinary tree people can't speak, and they don't even know if these tree people have thoughts and feelings. They can only mechanically execute the orders of the mutated plants. Hesitant to execute, vines grew from the whole body of the trunk, entwining towards the jumping mutated crows on the ground, and hundreds of mutated crows were caught in an instant. The rest of the mutated crows could only run away, but they couldn't see the direction clearly in the dark, and they suffered heavy damage immediately. But, fortunately, there were mutated beasts running wildly. Many ropes were not cut, and the mutated beasts and mutated crows were bound together, and the mutated beasts ran wildly, dragging a bunch of mutated birds. After running out, the tree man didn't know about traps, so he chased after the place where there was a heat reaction, the bait. As expected of me, such a plan can be imagined. After seeing this scene, Xiao Sheng immediately became excited. Immediately afterwards, a group of people were about to move towards the edge of the cliff. Jin Xian hurriedly took out a light bulb from his body. After casting the supernatural power, a current passed through the light bulb, and then there was light. Next, everyone quickly approached the edge of the cliff. The large crack on the surface can be more than 100 meters long. Such a large span is beyond the reach of ordinary animals and humans. Even the Yangtze River Dragon King that Shen Feng hunted down before is only 80 meters long. Even the Yangtze River Dragon King, it is also impossible to cross this big crack, and only sea beasts can barely fill the gap, and dozens of sea beasts need to be filled on the edge of the cliff. There is a huge ice stretching out, and below is a bottomless abyss. You can't see anything clearly below. There must be hundreds of meters deep, and if you fall from such a height, you will be smashed to pieces. Xiao Sheng saw that the tree man was walking into his trap step by step. He was overjoyed at once, and said in his heart, "After all, it's just that I don't have a tool for IQ, and I will step on such an obvious trap." At this time, the mutated beast that was running ahead had already sensed something was wrong. There was a bottomless crack in front, and the mutated beast stopped immediately. The terrifying trend is catching up. When Xiao Sheng and others arrived here, they happened to see an astonishing scene, because there were more than a dozen wild deer among the mutant beasts that were captured, and they stood together at this time, looking at the opposite cliff. The ice surface extended to in the middle of the big crack. There are still more than 50 meters to reach the opposite side, but seeing the actions of these wild deer, they actually want to jump over. These wild deer must be crazy. This is completely impossible. The span of 50 meters and the run-up are impossible. Lu Yizhan said firmly after seeing this scene. However, Jin Zijia looked at the wild deer on the edge of the cliff with a solemn expression, and said slowly, "Have you heard of the Goro flying across?" Chapter 737 at in number 039. All a lie. When Jin Zijia uttered the word gale flying, many supernatural beings present were attracted. Of course they knew about it, and thanks to the original elementary school text, in elementary school this incident was once described in the text, so this legendary story has become a household name thanks to elementary school textbooks. The so-called flying gazelle is actually what happened when a group of hunters chased them to the edge of the cliff. Since the span on both sides of the cliff is too large, it is impossible for the gazelle to jump over it. The thing described in, that is, the old gazelle jumped out first, the young gazelle jumped out next, and then the young gazelle used the old gazelle as a springboard to step down the cliff, and the young gazelle finally reached the mountain smoothly. The story on the other side of the cliff. This story is very inspirational, but I heard it was made up. The great philosopher Zeppelin once said, "The greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage, and the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage." It is undoubtedly a matter of strong courage for an old individual to dedicate his life for a young individual. Leaving the hope of survival to young individuals is something that many species will choose, and humans are most sympathetic to this behavior. In order to be able to see more clearly, Jin Zijia found another light bulb in his hand, and lit the light bulb directly after using the power. Then everyone stared intently at the cliff in the distance, wanting to see if the facts were as described in the legendary text. Would the elderly individuals dedicate their lives? This group of people only pay attention to such small things when they are idle. Now the most important thing is to kill the tree man. As a result, a group of people stared at a group of wild deer, although this is not a gazelle, but the IQs of these two animals are similar. The solutions that the gazelle can come up with must be directly available to the wild deer. As the tree man approached, the wild deer finally made a decision, that is to run up, and then jump to the opposite side. Fortunately, there is an extension of the ice block, so at this moment, jumping from the ice block to the opposite side, that is it's easier, and the span has been cut by more than half in the end. The wild deer was still divided into two sides as everyone thought, namely the old individual and the young individual, and then started the run-up one after the other. First, the old individual rushed out, followed by the young individual. As a result, after the old individual sank, the young wild deer stepped on the back of the old wild deer, and the young wild deer rose again. The ground jumped up, while the old wild deer fell downwards. However, even with the same tactic used by gorilla flying crossing, the young mutated wild deer still sank after jumping 20 meters. If there's only a 20-meter span between the cliffs, maybe this is really true. It can be done, but the natural moat has proved that it cannot be filled with life. Oh, it seems that the texts in the textbooks are also deceptive. Unfortunately, I was young and ignorant, and I was deceived by such things. This kind of thing is completely made up. Seeing this scene, Jin Zijuku can admit that the young and ignorant self was deceived at this time. The tree people were also approaching, and all 30 tree people walked on top of the ice block. The ignorant tree people didn't know that there was a bottomless abyss below, and the result of falling would be smashed to pieces, but at this time, all the Trents have been fascinated by the thermal reaction of the prey in front of them. The ice surface composed of the cold ice controlled by Zhangzi is very strong. Even if Trents and many mutant beasts walk on it, there is no problem, but at this moment, the last Trent walks on the ice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Sheng shouted loudly, "It's now, do it." The world of ice and snow happens to be the world where Zhangzi can display his abilities. Under Xiao Sheng's enthusiastic anticipation, Zhangzi immediately made a move. If that's the case, let's break it. The ice at the junction on the edge of the cliff broke instantly, and the Trents and countless prey on the ice also instantly fell into the abyss. Catch-cha-cha. The ice surface was covered with cracks almost instantly, and then collapsed. At this time, the Trent realized that something was wrong and wanted to use vines to grab the cliff, but it was futile. If they live on the cliff, it will collapse in an instant. In the end, 30 Trents fell into the abyss. Success. Now 3/5 of the Trent's power has been weakened at this time, and we will continue to wait. If the mutated plants still send Trents to hunt, then we will continue to do the same. If the Trent does not come out, let's slowly consume our strength underground, and when we finish recharging our energy, we'll rush in and finish off the mutated plants, and then return home. After seeing this scene in front of him, Xiao Sheng immediately felt feeling a surge of emotion. He couldn't help but speak impassionedly after hearing what Xiao Sheng said. The other people also showed eagerness to try. When they faced the tree man before, nearly 5,000 people were beaten to death by the tree man, but that was because it was underground at that time and there were so many people. It can't be used, and the number of tree people has not been reduced, but now most of the tree people have been wiped out. At this time, rushing to the cave to fight, it is still unclear who will die. It seems that we are going to avenge our dead companions soon. I don't believe that we can't defeat the mutant plants this time. Everyone said eagerly after falling into the abyss, then don't even think about surviving. This is not the world in martial arts. As long as it falls, then don't try to survive at all. Even if it was a tree man, if he fell from such a high place, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. And just when everyone in the Ability Management Bureau was rejoicing, Shen Feng, Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan were also making intensive preparations at the feet of a group of people. The three of them used small barrels to pour crude oil into the caves of the marmots were all piled up in a newly dug stone room next to the cave where the mutated plants were located. Although Shen Feng's plan is almost perfect, transporting crude oil to the ground requires going through twists and turns in the cave, which is still too tiring. Along the way, the ground is covered with black oil all the way. Fortunately, it was the time of heavy snowfall. Otherwise, as long as a random spark appeared, the road to transport crude oil would be cut off for what they did. Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt, even though they were stabbing their friends in the back, storing oil while the Ability Management Bureau wiped out the Trents, and setting fire at a critical moment. There is no doubt it will ruin the hard work of the Ability Administration, but in the final analysis, this matter is for the long-term interests of Yeziao. If you are sorry, I am sorry. They also have no evidence to prove that this is what they did on the other side. On the contrary, Shen Feng felt a little sorry, and Xiao Sheng didn't have any intention of murdering himself. Xiao Sheng just wanted to improve the status of the Ability Administration Bureau, but now, Shen Feng needs to backstab Xiao for the benefit of Yeziao. Sheng, this makes Shen Feng feel bad at this time. In an igloo in the camp, there is still light from the window at this time. This kind of igloo is the material for the Eskimos in North America to live in the Arctic region. The window is made of transparent ice. At this time, Qi Yanfeng was sitting by the window on the surface. Qi Yanfeng stayed in the camp to take care of her friend Su Xing. The two had known each other since they were underground, and the two of them directly contributed to the plan of cooperation between the inside and the outside. When the mastery of plants was hopeless, it was the hard work of Qi Yanfeng and Su Xing that finally led to the subsequent situation. However, when Qi Yanfeng was taking care of Su Xing, her eyes were always looking in the direction of the cellar in the distance. She felt that Su Xing's eyesight is not good now, so she must not be able to see her movements, but she didn't know that she was eating bear bile powder afterwards. Su Xing's eyesight has recovered a lot now. Although seeing things is still blurry, it is still no problem to turn her head when she sees Qi Yanfeng. Su Xing knew well that Qi Yanfeng must be observing whether the three of Shen Feng were in the cellar, and her task was to hold Qi Yanfeng so that Qi Yanfeng could not find anything unusual, and Qi Yanfeng has been looking at the direction of the cellar in the distance. The sky is full of wind and snow, and it is completely impossible to see farther away. She is thinking whether she wants to find a reason to go to the direction of the cellar to have a look. It's just that Su Xing has never given Qi Yanfeng such an opportunity. She has many requirements. Either she is hungry and wants to eat, or she is thirsty and needs to drink water. You can't drink boiled water when drinking water. You must put sugar and tea leaves in the water. The tea should not be too much, otherwise it will become very bitter, and the sugar should not be too much, otherwise it will get angry if you eat it, and the water temperature should not be very high. Qi Yanfeng needs to blow on it when it burns your mouth. Qi Yanfeng was speechless to Su Xing immediately, and said in her heart, "You are not a lady of everyone. Why do you have so many demands for a cup of tea? It is really difficult to serve." However, Qi Yanfeng also considered that Su Xing is a patient at this time, so it is not good to ignore Su Xing's request at this time, so she can only grit her teeth and do these things at this time. Su Xing said, "Sister Qi, I want to change my clothes now, but my backpack is with a city lord. Can you go and bring me the backpack?" "Okay." As soon as this remark came out, it was exactly what Qi Yanfeng wanted, because she was worrying that she had no reason to check whether Shen Feng and the others were still in the cellar. Now, at this time, it was really sleepy and there was a pillow, so Qi Yanfeng immediately started to act, said, "Then you wait, I'll go over and get your luggage." When encountering the siege of the tree people before, Su Xing threw all the clothes on her body to make a noise, trying to use this method to confuse the tree people, but the plan failed, and all the clothes and luggage were gone. The bastard knave saw this scene in the dark, and secretly collected it. In the end, Shen Feng misunderstood, thinking that this scumbag plotted against Su Xing, so he rushed forward to deal with this scumbag, and the backpack was taken away by Shen Feng. Now, Qi Yanfeng had a legitimate reason to go to the cellar to observe the state of Shen Feng and his party, and immediately went out. When Qi Yanfeng came to the entrance of the cellar, she looked around and did not find any footprints around, and felt relieved. In a calm tone, he said, "It seems that there is no problem. The entrance of this cellar is a huge stone slab, surrounded by air holes protruding from many bamboo pipes, and there is a fireplace underground. There is also smoke coming out of the location." Qi Yanfeng knocked on the stone slab quickly, and then the slate was opened. Shen Feng and the other two were playing poker. Lu Xian seemed to have thought that the journey might become boring, so he brought the poker with him in advance. Used to relieve boredom. "Is there something wrong?" Shen Feng asked afterward when Shen Feng and others appeared in Qi Yanfeng's eyes. Qi Yanfeng immediately felt relieved and said, "I'm here to get Su Xing's backpack. She is going to change clothes. She will live with me for a few days. Is that okay? How can this be a problem? It's too late for us to thank you. You know, we are big men, and it must be inconvenient to take care of Su Xing. Now that you can take care of Su Xing, I should say thank you." When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately became polite. Qi Yanfeng looked in the cellar, and there was nothing strange about it. The bodies of these three people were also clean. If they had walked outside, their clothes must have been wet by now. "Then, you guys have a good rest." Qi Yanfeng let go of her worries, took Su Xing's backpack and left, while Shen Feng recovered the stone slabs above the cellar. Chapter 738 Reserved Grain. After Qi Yanfeng finally left, Shen Feng and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. Now it seems that everyone in the Ability Management Bureau will not be suspicious, and they have already covered it up. Even the footprints on the snow have been eliminated. In this case, It is impossible for the other party to find any reason to blame themselves. Shen Feng, Lu Xian, and Qi Lingshan immediately found the clothes that had been wet by the wind and snow from under the cypress branches on one side, and put them on the side of the fireplace to bake. It is also very important to keep the air flowing underground. Fortunately, Shen Feng is an ability user of the wind element. He only needs to use his ability casually to renew the air in the cellar. There is no risk of suffocation for the three of them staying in the cellar. Moreover, on the way back, Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan always walked in front, Shen Feng walked behind, and the two walked in front. Although the snow has been compacted a lot, it will still be accumulated when walking up. The snow submerged the calf, and Shen Feng stayed behind to erase the footprints. Shen Feng walks on the snow after performing Follow the Wind. Walking on the snow will hardly leave footprints. This is the legendary level of stepping on the snow without trace. If it appears in martial arts, it is definitely light work. A big man who is alone in the world, Su Dongpo, once said, "What is life like everywhere? It should be Fihong stepping on slush." Speaking of it, this is probably the earliest use of Taxi Wuhan. What is life like in this world? It's probably like the geese stepping on the snow. The deep geese leave a deep footprint, and the shallow ones have no traces on the snow. But in the end, these footprints will still be buried by the snow. In the end, no trace can be left behind at this time. After everyone sent Qi Yunfeng away, Qi Lingshan rapped hard on the wall a few times with his fist, which was a kind of secret signal. Su Xing's ability is natural, and she can sense vibrations. Shen Feng had already figured out how to contact Su Xing quietly. When the signal was sounded, Su Xing could quickly sense the vibration and respond accordingly. After Xiao Sheng returned to the camp, he first asked Qi Yunfeng if he found anything unusual, such as whether someone was quietly leaving the cellar at Shen Feng's side. If this happened, Xiao Sheng would have to suspect that Shen Feng was not about doing something bad behind the scenes at this time. Su Xing had already fallen asleep, leaning against a fox to sleep, with a fire next to him. It was very pleasant to see the conversation took place outside in the wind and snow. It seemed that Qi Yunfeng was worried that Su Xing would hear the content of the conversation, so she chose to speak outside. Qi Yunfeng quickly patted her chest and said, "I can guarantee that the three of them, Shen Feng and the others, have not left the cellar tonight. I went to see it myself." After getting this answer, Xiao Sheng felt relieved, and then said to Jin Zijia, who was beside him, "Now you should be relieved, right? I have already said that it is impossible for Shen Feng to betray me." During the heavy snowfall, Shen Feng and the others went out only when they were full. Jin Zijia shrugged and said, "Then treat me as suspicious. I just think it's strange that Shen Feng has never helped us fight, but now it seems that Shen Feng is simply a matter of nothing to do with himself. Then we next, do you want to discuss how to catch the mutated plants?" Xiao Sheng was dazzled by the victory tonight. He killed more than 30 tree people at once. This was something Shen Feng and Jin Zijia were unable to do before. "Human, now I have solved it once and for all. Next, I must be able to defeat the Trent and bring the plant heart back to the country at this time," Xiao Sheng confidently said directly. "What else do we need to discuss now? The huge size of the mutated plant's body is completely impossible to get out of it. The mutated plant can't run away. We just need to move, just solve the tree people one by one." From Xiao Sheng's point of view, catching the mutated plants is now a certainty. Now is the season when the mountains are covered by heavy snow. It is absolutely impossible for mutated plants to come to the outside world at such a low temperature, but he can destroy the trends that come out of the hole one by one, and if the trends don't come out, the stored energy will inevitably be consumed continuously. Therefore, whether it is a short time or a long time, Xiao Sheng is sure to win. When Jin Zijia saw Xiao Sheng's current state, it was typical that he was drifting away, but he used a trap to murder more than half of the tree people, and felt that he must be invincible in the world. If a person like Xiao Sheng didn't suffer a little, he would be not long memory. However, just to be on the safe side, Xiao Sheng still discussed with everyone how to deal with the tree people, and Zhang Zi said seriously, "There were too many tree people before, and I am not the opponent of the tree people. But now, the number of Trents has been greatly reduced. If Trents still appear, now it is my home field. I can control the ice and snow giants to attack the Trents, and I can win directly." When Zhang Zi revealed his abilities, everyone's eyes lit up. When he was in Yanjing before, Zhang Zi had shown others that he was an ice and snow giant. At that time, Even tens of thousands of mutated zombies could not do anything to the ice giant, but now Siberia is already a vast expanse of whiteness. For Zhangzi, this is the absolute home field. It is perfect for Zhangzi to fight with tree people. There was no ice and snow underground before. Zhangzi's supernatural ability cannot be brought into play, but now it is on the ground, absolutely Zhangzi's stage, and defeating the tree man is also simple. Ever since, Xiao Sheng decided on the plan directly, since this is Zhangzi's home field now, then when the battle comes, the tree man will be handed over to Zhangzi, and the others will follow me to raid into the cave. Everyone quickly nodded in agreement, because they were not absolutely sure when fighting the tree people before, so they couldn't guarantee that they would win. But now, most of the tree people have been wiped out. It can be said that the morale is high at this time, and it is very easy to catch the mutated plants, so everyone is very excited when the plan is formulated. It will be implemented. From Xiao Sheng's point of view, if the tree man comes out of the hole, then the tree man can be dealt with first. The energy that has been stored, but at the critical moment, it can only attack the cave as a result. After a few days, the tree people underground did not move at all. It is certain that there are at least 20 tree people in the cave, and these tree people did not come out. Mutated plant orders, so stay in the hole and say nothing. A group of turtles were scared out of their wits a few days ago, and they didn't even come out under such circumstances. I want to see how long you can stay underground. Xiao Sheng said with a strange smile. The people of the Energy Management Bureau waited for 4 days near the new exit, and now the snow has stopped, but the tree people still don't come out no matter day or night. It stands to reason that during the day, with the heat interference from the sun, trunks would only choose to start hunting at night, while the mutant beasts around them would run far away at night. Even I went to stay in the city of Kirman, which originally belonged to human beings, but now the tree people have not moved at all, so there's only one explanation. The mutated plants hiding in the depths of the cave have been scared out of their wits during these 4 days. Shen Feng and his people have already moved more than 10 tons of crude oil into the hole of the marmot, which can be ignited at any time when he was free. Shen Feng would take Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan to watch the Trimps' actions at the entrance of the cave side wall. Originally, there were still 21 Trimps left in the cave. These Trimps had no intention of staying away from the cave, but just guarded the cave blindly. After all, going out would easily lead to surprise attacks at home. Mutated plants can still see clearly on this point of, but today, Qi Lingshan was just counting the number of Trimps in the cave when he had nothing to do, and he was taken aback immediately, and couldn't help asking, "Look, have the number of these Trimps increased? I've counted them, there can be 25 Trimps." After Lu Xian heard this, he couldn't help but wondered, how is it possible? We have counted the tree people several times before, and it was always 21. How could we count 25 today? Just come. Regarding Qi Lingshan's report, Lu Xian didn't believe it at all, and then he counted it himself, only to find that there were indeed 25 tree people. Hey, that's strange. The other 4 Trimps are hidden there? Why didn't we find it before? Lu Xian said to himself. Shen Feng, on the other hand, was more vigilant. After hearing that something abnormal had happened, he immediately looked down and said, "The Trimps haven't been out for several days. Even if the mutated plants want to breed Trimps, then it is impossible to obtain energy at all. Where did these Trimps come from? Or, where did the mutated plants obtain the energy these days?" Shen Feng believes in the law of conservation of energy. The energy in the world will not disappear or be created out of thin air. Energy will only transfer from one object to another, and the total amount of energy will not change. This is the law of energy conservation. Therefore, under the current situation, it is impossible to produce tree people casually. If you want to produce tree people, you need to obtain energy. When Shen Feng was wondering, the tree man on the side of the grotto suddenly stretched the vines into the gap in the wall, and caught many mutant mice from it. After catching the mice, the tree man moved towards the big tree in the center, walked over and locked the mutated mouse in a cage. With a continuous infusion of digestive juice, the mutated mouse was directly digested by the digestive juice. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately felt that something was wrong, and quickly said to the 2 people around him, "I understand. I finally know why there are vines with fluorescent fruits appearing in the marmot's burrow. The underground marmots are actually food reserves for mutated plants." Now, Shen Feng finally figured out why there are so many fluorescent fruits in the ground. The appearance of these vines is not to illuminate the cave. When there is no food, the groundhog in the cave is the food for the mutated plants. It is true that shrimps cannot enter narrow caves, but the vines are thin and long, so they can definitely catch the marmots. After figuring this out, Shen Feng immediately understood that Xiao Sheng, who was waiting outside the cave for the tree man to appear, had lost all his calculations. Mutated plants will not consume energy in a short period of time. Shen Feng didn't know how many marmots there were near Yumen. He only knew that there were too many marmot burrows in the wild. As food reserves, they could indeed support the mutated plants through the winter. No, Xiao Sheng doesn't know about this yet. We need to find a way to inform Xiao Sheng of this news, otherwise, this fool will waste time foolishly. After seeing the current situation, Shen Feng immediately realizing the problem, he accidentally learned that the mutated plants would capture marmots, but Xiao Sheng didn't know, if the time was missed, he might not be able to win next time. Chapter 739, Fatal Flaw. In cold Siberia, winter is undoubtedly difficult, and the most important thing to spend the winter here is to store a large amount of energy storage substances in the body, such as fat. If it is a plant, then reduce the water in the body. They have a strong say in the matter of wintering, because bears will eat enough food before winter, gain thick fat, and after winter, they will fall into hibernation to reduce consumption in the body, and rely on their body fat through this tough winter. And there are many animals in Siberia that do not actually hibernate, and these animals can only choose to store food if they want to survive the winter. At this point, the best one is the squirrel, which hides nuts in the unhidden burrows. They live on these nuts during the winter. If you want to spend the winter safely in Siberia, you can't do without some unique skills. If you don't have enough fat and food, you will either freeze to death or starve to death when winter comes. Shen Feng never expected that the tree people have also learned to store food, and when they cannot leave the ground, the tree people rely on marmots that dig holes underground to obtain energy. After Shen Feng realized this, he immediately thought of Xiao Sheng, who was waiting at the entrance of the cave outside every night. There are more and more, so Shen Feng made a decision. He must inform Xiao Sheng of this news, otherwise, Xiao Sheng will definitely wait for a while before launching an attack. But after Shen Feng revealed his purpose, Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan immediately had doubts. City Lord, if we broke the news like this, wouldn't what we are doing now have been exposed? The fact that Shen Feng planned to burn the mutated plants to death behind his back is afraid to make it public, because it is equivalent to backstabbing a friend. And if Shen Feng tells about the fact that the shrimps will catch groundhogs, it must be here without 300 taels of silver. Xiao Sheng only needs to ask, how do you know? Could it be that you saw it with your own eyes? It only takes a simple sentence to make Shen Feng a human being inside and out. So Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan objected to Shen Feng telling this matter. Qi Lingshan still said seriously, City Master, anyway, we have already stored more than 10 tons of oil. At this time, we can just throw it down and burn the mutated plants to death. Why bother? Shen Feng said, you can't think of mutated plants so simply. Although the original waterfall has stopped flowing, there is still lake water in it. More than 20 tree people are here to protect it. There are too many variables. If you can't kill the tree people at once, then you will have no chance, so to be on the safe side, Xiao Sheng must restrain most of the tree people. After explaining his reasons, Shen Feng began to think about what method he should use to inform Xiao Sheng of this news. Lu Xian thought about it seriously, and said, I think the three of us don't need to show up at all, we just need to make indirect remarks, and Xiao Sheng is not a fool. As long as we casually remind him, he will definitely be able to get away quickly. Got it. After Lu Xian expressed his thoughts, Shen Feng then nodded and said, I think so too, but I don't have any idea how to operate it. Lu Xian then said, City Master, what do you think of Su Xing? Su Xing is now getting along with Qi Yunfang day and night, and if Su Xing does this, can we get rid of us? As soon as Lu Xian reminded her, Shen Feng nodded and reacted. After recuperating for a few days, the current Su Xing is already alive and well. She is already a 5th level supernatural user, and her strength has surpassed that of Meng Wuchang in the past. Moreover, because there is only one cellar, it is not good for her to live with Shen Feng and the others. Under such circumstances, Su Xing still lives with Zhang Zi and Qi Yunfang, but Su Xing is a good candidate to do this. After careful consideration, Shen Feng suddenly had an idea in his mind, and the next step was to find a way to implement it. After Shen Feng went back, he tapped lightly on the cellar wall, and soon Su Xing found a chance to go out, and Shen Feng quickly told Su Xing what happened, and asked Su Xing to find a way to tell about it. Qi Yunfang, as for how to hint at this matter, Su Xing needs to find a way by herself, and Shen Feng also believes that Su Xing can complete this task. After Su Xing got the task entrusted to her by Shen Feng, she immediately felt distressed. She wanted to tell the story of the mutated plant's capture of marmots, but she couldn't say it directly. It was done on purpose. It was too difficult in the end. Su Xing could only return to the igloo hesitantly, and at this time she had already thought of a way. On the fire in the igloo, there is a shelf on which wild boar legs are being roasted, because the parts obtained from the wild boar have a lot of lean meat, but the fat is not particularly obvious, and this is because the wild boar is being roasted everywhere. Running in the mountains or on the plains, I often exercise. With such a high-frequency running, the muscles are naturally tight. Su Xing said immediately, "Sister Qi, I see that there are many marmot burrows on the plain. Have you ever eaten marmot?" After hearing this question, Qi Yanfeng replied directly without thinking, "Of course I have eaten it. It's better to say that the easiest mutant beast to find here in Kinmen is the marmot, and it doesn't attack humans, so I choose to eat vegetarian food. It's easy to catch, and the taste is not bad. Why? You've been in Kinmen for so long, and you haven't eaten marmots?" Su Xing quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, I really didn't have the chance to taste the marmots. The reason is that when I was underground, I saw a group of people eating marmots without lighting a fire. It seemed that they were afraid that they would suffocate underground. It's a matter of course. After all, the air is thin underground, and ventilation is not an easy task. If you start a fire, it is indeed easy to suffocate people." Qi Yanfeng then echoed. Seeing that Qi Yanfeng didn't take the bait, Su Xing continued, "Speaking of which, there are still many fluorescent fruits and vines in the marmot's hole, and the marmot can still get lighting underground. It's strange to say that the marmot's life hasn't been affected one iota." When Su Xing said this, he casually cut off a piece of roasted pork leg and grabbed it in his hand, sprinkled it with salt and pepper, and began to taste the delicious food. But after Qi Yanfeng was led to think by Su Xing, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. The vines and roots of the mutated plants seemed to be all over the ground, but even so, the mutated plants still didn't catch the marmots. Why? It was just a trivial matter at first, but after thinking about it, Qi Yanfeng couldn't stop. Qi Yanfeng also knew that mutant plants are not good men and women, so naturally there is no such thing as taboo, but mutant plants don't catch marmots, but use fluorescent light instead. If you light a marmot, there must be something wrong with it. Could it be? Qi Yanfeng had a bad premonition in his heart, and thought silently in his heart, could it be that these underground marmots are using food at a critical moment? Qi Yanfeng knew that people like Xiao Xing had been lurking outside the cave for several days, but they found nothing. Under such circumstances, everyone felt that it was impossible for mutant plants to obtain energy supplements from the outside world. However, if you can capture marmots to live, doesn't it mean that the mutated plants in the ground still have the means to replenish energy from the outside world? Thinking of this, Qi Yanfeng knew at the time that something was wrong, and Xiao Xing had to be informed of this matter quickly, so she immediately stood up and said, "Sister Su Xing, I'm going out for a while, you can barbecue here slowly. Remember to leave a copy for me, don't finish eating all of them." Su Xing nodded quickly, and replied, "Sister, you can go at ease. I will guard the camp here. If there are mutant beasts who dare to approach, we will prepare extra meals tonight." Qi Yanfeng didn't doubt Su Xing either, because Su Xing never said that the mutated plants would hunt marmots. This was completely speculated by Qi Yanfeng, and Qi Yanfeng wasn't sure if it was true. When Qi Yanfeng came near the entrance of the cave, a voice full of spirits suddenly came from the dark night. "Mountains block stones, and rivers flow eastward after all." After hearing this voice, Qi Yanfeng knew it was a secret signal, and immediately replied, "Zoo insults and frost bullies, plum blossoms are still red in the sun." Then someone probed and saw Qi Yanfeng appearing here. Xiao Xing immediately had a bad feeling, and quickly asked, "Have you noticed Shen Feng's unusual behavior?" From Xiao Xing's point of view, Qi Yanfeng's purpose was to keep an eye on Shen Feng and his party. Now that Qi Yanfeng came here at this time, something must have happened in the camp. However, regarding Xiao Xing's worries, Qi Yanfeng said afterwards, "It's nothing, they are still burning potatoes in the cellar. I came here because I suddenly remembered an important thing. I must come over immediately and tell you, we are laying an ambush right now. If you startle the snake, the plan will really go to waste." Xiao Xing couldn't help but said Xiao Xing didn't think that Qi Yanfeng could think of any important things now, and no matter how important things were, He could wait until he went back to talk about them. However, Qian Fang then spoke out her own association. The reason why the tree man did not come out these days is because the mutated plants have the ability to obtain energy underground even if they are underground. After hearing Qian Fang's answer, everyone immediately had a bad feeling in their hearts. If the matter was really what Qian Fang said, then wouldn't their plan to ambush the tree man again fail? Not only that, but the mutated plants have also recuperated in the past few days, and they must have been greatly replenished. After thinking along Qian Fang's thoughts, Xiao Sheng was immediately stunned, because at this moment he suddenly understood that this problem was something he hadn't thought of, and he thought that he would be able to consume the energy of the mutated plants as long as he waited for a while. But now it seems that the mutated plants underground will not lack energy intake at all. 4 days. I wasted 4 days here. I should have done it after the ambush was successful, but I wasted 4 days in vain. Xiao Sheng thought through gritted teeth. The urge to vomit blood. I never imagined that such an important matter would require Qian Fang to remind me before I could remember it, so I was in vain. As a commander, Jin Zizhu saw that Xiao Sheng's state was not right, so he quickly said, "Don't panic, it's only been 4 days, and the matter has not been serious enough to be irreversible." A person like Xiao Sheng is easy to be complacent because of a small achievement, and it is easy to become depressed after suffering a setback, because he really values face too much. If it is something that can bring honor, then Xiao Sheng will naturally. He was very happy to accept it, so in the original commendation meeting, Xiao Sheng became the first place. This incident made Xiao Sheng proud for a long time. More of a normal mind, and Xiao Sheng calmed down quickly. He knew it was just a small mistake, but it was the commander's responsibility that he didn't think of this in advance. Thinking of this, Xiao Sheng immediately realized that he had to find a way to wash away his shame, so he directly fixed his eyes on the hole, took a deep breath, and said, "Prepare to attack the mutated plants, and strive to win in one go." Chapter 740, Xiao Sheng in number 039, S Explosion I. When Xiao Sheng discovered that due to fatal flaw, the mutated plants had an extra 4 days of respite, he immediately felt ashamed. The original Xiao Sheng already felt that he had the chance to win, and even regarded the mutated plants as his own. For the sake of what is in his pocket, Jin Zizhu also said before that he would discuss it, but Xiao Sheng at the time thought that it was not necessary. As a result, now, a fatal flaw has appeared, and Xiao Sheng's plan to wait and see has directly failed. So, in his anger, Xiao Sheng directly planned to attack the underground cave immediately, and wipe out the tree people and mutant plants. Seeing Xiao Sheng like this, Jin Zizhu and Zhang Zi hurriedly dissuaded him. "Now you are in a fit of anger. In this situation, you can't judge the situation clearly. Let's wait until you calm down before talking about the attack." Both of them felt that it was difficult for Xiao Sheng to think rationally in his current state. As the Western saying goes, impulse is the devil. So, both Zhang Zi and Jin Zizhu started to dissuade Xiao Sheng. The decision made in the midst of anger was not a good choice, especially now that they had to choose to fight hastily. It was clear that no plan had been discussed, and tactics had not been arranged. Still, attacking in the dark night, there is no advantage at all. Such a decision is seen by everyone as embarrassing and angry, so they are ready to put all their eggs in one basket. No one wanted to start the battle against the mutated plants in a hurry at this time, because once the battle was defeated, the tree people this time would not be as simple as just capturing everyone, and the tree people would be deadly at that time. 4 of their companions were killed by the tree men. It would be bad if there were more casualties in this situation. Vice Captain, don't get angry now. Let's go back and discuss this matter carefully, and wait until we have discussed this matter before we start. Wouldn't it be nice? That's right, you must never fight unprepared. Vice Captain, you must be calm, absolutely calm. We don't know the current situation of the tree people underground. If we do this rashly, we will definitely suffer. Everyone hastily tried to persuade Xiao Sheng. They had everything to say. Obviously they felt that it was not wise to act at this time, and Xiao Sheng looked at the group of people who stopped him, and said immediately, "Do you really think that I have no brains at all? To tell you the truth, attacking is the most important thing to do at this time. Don't doubt me. I have made a deliberate decision." However, even if Xiao Sheng has already said so much, Jin Zizhu and others are still doubting Xiao Sheng's state. At this time, there are huge mistakes in Xiao Sheng's plan. Can Xiao Sheng bury it? Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Xiao Sheng directly began to explain. Now is indeed the most suitable time. Since we know that the mutated plants are likely to capture marmots as food, if we continue to let them go, the later the attack time will be. The more the mutated plants recover their strength, the more they rush in now. The mutated plants must have not replenished enough trunks, and there is nothing wrong with attacking at this time. After hearing Xiao Sheng's analysis, everyone had to admit that Xiao Sheng's analysis was correct at this time, but after entering the dark cave to fight and facing the terrifying Trunt, after thinking of this, there was also a little fear in everyone's heart. So, at this time, someone couldn't help but ask, what if the tree man has an ambush below? At this moment Xiao Sheng really wanted to reprimand the person who spoke, but he said this at such a critical moment. Isn't that just because of fear? If you are afraid of everything, what kind of things can you achieve in the end? But after Xiao Sheng took a deep breath, he still calmed down, and then said to everyone, this time, I will take the lead, and you all follow me. Believe it, we will still fail under such circumstances. After finishing speaking, Xiao Sheng walked to the edge of the dark cave, threw down a ball of fire as a light, and immediately jumped down. In any case, Xiao Sheng is also the deputy captain in name, and the affairs in Siberia are basically decided by Xiao Sheng. Now the vice captain has already jumped off, while others stand on top and watch. This is unreasonable, so everyone can only go down if you look at me and I look at you, Zhang Zi said loudly. It's really not the time to be timid. If you are brave enough, follow me down. When we bring the plant heart back to China, we will be on a higher level. Instead of failing the mission and going back like a bereaved dog. After speaking, Zhang Zi jumped down, and when the rest of the people saw that Zhang Zi had already gone down, they felt very helpless and had to jump down one after another. Jin Zizhu thought of something at this time, so he quickly said to Qi Yanfang, who came over, go back and watch Shen Feng and the others, and go to the cellar to watch. No matter what, don't let these people leave, knowing that at this moment, Jin Zizhu still feels that Shen Feng's sneakiness these days is too suspicious, so he must be closely watched, and Qi Yanfang's combat power itself is not very strong. Let Qi Yanfang go. Staring at Shen Feng is a good choice, and at this time, Qi Yanfang's fighting power is not very strong, and he can't help much, so at this time Jin Zizhu needs Qi Yanfang to go back and watch Shen Feng, and Shen Feng cannot be allowed to leave the cellar no matter what. Qi Yanfang then nodded in agreement, and then quickly returned to the camp where she was. As for the battle in the cave, it could only be handed over to Xiao Sheng and Jin. The entrance of the cave appeared obliquely downward, and after Xiao Sheng fell into the bottom of the cave, he immediately saw a dark passage beside him. There was still a lot of water on the ground, and there were traces of washing everywhere in the passage. Apparently, this place used to be where the underground river flowed, but it stopped flowing for some reason during the earthquake, so the waterfall deep in the cave disappeared. Xiao Sheng thought that no matter what happened at the entrance, there would be 3 people guarding here, so he was ready to fight when he fell down, but Xiao Sheng kept slipping into the former underground waterway, and the 3 people never showed up. Xiao Sheng looked at the direction of the water flow behind him, and said in his heart, the tree man probably won't appear behind him, right? But just to be on the safe side, we still have to be prepared. Xiao Sheng didn't want to be trapped by 2 bread when he was attacking the tree man. Fortunately, Zhang Zi and a group of people had already jumped down at this time. After seeing Zhang Zi appearing here, Xiao Sheng immediately had a solution. Zhang Zi used the ability to seal the water channel behind, and prepare to attack when everyone is full. Xiao Sheng said quickly. Zhang Zi didn't hesitate. There's still a lot of water on the ground now, and this is a good opportunity to display his abilities. The water on the ground immediately floated up, gradually gathered together, and instantly turned into a huge ice cube. The back of the channel was blocked. Now that the waterway has been blocked, if the Trent hides in the underground waterway behind him, he will definitely not be able to get out. Now Xiao Sheng can safely enter the depths of the cave. At this time, Jin Zizhu also slid down from the top, and finally landed in front of Xiao Sheng. Now that the Ability Management Bureau has gathered all the people, the next step is to attack. Xiao Sheng and Jin Zizhu immediately took the lead. Seriously, he said, at this moment, victory or defeat is decided in one fell swoop. Everyone follow me. Everyone knows it well. It can be said that prosperity and wealth are in front of them. As long as they can win, they will become a hero in the eyes of others, and now they need to work hard afterwards. Fiery flames erupted from Xiao Sheng's body, and he rushed forward. After rushing 300 meters, glowing spheres suddenly appeared in the darkness. Jin Zizhu shot a bolt of lightning in the air, A blazing white light when the situation in the cave is illuminated. These glowing balls are the fruits on the heads of the Trints. After seeing this scene, Xiao Sheng also knew that the real defensive power of the mutated plants had appeared, and immediately rushed forward and started the battle. Sparks! Start a prairie fire! Xiao Sheng yelled, and fireballs burst out of his body one by one. These fireballs were all blue, and the temperature was much higher than ordinary flames. However, all flames in this world have the color, and the difference in the color of the flame just reflects the temperature of the flame. The dark red flame has the lowest temperature, about 600 degrees Celsius, while the sky blue flame has the highest temperature, which can reach 2000 degrees Celsius. The temperature of flame is not as high as that of magma, but under normal circumstances, no one can use magma to attack others. Even in the army, they only use flamethrowers. I have never heard of magma throwers and after Xiao Sheng threw the blue fireball out, as long as it touched an object, it would burn crazily, but the water flow in the cave has basically been cut off, and the remaining pool water is not enough to soak the tree man. Ever since, under such circumstances, the water content of the Trent dropped sharply, and at this moment it was hard to resist the fireball thrown by Xiao Sheng. After seeing this scene, Xiao Sheng was suddenly ecstatic, and said in his heart, "Now my ability can finally show its true strength. Let me see what kind of Trent can block my steps at this time." Previously, Xiao Sheng suffered a lot when fighting the Trents soaked in water. The reason is that these Trents are resistant to flames. It is not so easy to burn the Trents to death. But now the Trent is almost at one point, so, in this situation, Xiao Sheng has a huge advantage. The tree man's whole body was quickly set on fire. The body was originally composed of wooden cells, but now it was ignited by the fiery flames, and it immediately became even more terrifying. However, even so, the tree man still did not retreat. The tree man has now received an order to block the passage leading to the cave and prevent outsiders from entering it. Therefore, even if the whole body is covered with flame and the tree man didn't retreat, but rushed towards the crowd, Jin Zijo and the others could only keep retreating. There was no way to do it. The power of the Trent was extremely powerful, and the current Trent was covered with flames. If he was not careful, his side might be burned. He died, so he didn't dare to get close to the tree man at all. When the tree man waved the fire vines, he could only dodge constantly. If he dodged slowly, he would be in danger. After seeing this scene, Zhang Zi couldn't help but said, "Xiao Sheng, you are just adding to the chaos. Now that the tree people are on fire, you are completely enchanting the tree people. Who of us can get close to this?" Xiao Sheng quickly explained, "Don't worry, although there is water in the cave now, it is absolutely impossible for the water to extinguish the flames. We just need to wait quietly for the tree man to turn into ashes." Having said that, as long as the tree people are burned, the vitality of the tree people is too tenacious. After a while, the tree people show no signs of death at this time. If you want to win the final victory, there is only one way left, and that is to procrastinate. And while procrastinating, Xiao Sheng continued to throw out the blue flames, the 2000-degree flames. As long as it falls on the tree man, a burst of flames will erupt. Chapter 741, Xiao Sheng and number 039, S Explosion II. Everyone in the Ability Management Bureau thought that the tree people were difficult to defeat. After all, they had failed in the previous battle. When the rescue operation started later, it was mainly to restrain the tree people, especially the 60-meter high. Only the fastest supernatural being like Shen Feng can barely contain the giant tree man. If it were someone else, let alone containment, it would be difficult to escape the attack of the giant tree man even if he dodged. But now, when everyone saw that Xiao Sheng's flame had produced an effect, there was an unbelievable feeling for a moment, but it was followed by ecstasy. As long as they could win, that would be enough, but the tree man's madness made him. People can't imagine that even though the whole body is already on fire, these Trents are still attacking constantly. Xiao Sheng grabbed the centenarian fruit that Shen Feng gave him in his pocket, and he could eat it at any time, thus gaining a strong fighting power. But now it seems that this seed can win without using it, because tree people have no means of extinguishing fire in the underground waterway. Although the terrain has been eroded for thousands of years, the terrain here is still limited. Although the Trent can enter the waterway, it is not so easy to form a formation. Therefore, the front of 5 or 6 Trents in front of him had already been burned, but it was almost impossible for the Trents behind to get close. After the tree people burned, they gave off a burnt smell, and the temperature in the air gradually increased. Finally, the 2 tree people in front of them collapsed. The nervous systems of these two tree people have been completely destroyed. Therefore, it is impossible to want to act at this moment. A high decibel scream sounded from the depths of the cave. The moment the sound appeared, the trent stopped attacking the supernatural beings and returned to the cave one after another. The tree man was still attacking Xiao Sheng continuously. Seeing the current situation, Xiao Sheng immediately thought that the tree man wanted to escape, and was about to catch up, but at this moment, the 5 burning tree men behind him were frantically blocking Xiao Sheng. Is there still a hot flame on his body, which has been attacking Xiao Sheng at this moment? Zhang Zi suddenly felt something was wrong, and then said to Jin Zijou beside him, "Do you feel the temperature in the air has risen?" Zhang Zi is a supernatural being who manipulates ice, and he has a very keen sense of temperature. At this moment, Zhang Zi found that the air seemed to be much hotter, and he felt something was wrong, so he immediately started asking, thinking to find out if something happened. Now Jin Zijou said, as a matter of course, isn't it normal for the temperature to rise? 6 or 7 trents have been ignited, and any trent is a few thousand caddies of firewood, which is ignited in a small cave. Has the temperature increased? In the waterway, the corpses of the 2 tree men who fell down just now were still burning, and the bodies of these tree men had also turned into charcoal, which was crackling and burning, and the trents who blocked the crowd were also still burning. The bodies of these trents hadn't been burned by the flames yet, but the trents had no means of extinguishing the fire, so it was obvious that these trents were eventually burned to death. Zhang Zi closed his eyes and carefully felt the temperature in the air. He actually felt waves of heat. It was obviously cold in Siberia, and it was still the middle of winter. As a result, the temperature in the cave turned out to be like midsummer. This is really not normal. It's not right. It's really not right. If only 7 or 8 trents were burning, it would be impossible to have such an obvious increase in temperature. In my opinion, there must be a fire in the depths of the cave. Look, there is still fire over there. Zhang Zi said hastily. Jin Zijou looked into the depths of the cave, and he really saw a faint red color, and was immediately surprised. The cave is a nest of mutated plants. How could it be set on fire? Could it be that someone set the fire on purpose? But who can do such a thing? Xiao Sheng, you see that the cave is already on fire. Let's go out first. Anyway, your ability is to restrain these trents. Let's wait until dawn before coming down. Jin Zijou saw the depths of the cave. There was already a fire, and I was anxious immediately. There was a lack of oxygen underground. If the cave caught fire now, it would be dangerous for so many people on my side to stay. Therefore, it is better to leave the ground now. However, after Xiao Sheng saw the flames in the depths of the cave, he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. The thing was really strange. Obviously, his side was about to win, but the depth 3 of the cave unexpectedly caught fire. This is too much of a coincidence. No, I want to go in and have a look. If there is no fire, I will come back. If there is a fire, then I have to find out who is setting the fire. I will never spare him. Xiao Sheng said angrily. Jin Zijou quickly stopped Xiao Sheng, and he said seriously, listen to me, in this situation, as long as you go in, you will definitely be burned to death, even though you are a supernatural being who manipulates flames, but the fire is so big, you can't hold it. Jin Zijou knew that Xiao Sheng was very angry at this time, but he couldn't just watch his good friend die, so he tried his best to persuade him, hoping that Xiao Sheng could understand the consequences. However, Xiao Sheng really can't bear it now. Obviously he has spent all his energy planning these days, just to be able to catch the mutated plants, just to be able to return to the country with glory. When the time comes, he will still be a hero in the eyes of others, and there is still a brighter future. But now, there is a possibility of fire in the cave. How can Xiao Sheng not be excited? Xiao Sheng took out the seeds of Centennial Orchid and said directly, now I still have the seeds of Centennial Orchid. I still have a chance. As long as I eat this, I can gain great power. By then I will definitely can survive in the sea of fire. After finishing speaking, Xiao Sheng immediately put the centenarian orchid seeds in his mouth, and soon there was a powerful force in his body, and a warm current appeared, which immediately affected his whole body. Running towards the distance, the 5 trees who were on fire wanted to stop Xiao Sheng, but Xiao Sheng waved 2 fire dragons and appeared. After the 2 blue dragons entangled the tree people, they immediately began to exert their strength. In an instant, the inside of the tree man was burned to charcoal. The inside of the tree man is the absolute weakness. Others only know that the tree man is invulnerable, But they don't know that the tree man's weakness is actually the inside, even the nervous system is inside. Now the tree man's body is instantly catalyzed, and finally collapses, charcoal splash everywhere. Zhang Zi looked at Jin Ziju. At this time, the several trees who were on fire in front of him had been killed by Xiao Sheng, who had increased his strength. Xiao Sheng at this time was indeed extremely terrifying. It is possible to survive in the sea of fire, but what about the rest of them? Are we going to help? Zhang Zi looked at Jin Ziju and couldn't help but said as soon as Jin Ziju heard this, he immediately denied it, and he said directly, "Don't be stupid, let's help. You have already said that the depths of the cave are full of flames. We are separated by 300 or 400 rice can see the fire is obviously not small. If we help at this time, we will die." Zhang Zi hesitated for a moment, then said, "But if Xiao Sheng faces more than a dozen trents alone, he will be in danger, right?" Jin Ziju quickly said, "Please don't take Xiao Sheng too simply. Just now he killed a few tree people casually. These tree people will only be restrained in front of Xiao Sheng, so don't do this. Needless to worry, brothers, go out." The rest of the people also nodded at this time. They also felt that Xiao Sheng didn't need to worry about it at this time. On the contrary, it was their own side, and the right thing to do was to get out as soon as possible, so everyone had no choice but to leave the ground and hand over the situation in the cave to Xiao Sheng. As for whether Xiao Sheng could come out smoothly, that was something they could not predict. Xiao Sheng rushed towards the depths of the cave, trying to find out what happened. Now his strength has skyrocketed. It can be said that no one in the current Ability Management Bureau is his opponent. However, at this time he couldn't help worrying in his heart. What he worried about was not that he might be ambushed, but that the mutated plants in the cave would be in danger while on the road. Xiao Sheng had already seen many tree people running wildly. These tree people didn't pay any attention to Xiao Sheng, who was chasing up from behind. In other words, these tree people are also likely to be distracted by more important things, so they don't want to talk to Xiao Sheng at all at this time. In the end, when Xiao Sheng came to the mouth of the former waterfall, he was completely stunned. The originally dark cave had been illuminated at this time, and the whole cave was covered with flames. The former 60-meter-high tree, the person's body was already covered in flames, and the giant tree was walking around in the cave, but he couldn't resist the attack of the flames at all. And right at the crown of the tree, Xiao Sheng saw a thing shaped like a heart, which was constantly beating, and on top of this heart, there was a vertical eye. When Xiao Sheng saw this strange-shaped thing, Xiao Sheng immediately, his eyes lit up. He heard about the shape of the plant heart from Xiao Sheng. This thing is intelligent, and it is the core of the mutant plant. As long as he can get the plant heart, it is equivalent to mastering the entire mutant plant. Xiao Sheng looked at the sea of flames below, and when he was hesitating, some trents had already jumped directly, and the jumping trents were immediately engulfed by the flames. Even so, even if they knew that jumping would be a dead-end one, but these trents still chose to jump down without hesitation. In order to rescue the heart of the plant, the trents had nothing to worry about. After seeing this scene, Xiao Sheng suddenly gained courage. He gritted his teeth and said, "Wealth and wealth are in danger. It's already come to this time, so we must fight hard." Next, Xiao Sheng jumped directly towards the sea of flames below. When he fell, the flames automatically parted ways to the two sides, as if they were deliberately making way for Xiao Sheng. This was because Xiao Sheng, the control over the ability has reached a very strong point. As long as it falls, the surrounding flames will be separated immediately after being controlled by Xiao Sheng. However, right after landing, Xiao Sheng found himself stepping on a puddle of black liquid, surrounded by countless black smoke. At the same time, Xiao Sheng suddenly smelled a pungent smell in his nose. The appearance of this smell directly gave Xiao Sheng a bad premonition. Originally, when he saw countless black smoke, Xiao Sheng thought it was just a normal phenomenon after the burning plants, but after the flames fell and parted, Xiao Sheng realized that the sea of flames in the depths of the cave was not unreasonable. Yes, there is a thick layer of liquid on the ground at this time, and black smoke appears as it burns. Needless to say, this must be oil. The underground of Tumen is an oil field, and the combustibles that can be found are naturally crude oil. After discovering this, Xiao Sheng immediately had a bad premonition, and said in his heart, the flame in the cave was indeed artificially made, but who did it? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742, Xiao Sheng and Number 039, S Explosion Part 3. When Xiao Sheng saw the crude oil flowing on the ground, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The reason is very simple. This time, the flames were probably man-made. So, why didn't this matter happen sooner or later? It just appeared when he and the tree man started to fight. Xiao Sheng is not stupid at all. Those who can attack when the tree man leaves the cave and there is no defensive force in the cave must have taken advantage of the Ability Management Bureau. Sneak attack, so the mutated plants will be caught off guard and severely injured. Could it be that this matter has something to do with Shen Feng? Xiao Sheng thought silently in his heart. The people in the Ability Management Bureau can first rule out the suspicion. During this period of time, Xiao Sheng and everyone have been staying together. They have no reason and no chance to do this. Then the rest of the people, for the only person who is so familiar with the actions of the Ability Management Bureau is Shen Feng at this moment. Xiao Sheng had already narrowed down the targets of those who set the fire, thinking that Shen Feng and his group probably did it, and it was even possible that Shen Feng led people to do it. However, at this moment, Xiao Sheng thought of an important thing, that is, the heart of the plant is still on top of the treetop of the giant tree. Now that he has found the target, he needs to grab this thing. The thing is still very high from the sea of fire on the ground, and these flames will not hurt the heart of the plant for a while. After thinking of this, Xiao Sheng immediately rushed towards the giant tree man. The billowing black smoke from the burning oil had already blackened the ceiling of the cave and the surrounding walls, and the fire spread quickly. Oil is still a liquid. As long as it flows through, it will catch fire immediately, and when the flames rise upwards, they can even reach a height of 3 or 4 meters. Although Xiao Sheng is immune to the attack of flames, he is not immune to the attack of smoke. Billowing black smoke is rising all the time. These black smoke are actually the result of incomplete combustion of oil. Xiao Sheng has not traveled far in the sea of flames. The distance, the body has become pitch black, all blackened by these incompletely burned residues. For this situation, Xiao Sheng couldn't avoid it. He could only endure the interference of the black smoke, and kept approaching the giant tree. Except for Xiao Sheng, ordinary trees actually wanted to save the heart of the plant, but ordinary trees did not have the ability to be immune to flames like Xiao Sheng. So the trees turned into charcoal within 2 minutes after falling into the sea of flames. Yes, and only a huge reminder like the giant tree can survive the sea of fire for a while longer. Xiao Sheng quickly came to the side of the giant tree man, and felt a little dizzy for a moment. Knowing that he had already suffered from hypoxia, otherwise such a situation would not have happened for no reason. You must leave immediately, otherwise, the oxygen in the cave will be consumed by these flames. Xiao Sheng murmured, and then continued to climb towards the giant tree man. At that time, I soon saw the heart of the plant above the canopy. Hey, I know you can understand what I'm saying. I will give you a chance now. I will take you out of here, and I will protect you in the future. You should think about it quickly. You will definitely die if you stay here, so, you'd better follow me and get out of here. Xiao Sheng didn't talk nonsense at this time, and straight to the point said that he wanted to take away the mutated plants, but in the current situation, there are almost no other options for mutated plants. Agreeing to Xiao Sheng's suggestion is the most important thing to do. However, when Xiao Sheng said this, the plant heart didn't respond at all, as if it couldn't understand anything, and the pulse of the plant heart was also slowing down. At this time Xiao Sheng couldn't help but glanced at the sea of flames below. Now the flames on the ground had already climbed onto the giant tree man. I believe that it would not take long before this giant tree man must be full of flames. In this case now, the sea of fire cannot be extinguished directly. Hey, ugly monster, you are talking, don't pretend to be dead there. If you don't speak, I will take it as your acquiescence. Xiao Sheng continued. At this time, the plant heart still didn't move at all. It just stretched out a few vines to fix itself on the giant tree man. Seeing that the matter was urgent, Xiao Sheng couldn't take care of it anymore. He had come here with great difficulty. How could he just leave in such a dispirited manner? Thinking of this, Xiao Sheng stepped forward, waved his hand and cut off the surrounding vines that fixed the plant heart, hugged the plant heart in his arms, then turned and left. But at this moment, Xiao Sheng felt something was wrong. When the plant heart fell into his hands, the beating stopped completely. After discovering this, Xiao Sheng felt something was wrong. and then he couldn't help but looked at the plant heart in his hand, only to find that behind the plant heart, there was a knife edge on the plant heart the size of a water basin. When he saw the knife edge, Xiao Sheng understood. No wonder the beating of the plant's heart has become so slow. It turned out to be stabbed. Damn. It's a waste of time. Xiao Sheng couldn't help cursing angrily. He didn't expect that he had worked so hard for so long, but he still couldn't catch the heart of the plant. Nay, had been stabbed before this immediately made Xiao Sheng feel like the bamboo basket fetches water for nothing. Obviously, he has been working hard for such a long time, and he has put in unimaginable time and energy. In the end, it turned out to be such a result, which made Xiao Sheng completely unacceptable at this time. Xiao Sheng has great strength all over his body. This feeling of strength is so wonderful to Xiao Sheng. He has never felt so powerful now, but after the outbreak, Xiao Sheng has an unspeakable anger. Because the result of painstaking efforts turned out to be like this, only dead plant hearts can be obtained. Xiao Sheng was furious and wanted to vent. Others could cause earthquakes and change the terrain in an instant after erupting. As a result, he, a long-established supernatural being, finally got nothing after erupting. The feeling that Kong has all the strength but can't do anything is really uncomfortable. Xiao Sheng can't wait to kill someone in the end. Xiao Sheng could only leave the ground with a huge plant heart in his arms. When Xiao Sheng appeared outside the cave with a plant heart in his arms, everyone saw Xiao Sheng's movements, and they actually appeared with the legendary plant heart in his arms, and immediately burst into cheers. Oh, it worked. Let me just say, as long as we want to do this, we can definitely do it. Okay. Those who don't know think you are the hero who caught the heart of the plant, and you are just waving the flag and shouting behind. Even if this is the case, haven't we already gained something? As long as we have gained something, it is not considered a failure. Is it true for you guys to talk about it? For a while, the air was full of cheerful atmosphere. At this time, everyone agreed that the task had been completed. Now that the plant heart has fallen into their hands, they will become heroes when they return to China. I have worked hard in the remote mountains to complete the task. However, at this moment, Xiao Sheng threw the plant heart to the ground and said, "It's too early for you to be happy." Everyone showed a puzzled look, and quickly checked the state of the plant's heart, only to find that the plant's heart had been stabbed. Although the mutated plant's eyes were still open, the entire pulsation had stopped. Has died. After discovering this fact, everyone in the Ability Management Bureau suddenly showed disbelief, as if they couldn't believe the scene in front of them at all. For everyone, the long-awaited happy life has already appeared in front of them, but at this moment, they found that it was nothing but joy, and their dreams were also shattered. With such a cruel fact in front of them, how could they accept? Xiao Sheng then told what he found underground. When everyone heard that someone was using him to restrain the tree man, and then killed the mutated plant with a sneak attack, they immediately became angry. There is such a sentence in an ancient poem: "I bitterly hate pressing the gold thread every year to make wedding clothes for others." At this time, everyone in the Ability Management Bureau felt this way. Obviously, they had worked extremely hard. These days, they were making various arrangements for the tree people. As a result, someone jumped out and destroyed the entire plan. After one game, it turned out to be in vain. Now, how could this be accepted? We must find out the guys who use us, and then deal with them severely. It is best to kill them directly. Why, you dare to use us? It is really ambitious. Everyone in the Ability Management Bureau was angry. Said after hearing Xiao Sheng's description, Jin Zizhu immediately began to analyze. "I think Shen Feng and the others from Yes how did this? It must be for us to be able to use us to burn mutated plants. The situation is well known. Moreover, only Shen Feng can instantly pierce the heart of a plant in a short period of time. If Shen Feng's speed really explodes, it can reach the level of the speed of sound, and Shen Feng's there is a plant heart in Yazhao, and Shen Feng also understands the weakness of the plant heart." After hearing Jin Zizhu's analysis, everyone immediately understood and said, "This must be the case. Shen Feng must have done this. Now we will go to him for an explanation." Originally, everyone in the Ability Management Bureau still had a lot of affection for Shen Feng's Yazhao forces. After all, Shen Feng was able to travel thousands of miles to support him. But the spearhead of this incident was directed at Shen Feng, and everyone immediately couldn't accept Shen Feng's actions. But at this moment, Xiao Sheng directly stopped everyone who wanted to settle accounts with Shen Feng, and said in a deep voice, "These are just your conjectures. Do you have evidence to prove it?" Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Xiao Sheng suddenly felt his whole body exert strength. It turned out that the after effects of taking centennial orchid seeds appeared, and his whole body became weak. It disappears in a short time. Chapter 743. Xiao Sheng became old in an instant, and the disappearance of subcutaneous fat caused wrinkles on Xiao Sheng's face and body. Anyone who has given birth to a child knows that it is easy for the skin to swell. But after giving birth, the shrinkage of the skin is not so simple. Ever since, after the pregnant woman gave birth, there will be many wrinkles on the belly, which are stretch marks at this time. Xiao Sheng's sequelae of taking the centennial orchid seeds have also appeared. Even the supernatural beings must follow the conservation of energy. The sudden powerful vitality cannot be obtained for no reason. Gaining great power is still because the energy storage substances in the body have been consumed. Moreover, the sequelae are to keep draining the energy storage substances in the body. The first is fat, the second is glycogen, and the last is protein. But now Xiao Sheng becomes weak in an instant, and the whole person can be said to have become old in an instant. This kind of change is the most direct and terrifying. It turned into such an old appearance within a few minutes. No matter who saw it, they would instinctively feel horror at this time. Xiao Sheng finally couldn't bear it and fell to the ground, splashing a lot of snow around him. It wasn't that Xiao Sheng wanted to rest, but that he really didn't have the strength to stand up after seeing this situation. Jin Zizhu hurriedly stepped forward to check Xiao Sheng's condition, but found that Xiao Sheng was extremely weak at this time, and couldn't help asking, "Are you okay now, Xiao?" Sheng smiled wryly, and said, "I'm fine, just a little weak, Xiao." Sheng wanted to express that there was nothing wrong with him at this time, but when he was talking, he could only make a hoarse voice. The appearance of this voice, this state means that nothing happened, and naturally there was no one. I believe that Xiao Sheng is fine now. On a small scale, Xiao Sheng's vitality should be seriously injured at this time. On a serious scale, this is obviously a sign of exhaustion. After Jin Zizhu saw Xiao Sheng like this, he immediately understood that even if he temporarily gained powerful power, these powers still did not belong to him. After losing the power, he must fall into the abyss. It seems that you won't be able to recover in a short period of time, but it's okay. Go to Shen Feng for an explanation. We will do this matter. Zhai Qifu, you carry the deputy captain behind your back. We are going to go to Shen Feng. Jin Zizhu, he said helplessly, but at this time Jin Zizhu still didn't forget to ask Shen Feng for trouble. Xiao Sheng was already extremely weak at this time, but at this moment, he still did not let go, but said seriously, "You must not trouble Shen Feng. We have no evidence to prove that this is what Shen Feng did. In the end, we are just suspecting that Shen Feng did these things, but we have no definite evidence." Jin Zizhu said with a smile, "It's easy to handle. There is no evidence now, but as long as two people are caught and interrogated, wouldn't everything be interrogated? Besides, I don't believe that Shen Feng can get all the traces out. Get wiped out, Xiao." Sheng shook his head weakly, and said, "No, such things will only irritate Shen Feng. Besides, Shen Feng saved us just now, and now we are going to interrogate his people, which is equivalent to revenge for kindness. This kind of if the matter spreads, it will definitely damage our image, and this kind of thing must not be done. In fact, Jin Zizhu has already become accustomed to tough methods. When arresting bad guys, he goes straight in. When he sees the enemy caught, he tortures him casually, and the other party will recruit anything. But this method is not good when dealing with ordinary people. It still works, but now the person who needs to deal with is a supernatural person, and it will not work if you want to use the old method. If you are not careful, you will anger Shen Feng," Jin Zizhu said with certainty at this time. "Tell me, believe me, the person who set the fire was definitely Shen Feng. Now I also remembered why Shen Feng did such a thing, because there is already a plant hard in Yazhao. Shen Feng will never lack evolutionary bases, and what he often sells is evolutionary bases. And now, if we also master the production of evolutionary bases, it will pose a threat to Yazhao." Shen Feng is unwilling no matter what. Seeing the scene, Shen Feng took advantage of our opportunity to track trends to kill the mutated plants. After hearing such an answer, everyone suddenly realized that this is indeed the truth. When ordinary people treat mutant plants that can produce evolutionary genes, who is not trying to get them? And the guy who can directly kill this mutated plant must be the guy who doesn't need the evolution agent. In this way, the spearhead is directly pointed at Shen Feng. Xiao Sheng continued, "However, even if Shen Feng did this, what can we do to Shen Feng? First of all, we have no evidence to prove this, and second, we can prove that Shen Feng did this. Alright, what price do we have to make Shen Feng pay? Go to war. As soon as the word start war came out, everyone hesitated immediately. Obviously, launching a war against Shen Feng was also something they were unwilling to do. First of all, it was Shen Feng's powerful power. Shen Feng was already a 6th-order superhuman. The destructive power it can cause is far beyond that of ordinary people. Secondly, the 3 supernatural beings under Shen Feng are not vegetarians. If they really fight, even if their side wins, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. Jin Ziju also frowned. Obviously at this time he was not sure how to deal with Shen Feng, so even if Shen Feng was allowed to admit this matter, it would not be of any help in the end. The heart of the plant has stopped beating. Even if Shen Feng is defeated, nothing can be obtained, but if this matter is left as it is, I can't accept it. Jin Ziju said helplessly. What Jin Ziju said at this time is actually the voice of everyone, because everyone is also unable to accept this kind of thing. Obviously, the beautiful days Xiao Sheng once described are already in front of their eyes, but now at this time, the person who is trusted to destroy such an accident is naturally unacceptable. Xiao Sheng said immediately, at least we didn't get nothing. Although the plant heart has been destroyed badly, it is still a precious research material. As long as it is brought to the research institute, it is also valuable for research. There are so many in China. Scientists must be able to obtain the ability to mass-produce evolutionary genes through research. In short, everything will wait until we return to Yanjing. Everyone was very helpless after hearing this. It was Shen Feng and the others who made their dreams shattered, but it was impossible to take revenge. This feeling was too bad in the end. Everyone had no choice but to take away the already weak Xiao Sheng, and by the way, take the plant heart that Xiao Sheng found from the underground cave. If it is brought back to the country, it can also be of research value. When they returned to the camp, everyone immediately saw Shen Feng and Qi Yunfeng chatting in a large igloo, and behind Shen Feng there were 3 supernatural beings from Yuzhao playing cards. Jin Ziju focused on Shen Feng. There was a strand of hair on his body, but he saw that Shen Feng's clothes were clean. After seeing everyone coming back, Shen Feng quickly said, I'm really sorry. When we were sleeping, Qi Yunfeng asked us to have a barbecue, so we came here. You will not welcome it? No. One answered, because they all suspected one thing, that is, Shen Feng was the one who set fire to the mutated plants, and at this moment, Shen Feng was even leisurely grilling, pretending not to know anything. Look, this naturally already makes people start to be irritated at this time. It was Jin Ziju who saw that the atmosphere on both sides had froze, so he stood up to smooth things over and said, it's alright, isn't it just a barbecue? We have been tired for a long time, and we also want to have a meal. Let's have a little fun. There is no problem at all. Afterwards, Jin Ziju took Qi Yunfeng aside and began to ask, are you sure Shen Feng is still here when you come back? Qi Yunfeng nodded immediately, and said seriously, I'm sure. When I came back, the 3 people from Shen Feng's side were still sleeping in the cellar, and there were no footprints on the surrounding ground, so I believe Shen Feng and the others did not left the cellar. However, after hearing Qi Yunfeng's report, Jin Ziju became even more convinced that Shen Feng was behind the scenes. The guy who can go back and forth between the 2 places in a short period of time must be extremely fast, and among the current people who can have with the speed, Shen Feng was naturally the only one left. As for the traces on the snow, there was always a way to cover them. It seems that this matter is going to become an unsolved case. I can only hope that the scientists in Yanjing can research the corresponding results from the plant heart. Jin Ziju thought silently in his heart, and Shen Feng also announced something at this time. By the way, I forgot to tell you, we stayed here before because Su Xing's body has not recovered, but now Su Xing's body has recovered. We people have no reason to stay here anymore, so we decided to return to China tomorrow, and speaking of it, we are still killing mutant birds in Daba Mountain and Yuzhao. After hearing this, everyone in the Ability Management Bureau fell into confusion. The people with abilities in Yuzhao can return at any time, and the city they came to has been destroyed. It is also completely impossible to bring oil back to the country. After all, even the oil workers are gone, and it is impossible to dig oil. Therefore, everyone in the Ability Management Bureau also wants to know what they should do next, and return to China like this. A feeling of confusion and bewilderment appeared in the hearts of many supernatural beings. In fact, they also want to know what they should do, whether to continue to complete the task, or just go back. This feeling of confusion can easily make people at a loss. However, at this time, the weak Xiao Sheng also announced the next move of the Ability Management Bureau. Since our mission in Siberia has failed, it is time to go back, Shen Feng, and we may have to do it again next time. Been together for a while. Shen Feng smiled and said, well, then you'd better find enough cars to drive on the snow. Ordinary cars are not enough. While eating barbecue, Shen Feng has also discovered a problem, that is, although everyone is still talking and laughing, there is a kind of barrier between the Human Ability Management Bureau on his side. Nothing has changed, but the gap is real, and words can't cover it up. After discovering this situation, Shen Feng's heart suddenly became clear. It seems that I have been suspected, but this is something that can't be helped. Who gave me the opportunity to do this kind of thing? Shen Feng naturally knew that what he did was easy to be discovered, but there was no way. The surrounding cities had been destroyed, otherwise, there would still be people who could be framed, and now there are only a few hundred left in Kidman. An ordinary person, even if it is useless to plant these ordinary people, others will not believe it. Of course, the current state of incongruity is not bad. What Shen Feng is most worried about is that everyone will turn against each other, and a battle may start at that time. Fortunately, everyone in the Ability Management Bureau has calmed down, and the two sides did not casually then began to fight. When Su Xing and Qi Yunfang heard the decision to travel together, they also smiled at the same time. They can continue to be together on the next journey. This is what they hoped most. Seeing the smiles of Su Xing and Qi Yunfang on the side, Lu Xian suddenly had a strange feeling, and said in his heart, even if it's a friendship between girls, this is too exaggerated, isn't it? Chapter 744 Lightning Dharma King. When Xiao Shen brought the body of the mutated plant, that is, the heart of the dead plant, out of the ground, in fact, the Ability Administration had no reason to continue to stay in Siberia. Kidman had already been destroyed, and oil could not continue mines. So at this time, Xiao Shen could only take advantage of the situation and propose to return to the country. The Ability Management Bureau has been performing tasks outside for 2 years. Did it show it? But at this point in time, there was no other option but to go back. Su Xing and Qi Yunfang were the happiest when they heard the news. Although they had only known each other for about 10 days, they felt that they were close friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. After being together, I immediately became happy. Qi Yunfang held a piece of barbecued meat with chopsticks and put it near Su Xing's mouth, and said, hurry up and taste the meat I roasted with my own hands. It will definitely surprise your taste buds. Su Xing bit it quickly and praised, thank you Sister Qi, your craftsmanship is really good. You should also try my stewed soup. After Lu Xian saw the intimate behavior of the two women he had just met, he couldn't help guessing in his heart. The relationship between the two is really too close, and they can feed each other. If it continues to develop, if not, it will become a forbidden love. After one night, Shen Feng packed up his things and prepared to return. He said he was packing up, but in fact he just brought his luggage and returned. The most important thing was Zhang Ju's bones, who died in the explosion. Zhang Ju was almost in a state of broken bones. The only thing left was a few bone fragments that had been picked up. Such a small fragment was snatched by those soldiers desperately. As for Xiao Sheng, he originally wanted to find a car, but even if he had a car, it would be useless without a corresponding road to drive on. With the arrival of the Little Ice Age, the north is getting colder and the south is getting hotter. What is shown in Siberia is the heavy snow that has never stopped. The roads and everything have been covered with snow. Under this kind of terrain, it is easy to find a car, but it is not that simple to drive in the end. Zhang Zi had an idea after seeing Shen Feng's sled. He used supernatural powers to manipulate ice to make a sled, but there were no animals to pull the sled. Go hunting, it's best to find a few wild deer and use them to pull the sled. Zhang Zi hurriedly said to Jin Zizhu. Jin Zizhu looked at the others helplessly, and found that the others had no ability in hunting, so he had to do it himself. Then Jin Zizhu shot more than a dozen stupid roe deer in the forest. As long as the electric current is controlled to hit these stupid roe deer, the stupid roe deer can't move at all after being hit, and can only be taken back to the camp by Jin Zizhu. Jin Zizhu thought that these silly roe deer were deer anyway, and they could also move in winter, so he naturally regarded them as animals that could pull sleds. But when he put the silly roe deer in front of everyone, Zhang Zi started questioned, "Are you okay? Let you catch animals that can pull sleds, and you just caught these silly roe deer for me. Do you think these jumping things can pull sleds?" Zhang Zi asked directly. The so-called silly roe deer is actually a roe deer. Because it is so stupid, it is called a silly roe deer. This kind of animal is not a fake deer, but stupid is also genuine. Experienced hunters did not hit the roe deer. They will not go after them when they are in the snow, because the silly roe deer will come back to check what happened in a short time. The IQ is too low, and it will even be frozen to death in the snow. So Zhang Zi was very dissatisfied with Jin Ziju for bringing back more than a dozen stupid roe deer. This thing is so stupid that pulling the sled is just a joke. A picture has been circulated on the internet for a long time. It is a picture of a silly roe deer jumping in the wetland under the setting sun. This picture is really beautiful. A silly roe deer is jumping under the setting sun. It is perfect. The interpretation of what is called ignorance is bliss. Jin Ziju is criticized by Zhang Zi, but had no choice but to turn around and continue hunting, thinking, it's still a dwarf deer, and the reindeer can pull a cart, why can't the roe deer? Now that Xiao Sheng is extremely weak, Jin Ziju went hunting again, so Zhang Zi immediately began to direct everyone to act. You guys, go to clean up the pots and pans. You guys, go find animal skins and spread them on the sled to insulate the heat. You guys, go put the food in the car. Shen Feng started to wait after he packed his luggage. He agreed to go on the road together, so it would be unethical for him to go first. It is still snowing from time to time, although it is not the kind of heavy snow that we encountered before, but as long as it snows and the wind howls, it is still very cold. Shen Feng is wearing 2 down jackets, and he still feels cold all over. Incomparable when he saw a group of people packing their luggage in a hurry, Shen Feng couldn't help shaking his head. People nowadays don't think of ways to move ahead of time. Only now do they think of using sleds. You have to catch them now. If this continues, you can only leave at night. After Zhang Zi heard Shen Feng's sarcastic remarks, she couldn't help saying, if you dislike us for being slow, you can go on your own. It's not that you can't live without you, it's like we owe you favors. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, my lord, I don't remember the faults of villains, and I don't know as much as you, a woman. Let's go to the cellar to rest first, and call us when you are ready. In fact, Shen Feng can just walk away. Anyway, these people can't live without him. In terms of sledding, it is impossible to return to the country in a short time, especially when passing through the grasslands, and one must be careful of wolves that may appear at any time. There are more people and more strength. When the 4 of Shen Feng returned to the cellar, they started to light a fire to keep warm. The fireplace is really a good thing. It is very convenient for heating, and it doesn't take up too much indoor space at this time. Zhang Zi saw the black longsword on Shen Feng's sled. According to Shen Feng, this longsword is a longsword made of meteoric iron that Shen Feng picked up. It is extremely hard and cuts iron like mud. Originally there were 2 of them, but one of them encountered a thermite missile during the battle, and was lost in time. When fleeing with a thought, Zhang Zi pulled out the longsword and walked towards the heart of the plant. When he came to the heart of the plant, he found the knife edge at the back and inserted the longsword into it. It was perfectly seamless. When he saw this scene, Zhang Zi suddenly gained confidence. Didn't you say that you can't settle accounts without evidence? Now I have found the evidence. Then Zhang Zi took the longsword and found Xiao Sheng, who was lying on the sleigh, explained his discovery, and then said, now the evidence is conclusive. Shen Feng did it. We took the longsword. Jian went to confront Shen Feng. After hearing Zhang Zi's description, Xiao Sheng continued, a knife cut doesn't explain anything. Shen Feng can definitely say that this is a frame-up. Let's forget it and report it to the headquarters. After returning to China, Zhang Zi became angry when he heard this, and accused Xiao Sheng, I can see it clearly, you are just trying to protect your future brother-in-law. Jin Ziju said so many doubts before, and you rejected them all. Now that I have produced the evidence, you still say that you can't explain anything. I think you are helping outsiders to speak. When Xiao Sheng heard this kind of accusation, he didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that he would be accused of cheating. This was the first time this kind of thing happened to him, which made Xiao Sheng unable to argue. However, after accusing Xiao Sheng, Zhang Zi did not insist on using this evidence to confront Shen Feng, because she also knew clearly that such a small amount of evidence was not enough to explain the facts, and she thought silently in her heart at this moment, after returning to China, I must report this matter to Qin Qiui, so that Qin Qiui can teach Xiao Sheng a good lesson. From Zhang Zi's point of view, Xiao Sheng is only the vice captain, and Qin Qiui is the real captain. On important matters, Xiao Sheng still has to obey Qin Qi's orders. It was not until the afternoon that Jin Zizhu finally came back with a few wild wolves. Generally speaking, the animals that pull sleds are dogs and deer. After all, dogs evolved from wolves, so dogs can pull sleds. Then wolves can also pull sleds compared with dogs. Wolves are more wild, but under Jin Zizhu's electroshock therapy, these wild wolves have become obedient, and they have become docile dogs by making them do whatever they want. The success verified a famous saying. There used to be a professor surnamed Yang in China. He once said, if a child is disobedient, just give him an electric shock. In fact, the effect is really good. The students who were sent to his internet addiction rehabilitation school basically became honest after being shocked. The students who were shocked would have incontinence and convulsions all over the body. It was simply not natural. And this Professor Yang is known as the King of Thunder and Lightning after Jin Zizhu used Professor Yang's same method. These wild wolves can be as honest as possible. After all, it is a method by which teenagers who are like runaway horses can be treated into obedience. In terms of treating wild wolves, the effect is naturally very good. As for the pain suffered by the subject when being shocked, in the eyes of others, it is nothing now. There is someone to pull the cart, and Zhang Zi also announced that he is ready to set off. Shen Feng got out of the cellar and looked at the sky. It will be dark in 2 hours. It is better to set off tomorrow. Woolen cloth. Zhang Zi threw the pitch-black long sword to Shen Feng, and said flatly, if you want others not to know, you must do nothing yourself. When Shen Feng saw Zhang Zi throwing the long sword over, he felt uneasy and said, could it be that Zhang Zi used my sword to compare the wound? This is not good. If I knew it earlier, I would have chosen to be more careful. Although he was uneasy, Shen Feng showed a puzzled look on his face, and asked immediately, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Zhang Zi did not continue to answer, but announced his departure. Go directly to the south, and reach the grassland of Kazakhstan. After that, there is a flat river on the grassland, and you can fly directly to the edge of the Great Wall. As for the problem of accommodation, as long as if there is ice and snow, you can create an igloo at any time without worrying about accommodation. Shen Feng didn't know that during the half-month he was in Siberia, the world was in chaos for a long time. Everyone has basically focused on zombies and mutant beasts, because these two are things that directly bring danger to humans, and what humans can think of when facing zombies and mutant beasts. The method is also very simple, that is to build a city wall. After the built city wall, it is undoubtedly very difficult for zombies and mutant beasts to attack humans. However, mutated birds are multiplying in places that humans have not noticed. When food is still sufficient, mutated birds will not attack humans, because food can be found in the wild, and there is no need to take risks to fight against humans. Today, 3 years later, the number of mutated birds has soared to an unimaginable level. The food in the wild is no longer enough to satisfy the appetite of the mutated birds. It just so happens that winter is coming in the northern hemisphere, and migratory birds move south, just in time for the southern region to autumn harvest. Ever since, the mutated birds began to attack humans. Chapter 745. The world is in chaos. When Shen Feng left Yazhou Bishan, the Yazhou army at that time was cleaning up the mutated birds in Daba Mountain. Without the interference of mutated birds and mutated beasts, Yazhou had a good harvest. With a population of 5 million, compared to the 30 million resident population before the end of the world, 5 million is naturally nothing, but compared to the population decline in other places, Yazhou is completely thriving. However, under such circumstances, migratory birds went south. No one knows how many mutated birds there are in Siberia, because even a big city like Tumen has been destroyed by mutated birds, and the Far East is still covered with vast forests. And the permafrost is not suitable for people to survive at all, so naturally they don't know the status of the mutated birds. People in China don't know how many mutated birds there are. They can only see blackness everywhere. As long as they see the appearance of birds, people will immediately hide in the house. The house can avoid being attacked by mutated birds, but in places that haven't yet harvested, whether it's wheat, millet, or even corn, they are all targeted by mutated birds, and then they start pecking constantly. This has angered a lot of farmers. What farmers are most worried about is the harvest of grain. The hairy bastard has been ruined. How can this be tolerated? So I immediately opened the door and tried my best. If 1 or 2 mutated birds appear, there is actually no problem. Any old farmer can kill them, but when groups of mutated birds appear, it is not something that can be solved by just one person. So, those who rushed out the door and wanted to fight the mutated bird were immediately besieged by the mutated bird, and finally killed, and the flesh on their bodies was constantly being pecked at. In this case, Zhonghe can only implement the strategy of strengthening the wall and clearing the wilderness, but it is really helpless to implement this strategy, because as long as it appears outside, it is easy to be injured, so it can only hide helplessly. All the food is hidden, and the mutated bird that can't find the food can only leave. However, the food that was too late to harvest could only be cheaply mutated birds, and the lack of food directly caused famine. Right now, there are hungry people all over the territory of China. Wherever there is food, the hungry people will rush to the place with food like crazy, just to have a bite of food, and after the migratory birds see it, they can't find food at all, but chose to go to the southern hemisphere for the winter. The emergence of famine directly led to chaos in the world. Throughout the history of China, as long as there is no chaos in the peasant group, there will be no major crisis. But once there is famine, intense conflicts will break out. Existence will destroy a dynasty. Shen Feng's team didn't know that such a serious situation had occurred in China. Originally, Shen Feng speculated that there would be a famine, but that was only a small-scale situation. I never thought that it has appeared on a large scale in China. Famine, and the immediate effect of this is a turbulent society. Shen Feng's group took a sled and headed south, finally found a small town when the night was approaching, and then began to rest. Shen Feng looked at it and said with emotion, "When I came to Siberia, the places I saw were basically dilapidated. It seems that the problem of mutated birds in Siberia is really too serious." The excuse Shen Feng chose when he came to Siberia was actually to investigate the situation of the mutated bird, but after Shen Feng came here, let alone investigating the mutated bird, even if he wanted to find a few living people who knew it's a problem, Shen Feng immediately felt helpless. Now that he doesn't even know the situation of the mutant bird, how can he deal with the crisis of the mutant bird? Su Xing said quickly, "City Master, Yazhao is definitely fine. I believe that Mr. Guo and the others have cleaned up all the mutated birds at the end of Dabo Mountain, so there is no need to worry about the situation in Yazhao." At this time, Su Xing thought that Shen Feng was worried about the situation in Yazhao, so she couldn't help comforting Shen Feng. Shen Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly, and said, "Yazhao is fine this year, so what about next year?" "What year?" Shen Feng is no longer worried about the safety of the city of Yazhao. What he is most worried about now is how to deal with the problem of mutated birds in the future. Compared with the mutated beasts in the mountains, the problem of mutated birds is undoubtedly much more serious, because the mobility of mutated birds is too strong, especially migratory birds. Swifts can even fly from Siberia to Africa for the winter. As for the danger of migratory birds, unless the whole world takes action, otherwise, the crisis of mutated birds it will definitely continue in the next few days. The group continued to drive southeast, but at this moment, Shen Feng and Xiao Sheng had a divergence en route. Xiao Sheng meant to go from Central Asia to the Uyghur Autonomous Region, from Zhejiang to Yanjing. Maybe he could still take the train, but Shen Feng thought that he should go to Outer Mongolia, cross the Great Wall from the grassland and then go back. Xiao Sheng couldn't help asking, "What on earth are you thinking? If you follow a route, you will also reduce the distance. Moreover, for our sake, you can take the train directly. What are you doing? The route is to go around Outer Mongolia. Don't you know that the straight line between 2 points is the shortest?" Shen Feng said flatly, "I still have a task. I'm going to the grassland to find Zhang Ju's wife and son. You don't seem to know that Zhang Ju is dead." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng recounted what happened in the coal mine on the grassland. The always timid Zhang Ju chose to blow himself up in order to protect his wife and children. The Wolf King lost an eye, while Zhang Ju lost his eye. She lost her life, and only a few bones are still in Shen Feng's hands. Xiao Sheng fell silent immediately after hearing Shen Feng's explanation. He didn't expect his former friend Zhang Ju to be dead, and he was still a member of the Ability Management Bureau. In the end, after his death, it was not the Ability Management. Everyone in the Bureau is responsible for the aftermath, but outsiders like Shen Feng are trying to take care of Zhang Ju's descendants. The existence of this situation is simply a slap in the face of the Super Ability Bureau. Xiao Sheng then said, "In this case, we will also go to Outer Mongolia. Zhang Ju has always been a member of the Supernatural Management Bureau. Since his son is still alive, we have to help find it." This time, no one in the Ability Administration Bureau objected. They all looked down on the timid Zhang Ju before But the most timid guy died to protect his relatives, which made the image of Zhang Ju appear in their minds changed. However, there is a problem in Central Asia and on the grasslands, that is, there are too many mutated wolves. Even if a group of supernatural beings walk together, it is easy to be attacked by wolves on the grasslands. It is difficult to find food in the grasslands, and the number of wolves has also recovered. Now the number of wolves on the grasslands can be as few as 300 or 400, and the number of wolves in the larger ones can reach tens of thousands. Even in Ulaanbaatar, such a large city will be attacked by wolves, and smaller towns will be directly destroyed by wolves. The most important thing is that there are always eagles flying in the sky. These eagles communicate with the wolves, so the vision of the eagles can be shared with the wolves, and the rabbits on the ground can be captured by the eagle's sharp eyes. If you can see it with your own eyes, let alone human actions on the grassland. Ever since, during the journey on the grassland, the biggest crisis the team encountered was the harassment of wolves. The wolves were already very hungry. The competition among the wolves is so cruel, and now there are humans riding sleds on the grasslands. Is this okay? Of course, it was targeted by the eagle, and the nearby wolves were called together to attack humans. It's a pity that what the wolves are facing is not ordinary humans, but supernatural beings who may not be able to become 1 in 10,000 people. As a result, an unknown number of wolves have surrounded the team of supernatural beings. It was directly killed by the supernatural being. Shen Feng and Su Xing once fought out from the pack of wolves, and at that time Su Xing was only a 4th-order ability user, but now there are 20 more ability users besides Shen Feng. This lineup, it was even possible to destroy a city. As a result, the mutated wolves founded at this time. When they met the team of supernatural beings, needless to say, the only way to be slaughtered by supernatural beings was naturally the only way. It happens to be winter now, and winter is Zhang Zi's home field. The grassland has experienced a once-in-50-year snowfall. In Siberia, I was already suffocated, and now the 2 5th-level power users have the same idea. If we can't beat the Trunts, can we still beat you? 4. The powerful Trunt, ordinary supernatural beings are not opponents at all. The characteristic of invulnerability alone is enough to discourage countless supernatural beings. How to deal with the tree people, but a group of wolves that have grown in size. But even if they grow in size, wolves are still just wolves, not tigers. Immediately, many supernatural beings teamed up and fought all the way back to the Great Wall from Outer Mongolia. The ancient Great Wall was actually called the Nine Sides, and here used to be a frontier area. When he arrived at the Great Wall, Xiao Sheng asked someone to report the supernatural power of the headquarters. The news from the Management Bureau, on the one hand, is to use the authority of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau to obtain news about Zhangju. Shen Feng also brought back the few soldiers who stayed here when he passed a coal mine. What Shen Feng did directly made the 5 soldiers who survived the death very grateful. For them, when they were most desperate, Shen Feng personally appeared to rescue them, and finally brought them back from the grassland. Such kindness is too great, and it may not be possible to repay them even with grass and rings. And Xiao Sheng has been lying on the sled for the past few days and has been taken care of by others, and he has gradually recovered his vitality. A message came from the sentry post. More than a month ago, someone came in from the outside, and they seemed to be family members near the coal mine, but we don't know where they went. In this way, Zhang Ju's daughter-in-law and children are probably still alive. It's really not easy. It's really hard to walk back from the grassland in the cold winter months. Xiao Sheng couldn't help but sigh. According to the information obtained by Xiao Sheng, Zhang Ju's wife is not actually a supernatural person, so it is too difficult for a weak woman to come back from the grasslands full of wolves. And with a child under the age of 1, I can't imagine how she did it. Xiao Sheng, do me a favor, let someone find Zhang Ju's wife and children and send them to Yazhao. It's over. Shen Feng hurriedly said to Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng also knew that Zhang Ju's younger sister had actually been sent to Yazhao, and it was reasonable to continue to take care of Zhang Ju's wife and children, so he didn't object. However, Shen Feng searched for a long time near the Great Wall, and even found survivors who escaped from the coal mines, but they never found Zhang Ju's wife. Our team was eaten by wolves, but there are also people who say, no, Zhang's daughter-in-law is not dead, she just ran to the south alone, and her mental state is not very good, she is probably crazy. Shen Feng was completely helpless. He searched many places but couldn't find anyone. Now it seems that there is no way to go, and he is almost ready to return. Xiao Sheng first bid farewell to Shen Feng. We are going back to Yanjing, I will ask for leave to get married next time. Remember to come and have a wedding banquet then. Chapter 746 Say Goodbye to Friends. When Xiao Shen began to bid farewell to Shen Feng also understood that he had no time to continue looking for people near the Great Wall, because he didn't know the condition of Zhang Ju's wife at all, and in the troubled times, many places there is no signal, and it is extremely difficult to find someone. If it was before the apocalypse, it would be very easy to find someone. You only need to post photos on the internet, and you can find them directly. But now it is the apocalypse, let alone the internet. It is very difficult to get electricity. Don't even try to use the internet to find someone, so Shen Feng's way of finding someone is also frustrated now. Shen Feng had no choice but to give up looking for someone. Xiao Shen needed to return to Yanjing, and Shen Feng also needed to return to Yeshao. At this time when Xiao Shen talked about the marriage, Shen Feng could only shake his head helplessly, and said, "Since you are about to marry my sister, I will definitely find time to attend your wedding at that time. But just worried that the headquarters will ban it. Forget it, let's not talk about it, have some barbecue at the end tonight, and then go our separate ways." It took Shen Feng 2 months to go out this time, not a lot of time, and the enemies he faced were not something that he could not deal with at all, so Shen Feng came back safe and sound. Su Xingzhe learned after the news that he was going back to Yezhao. He was happy and sad at the same time. Su Xing is happy to finally be able to go home. For her, as long as her mother is there, it is a warm family. But she is sad because she will be separated from Qi Yunfang. Before, Su Xing had no chance to go out. Wanting to make friends also requires mother's permission, and this time it is rare to go out. Su Xing met her first friend, and now she needs to separate. Su Xing is very reluctant. After seeing Su Xing's reluctant eyes, Qi Yunfang smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, we can still communicate in the future, and it's very easy to meet each other. Besides, don't you still have to complete your great work? Is it the target? If you are reluctant to let go now, how will you kill the bandits in the future?" Qi Yunfang also knew her ambition from Su Xing's mouth. Su Xing's heart is to kill all the bandits in this world. If she can't, then kill all the bandits in the country first. Su Xing also wanted to give it a try, but now when Qi Yunfang said this, Su Xing cheered up immediately, and she couldn't help but think in her heart, "Yes, it's just a parting now. If you can't bear it, how can it be possible in the future? What's the big deal?" For a long time, the obstacles Su Xing has encountered are the doubts from the outside world. Almost everyone doubts whether Su Xing, a young supernatural being, can kill the bandits. You must know that the bandits you have to face are vicious. Now it's just the difference, and it's sad. So can you be ruthless in the face of more dangerous scenes in the future? Su Xing quickly cheered up and said, "In this case, Sister Qi, we will discuss this matter, and we will often write to contact in the future." Unfortunately, Yezhao's communication has been blocked now, and the means of contact with the outside world are basically limited. No need, otherwise we would still be on the phone a lot. The sadness in Su Xing's heart has now been swept away, replaced by cheering up. Now Su Xing is ready to do a big job. She has made up her mind, that is, she must use her own ability to make her feel better. Others are impressed. The people held a barbecue meeting on the edge of the Great Wall. When they came back, they were attacked by wild wolves many times. So, after the fighting by the supernatural beings, a lot of wolf meat was left on the sled. These meat and dog meat. The taste of dog meat is similar, but it has a stronger taste than dog meat, and it has a special taste when grilled. At this time, Zhang Zi found the mushrooms from a nearby town. They are all dried mushrooms, and the taste is very good, especially when the mushrooms are fresh and fried with pork. It is a local delicacy. It is sun-dried, but it is also excellent for stewing soup. While distributing the mushrooms, Zhang Zi said to Shen Feng, "Look at how kind we people are to you. We share with you when we have good things, unlike you who do some shady things behind your back." Just to monopolize some good things, Shen Feng was also pissed off by the yin and yang. It was obvious that Zhang Zi was talking about the arson before Shen Feng, and Shen Feng was too embarrassed to refute. The thing was always done by himself. By the way, isn't this a mushroom? Why is it called a mushroom? Shen Feng didn't want to continue entangled with Zhang Zi. After all, if he continued talking, his side might be exposed, so he had to change the topic. Just in time, Zhang Zi was handing out a lot of dried mushrooms, so the topic naturally shifted here. After hearing Shen Feng's question, Zhang Zi shrugged and said, "I don't know, but everyone calls it that, so I also call it Tricholoma. I know this." That's because in ancient times, mushrooms were imported from outside the customs, and they had to go through Zhongjiago, so they were called tricholoma. Jin Ziju interjected, "Oh, that's how it is." Shen Feng nodded. In fact, the distribution of mushrooms in China is uneven. More than 80% of them are in Yunnan province, 10% are in the 3 eastern provinces, and finally, there are more than a dozen kinds of mushrooms in the other 20 provinces. One in the northeast and one in the southwest. These 2 places occupy the absolute mushroom market in China, and mushrooms contain umami compounds, which can be used as monosodium glutamate. Except for these 2 places, if other places want to eat mushrooms, then there are only artificially grown mushrooms to choose from, but neither the northeast nor the southwest like artificial mushrooms. Shen Feng is also from Sichuan province, so he has some conditions to eat wild mushrooms. After picking wild mushrooms in Yunnan province in the south, it only takes 1 day to send them to Sichuan province, but the price has directly increased by 5 or 6. Most people really don't have the chance to be normal, but Shen Feng had the opportunity to taste wild mushrooms under the guidance of his parents. Even after a day has passed after picking, when drinking mushroom soup, he still feels extremely delicious. But now at this time, Shen Feng also had the opportunity to taste the mushrooms in the northeast, and he couldn't wait, wondering what the mushrooms in the north and south tasted like. However, when Shen Feng was making the soup, Lu Xian suddenly felt the danger. There were a lot of heat sources approaching here. This place was close to the Great Wall. Outside the Great Wall was the grassland, and there were many wolves, but Lu Xian did not. It is found that these heat sources approaching are individual people. After feeling this, Lu Xian didn't dare to delay any longer, so he directly said the matter, "City Lord, Mr. Xiao Sheng, there are unknown people approaching our side. There are at least 300 of them." Shen Feng immediately looked at Xiao Sheng and asked, "Is this the person you called, Xiao?" Sheng then shook his head and said, "Although I contacted the headquarters before, I also told the news of my return, but I said that I still need to look for Zhang Ju's family members outside, so I didn't ask anyone to pick me up." After hearing this, Qi Lingshan quickly said, "City Master, since these people didn't come to look for Mr. Xiao, they must have come to look for us. Don't forget that we killed more than 20 people from the Xianlong Bureau. People with supernatural powers. It would be bad if they came here to seek revenge." Shen Feng thought for a while, then stood up and said, "Since this is the case, then we have to leave first, so as not to be sought after later. Xiao Sheng, goodbye." Shen Feng originally wanted to continue to stay with the people from the Ability Management Bureau for 1 night, but the current situation does not allow Shen Feng to do so. These guys with unclear identities suddenly appeared here without any news. The sneaky appearance must be because he is afraid of being discovered by himself, especially now when the moon is dark and the wind is high. It is easy to be attacked by surprise, so it is better to leave as soon as possible to be safe. Then Shen Feng wanted to leave right away. Anyway, there were only 4 people on Shen Feng's side, and this was still the ancient mountains. From now on, as long as he drilled into the mountains, there would be no problems. Shen Feng has already said this, and Xiao Sheng is not good at keeping him too much. After all, Xiao Sheng can't guarantee that the guy who is coming now is a guy who has no threat. If he is a guy who is not a threat, why didn't he inform himself in advance? Woolen cloth. However, the attitude of the people in the Ability Management Bureau towards Shen Feng has always been neither salty nor indifferent. After all, their great wealth are likely to be ruined by Shen Feng. If they can be retained by Shen Feng in the future, come down, that is really broad-minded. The 4 people on Shen Feng's side are about to leave the camp where they are. Even Shen Feng is worried about being besieged by supernatural beings. If he fights alone, the current Shen Feng has almost no opponents, but as the saying goes, difficult to fight against 4 hands. When encountering the siege of supernatural beings, Shen Feng will also encounter danger. The only thing he can do is to use extremely fast speed to move away from the distance and escape the encirclement of the enemy. At this time, the 4 people on Shen Feng's side are not in Yazhou either. Since they are not on their own territory, it is better to leave as soon as possible. However, at this moment, a strong light suddenly shone on Shen Feng's body in the distance, making Shen Feng unable to open his eyes. Shen Feng immediately made preparations. If someone dared to attack him, then he had to find a way to give the other party a little color. The appearance of this accident immediately stunned the others, because the direction of the strong light was actually in the darkness. That is to say, someone approached here without anyone noticing it. Beware of enemy attacks. Get ready. Jin Zijia shouted, and then threw the meat skewers in his hand, ready to fight at any time on the other side. Su Xing and Qi Lingshan also blocked Shen Feng's sides, guarding against possible dangers around them. Lu Xian immediately cast his supernatural ability and finally locked the opponent's position, and then said directly, "Hurry up, don't hide, I have already found you. It is meaningless for you to continue hiding now. Don't think that using the invisibility technique will make you lose your mind. Can do anything." While speaking, Su Xing was already holding a sniper rifle in his hand. Even if the enemy was hiding in the darkness, he could still lock the enemy's figure directly. Now he can be sure that the opponent's ability is invisibility, so you can come close without knowing it. Facing the tense situation, a sweet voice came from the darkness. "Okay, just kidding, I just want to scare you. I didn't expect your reaction to be so extreme. It's too much? Is it intense?" After finishing speaking, the woman in the darkness revealed her true face, and slowly walked out from the darkness, and the strong light shining on Shen Feng's body had disappeared. This woman was dressed in white, like an elf in the night. Standing in front of everyone, he said slowly, "Everyone, long time no see." Everyone focused their eyes on the woman, and after a closer look, they found that she was an old acquaintance, and if the person who appeared here was her, it would be much more reasonable. Shen Feng also looked at the woman who had just appeared, but was surprised to find that the woman who appeared in front of him was actually Li Qi. He hadn't seen her for more than a year, and she was still so charming. Chapter 747. Su Xing, who is not a threat. When Li Qi appeared in front of Shen Feng's eyes, Shen Feng was shocked, and he couldn't help asking, "Why are you here?" Shen Feng's feelings for Li Qi are still very subtle. This is a state of more than friends and less than lovers, and Shen Feng never expected to see Li Qi here. Li Qi in normal times should stay its right in Yanjing. It's not easy to see Li Qi in other places, but at this moment Li Qi suddenly appeared in front of him. Shen Feng was a little surprised for a moment. "What? Can't I come here?" Li Qi asked immediately. Shen Feng quickly explained, "That's not what it means. At other times, I would definitely have a serious conversation with you, but at this moment, someone is approaching this way. I must leave immediately. If there is something to do, I will talk to you next time." Talk, however, in response to Shen Feng's answer, Li Qi said lightly, "You are still so cautious, so let me just say it straight. These people are brought by me, and they are not here to arrest you, they are for the plant. The heart was taken back to the Research Institute for research, don't worry." After hearing this explanation, Shen Feng was stunned. "The person you brought? Then why didn't you inform me before?" Shen Feng now realizes that he may have misunderstood Li Qi. If Li Qi brought someone over, he would definitely not hurt himself, but he came here without any notice before, which seems too hasty a little bit. Li Qi explained lightly, "No one told anyone about this operation. After taking over the plant heart, we will return to Yanjing quickly. You should know the importance of the plant heart better than anyone else, right?" Shen Feng nodded. If people from the Yancheng Research Institute acted secretly, this explanation is still very convincing. After all, there are only 2 plant hearts in the world that can produce evolutionary agents, and one of them is still in his hands. Now, although there is only 1 dead plant heart, its preciousness is unimaginable. "Now, can you sit down? Don't worry, no one will dare to attack you if I'm here. Besides, your speed is the best in the world. Are you still worried that someone is plotting against you?" Li Qi smiled said. After Shen Feng heard this, he finally relaxed. He still trusts Li Qi very much. He has experienced various dangers when he was at sea before, and Li Qi has always been thinking about himself. Shen Feng believes that Li Qi at this time is also the same. Shen Feng then said to the 3 people behind him, "Okay, let's continue to barbecue. The crisis is over. Everyone don't be so nervous." Li Qi's reputation has actually been heard by many people, because I don't know which paparazzi, after hearing that Li Qi discovered the Yue element, wishful thinking that they participated in the beheading of the Corpse King. During the operation, Li Qi was also one of them, so Li Qi even got the title of Goddess of Light, and people like Xiao Sheng had met Li Qi before, knowing that this was not an enemy, and then relaxed their vigilance. Li Qi first walked to the car with the plant heart. It is not suitable to use sleds in the mountains, so everyone has already changed cars. As for gasoline, it is also the last bit that was picked out from various towns. Right now, The domestic oil can only wait for the exploitation in Karame. Li Qi looked at the strangely shaped plant art, and the more he looked at it, the more excited he became. If he could find something from this dead plant art, it might be able to solve the problem of mass production of evolutionary genes. Shen Feng continued to sit down to grill, and the stewed mushrooms with wolf meat was already boiling, and the rich aroma wafted out of the pot. After sitting down, he immediately felt a great appetite, and couldn't help but pick up the meat with a bowl and chopsticks and mushrooms. Although the production method is simple, but with the freshness of the mushrooms, the final taste is still very good. After checking the heart of the plant, Li Qi sat down next to Shen Feng, picked up the chopsticks and started eating meat. After Shen Feng saw this scene, he couldn't help but said, "If you want to cook your own food, what do you mean by rubbing my food?" After hearing what Shen Feng said, Li Qi said with a playful smile, "The food in my own bowl is always not as delicious as that in other people's pots. Who doesn't know the truth here? Don't be so stingy, I just taste it casually. Give it a try, and if there is a chance in the future, I can let you taste my specialty." Shen Feng was helpless. It was impossible to drive Li Qi away directly. It was just a little food, just eat it. After observing this phenomenon, Su Xing, who was not far away, immediately showed suspicion, and then asked Lu Xian, "Brother Lu Xian, why do I feel that there is something wrong with the relationship between the city lord and Li Qi?" Lu Xian quickly said, "Just pretend you haven't seen anything, just pretend you don't know anything, understand?" Su Xing still didn't understand, and immediately asked, "Why, Lu?" Xian immediately explained, "You don't understand this. Of course it's because this matter involves the reputation of the city lord. Besides, if this matter is revealed, the two wives will know about it. What will we do then?" Su Xing then remembered Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan. The attitude of these two people towards him has always been relatively good, and the two wives would not have such strong jealousy. Immediately Su Xing said, "But the two ladies are not the kind of stingy people. Every time the two ladies greet me warmly, it's impossible to get angry because of such a small matter." However, just after Su Xing said this, Lu Xian said in a low voice, "That's because you have no threat to the two ladies. Otherwise, if you threaten their status, you will be miserable. Let's put it this way, at the beginning of the city lord's mansion, a female employee wearing black silk and a short skirt passed by, and the city lord took a second look. As a result, on the second day, the city lord's mansion began to distribute uniforms, and everyone must wear uniforms work, so the city lord will never have the opportunity to secretly look at other women, understand?" After Su Xing heard many inside stories from Lu Xian's mouth, she immediately understood that it turned out to be the truth, because she was not a threat to Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan, so the two of them treated her with respect. He would be so polite. If he had any unreasonable thoughts, he might be transferred away from Shen Feng's side as well. Women, jealousy is really scary. Su Xing couldn't help but say at this time. A light suddenly appeared in the distance, and then a group of people walked towards this side in a formation. These people were the people that Lu Xian had detected before and were walking towards him, and they were all wearing military uniforms. Who was fully armed, he could feel a strong murderous aura before he got close. After Shen Feng felt this murderous aura, he immediately understood that these people are veterans who have experienced many battles, and only veterans can show such a strong body, and they may not have the idea of killing, but the murderous aura has come out naturally. Li Qi stood up at this time and said, "Put the plant hard in the car immediately and send it back to Yanjing. No matter who wants to take over, it will not be allowed, and it will be sent directly to the laboratory." The soldiers then started to take action. First of all, they loaded the car with the plant heart brought back by Xiao Sheng. At this time, a young man walked out of the army. Xiao Sheng didn't know him, but this young man stepped forward instead. "From my introduction, my name is Yikitan, and I am the leader of this operation. Mr. Xiao Sheng, it's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect you to become what you are now. Next, I will help you apply for a vacation to recuperate for a period of time." Xiao Sheng looked at the young man, and asked impatiently, "Did the headquarters say how to deal with us? We have not been able to complete the tasks assigned to us by the organization. At this moment, the entire Siberia has suffered a huge blow. Many cities have been breached, and we can only return, now." Xiao Sheng just wants to find out the headquarters' attitude towards the Ability Management Bureau, and he doesn't know whether the next headquarters will continue to reuse or punish the Ability Management Bureau. It's hard to say. After hearing Xiao Sheng's question, Hikun said with a smile. Vice Captain Xiao Sheng, please rest assured that the headquarters is aware of the difficulties you encountered in Siberia, especially because there are too many migratory birds going south from Siberia. At that time, the headquarters also knew that it was absolutely dangerous to perform missions in Siberia. It is a pity that you failed to defend the city, but the responsibility is not on your shoulders. The headquarters will not pursue this matter. You can rest assured, and the headquarters still wants to. I want to reward you. Reward us. Xiao Sheng even wondered at this moment whether he had heard it wrong. Now that he failed the mission, it would be a great thing if he didn't get punished. But now he can still get the reward. What does this mean? Hikun said seriously. I don't know the specific situation, but you will be able to figure it out in the future. It is said that it has something to do with the Xianlong Bureau, and I am not a person with supernatural powers. I am not very clear about this matter. Xiao Sheng nodded, and said in his heart, could it be because I brought back the plant heart from Siberia? But what I brought back was a dead mutated plant. Can this also be rewarded? I thought it was the best plant heart. The result is that the merits and demerits are balanced. I didn't expect to have unexpected joy. At this moment, Hikun walked towards Shen Feng and Li Qi. Shen Feng did not move, because he knew that the young man who walked over was just an ordinary person, and it was impossible for him to hurt himself. Hikun walked up to Shen Feng's side, and said with a smile, long time no see, Mr. Shen Feng, can I sit down? Shen Feng immediately showed a puzzled expression and asked, do we know each other? Hikun sat down slowly, and then said, I know Mr. Shen Feng, but Mr. Shen Feng may not know me. After all, I am just an unknown person. Speaking of which, during the award ceremony 2 years ago, I sat watching you walk up to the podium below. Shen Feng nodded, still has no impression of this guy. What happened 2 years ago? As long as he can't impress Shen Feng deeply, Shen Feng can't remember it at this time. Li Qi put down the bowls and chopsticks, and introduced, Shen Feng, this little brother has a great background. Regardless of his young age, his great-grandfather is one of the organizers of the Yanjing headquarters. He is Yikun, who came up with the strategy of fortifying the walls and clearing the wilderness when the mutated birds went south this year, and sent the mutated birds away, which is a great contribution. Shen Feng really thought that this was an unknown person before, but now he heard Li Qi's introduction and realized that the person in front of him is really a character, not something he can underestimate. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Shen Feng also quickly became polite. He looked around, found a set of bowls and chopsticks, and even sat down to eat the stewed meat made by Shen Feng. This is the prestige, so that you can look familiar in front of everyone's eyes. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. When Shen Feng saw Hikun, he was very familiar with him. Even after sitting down, he started to eat food, and he didn't appear to be stage fright at all. A pot of delicious food, but 2 people came to eat. It was really hard work, making wedding clothes for others. Chapter 748. I have an ideal. In the cold winter, there is a breeze blowing in Yanshan Mountain from time to time. Although it is just a breeze, it is icy cold on the human body. In this case, if you can have a hot meal to enjoy, it is undoubtedly a treat, a very happy thing. And in a leeward place in the Yanshan Mountains, everyone is holding a barbecue party. It was originally a banquet held by Xiao Sheng and others to bid farewell to Shen Feng, but at this time, an unexpected guest appeared, and 300 veterans who had experienced battles appeared, and they were about to escort them. Plantheart returns to Yanjing. Shen Feng thought that this group of people had nothing to do with him, but the young man who led the army sat down beside him instead, and started eating the stew he made by himself. I don't know what to say. I can't drive the other party away directly. If I really do this, it will seem too heartless while eating the delicious wolf meat, Hikun said. As the saying goes, when dog meat rolls 3 times, gods can't stand still. Although it's wolf meat now, wolves and dogs are similar. It tastes really good when you eat it now. Seeing Hikun like this, Shen Feng couldn't help asking, the children of big families also eat dog meat? I thought you all disdained to eat such lowly food. When Shen Feng said this, Hikun immediately became a little angry. What are you talking about? As long as it is edible, there is no class division. Don't tell me that only the poor eat spicy food. I don't believe it. It came from the mouth of your Fengshen. The reason why Hikun said this is because of the long-standing rumors that some people with ulterior motives on the internet have linked spicy eating with poverty, because the earliest peppers were grown in Gizhou, and there is a lack of salt here. So peppers are it became an important substitute, so some people finally came to the conclusion that only the poor love spicy food, and the stomachs of the rich are very delicate and cannot withstand the destruction of chili, and this kind of argument was originally created by people with ulterior motives. Anyone who really believes it would be a fool, but there are people with bad brains in this world who really believe this kind of argument. There is nobility and nobility of food, and people who eat dog meat are naturally considered to be nobility. Now that Ikon said this, Shen Feng immediately had a good impression of this young man. I don't think so, but I'm very happy that young master he thinks so, but shouldn't you escort Plant Heart back now? Shen Feng is now euphemistically issuing orders to evict customers. After all, Shen Feng has had a bad relationship with the headquarters, and Ikon is still the descendant of the founder of the headquarters. It is still too abnormal for everyone to discuss it together. Shen Feng does not want to be persuaded against reconciliation, but after Ikon heard this, he showed a puzzled expression, and asked, "Does Mr. Shen Feng hate me very much? He wants to drive me away so soon. Obviously I won't threaten Mr. Shen Feng. Your safety." Shen Feng quickly explained, "The main reason is that you were killed by your headquarters before, and you tried everything possible to let me go to sea to help you salvage the meteorite, but when I came back, you even let people rob Yas Hao, which is mine. The foundation, besides, the means are extremely low. How can I like the headquarters?" Ikon showed a wry smile immediately, and said, "Mr. Shen Feng, in fact, the people of the Xianlong Bureau decided this matter on their own. We only learned about it later. The headquarters is also a victim. Moreover, I have always hoped that all the people in China everyone is united." "United? What do you mean?" Shen Feng asked immediately. The word united is naturally familiar to Shen Feng. After all, when watching videos on the internet, he often came across slogans such as united, but it was just a slogan. What means? Ikon looked around and found that many people were paying attention to his side, so Ikon said directly, "Right now, all human beings are facing the crisis brought about by the doomsday, and it is impossible to be alone. The only way to end the doomsday, the best way, is to unite. Although the current China is still united in name, it is actually torn apart. The most typical is that the North and the South have created a gap. When there is a threat, people will run to the South, and the turmoil will continue. Only by uniting, sharing resources, and jointly responding to the crisis can we truly end the doomsday." Ikon's words were so impassioned that even Shen Feng was almost moved by such words after hearing them, but Shen Feng also knew very well that what Ikon said now was just a beautiful fantasy. "Then, go ahead, wait until you unite the entire Yanjing people. I'll wait and see for now." Shen Feng said with a smile. The so-called alliance sounds aboveboard. What resource sharing, what brainstorming, infinitely magnifies the words of group and unity. In fact, it is just listening to it. If resource sharing really exists, why is it so in the North? What about the emergence of a poverty circle around Beijing and Tianjin? It stands to reason that around the two municipalities of Yanjing and Jinmen, they should be radiated by the municipalities and thus become rich, but the fact is that Henan and Hebei are constantly sucked blood by the two municipalities. But on average, it is really poor. Even building a university town needs to be accused of various things, let alone other things. Therefore, Shen Feng still believes in his own eyes. This so-called joint is just a cake that looks good, but when you want to eat it, you will find that the cake has already been divided. You can divide the cake, but when you divide the cake, you will find that the cake has already been divided long before the union. When Ikon saw that his great goal failed to impress Shen Feng, he couldn't help asking, "Why is Mr. Shen Feng unwilling to join forces?" "Obviously, I think that Mr. Shen Feng's vision has always been very long-term, but now he has changed." "You have to cringe. How could this happen?" Shen Feng shrugged and said lightly, "Who told you that I have a long-term vision? To be honest, I am a short-sighted guy. I have a teacher named Chu Yangshan, and the goal he planned for me is to guard the southwest gate. I will do something of my own in the future, so I will just focus on the 1-acre 3-point land in front of me." Seeing Shen Feng like this, Ikon wanted to continue persuading him. After all, the crisis of the mutant bird cannot be solved by a single force. Give clear. But at this time, some soldiers had already come to urge Ikon, "We should set off, and, Professor Li, you should also go with us." Ikon stood up helplessly. What she didn't expect was that she and Shen Feng had a disagreement when they met for the first time. In Ikon's view, Shen Feng should be the one who understands her best, But the truth is it was completely different. Shen Feng was not moved at all. Mr. Shen, I hope you can seriously consider my words. There are many natural disasters now, and only by uniting can we have a chance to end the troubled times and end the doomsday. He Kidun said before leaving. Shen Feng said with a smile, since you are so sure about your ideals, you might as well unite with other forces, especially in the southern region. If others agree to unite, I will naturally not be stubborn, but if you can't convince me, then don't talk about ideals to me. Afterwards, Shen Feng looked at Li Qi and asked, are you still leaving, Li? Qi said with a smile, I'm not in a hurry. I'm a supernatural being. I have the ability to protect myself in the wild. I plan to stay here tonight. How about it? Shen Feng shrugged and said, it's up to you. At this moment, Hikun went back and forth, and said, Mr. Shen, I almost forgot an important thing. I brought you a gift, but I almost forgot to give it to you. Take a look at the gift. Satisfied with that said, Hikun handed a wooden box to Shen Feng. This wooden box was long and not very delicate in appearance, but after Shen Feng opened it, he discovered that there was a wooden box inside the box. The dark-handled Kanglong mace obviously belonged to Yu Hengai. Oh, it's another relic. Shen Feng said helplessly. Now Shen Feng has become more and more aware of the impermanence of the world, because friends died one by one, and in the end only a few scattered relics were left behind. Zhangju is like this, and now Yu Hengai is also like this, and Shen Feng can only keep these things. The relics were brought back to their families. Mr. Shen, I asked for this gift from the Xianlong Bureau. Are you satisfied? He then asked, thank you so much, but if possible, please inquire about Yu Hengai's body. Even if there are only ashes left, I hope I can bury him. Shen Feng said immediately. Shen Feng is still very familiar with this dragon mace. After all, it was cast together half a year ago. It is made of the same material as the long sword on his waist. However, Shen Feng still hopes to find Yu Hengai's ashes so that he can bury him. However, when talking about this matter, Hikun said helplessly, Mr. Shen Feng, this matter has become an unsolved case in Yanjing. No one knows where Yu Hengai's body is. Xianlong people from the Xiangsong Bureau accused Sun Yan of the Xiangsong Bureau of stealing the body, while on the side of the Xiangsong Bureau, they believed that the people from the Xianlong Bureau stole the body. Nothing to do. After receiving such an answer, Shen Feng immediately felt very helpless. He didn't expect that Yu Hengai's final end would be that he couldn't even find his body, which is really embarrassing. Afterwards, the army escorted the plant heart back to Yanjing, and Li Qi took the opportunity to ask Shen Feng, when you and Yu Hengai passed through North China, why didn't you come to see me? You think I'm not important? There were too many people in the past, and it was difficult for Li Qi to ask about this matter, but now that the camp is much deserted, Li Qi finally found a chance to ask. Shen Feng quickly explained, don't get me wrong, I don't think you are unimportant, but I am worried about ruining your reputation. You will marry in the future. If I often go to you, it will be harmful to your reputation. It will be damaged. When Shen Feng said this, most of the annoyance in Li Qi's heart disappeared immediately, and then Li Qi said directly, what kind of man is a man who looks forward and backward? You must come to see me when you pass Yanjing in the future, understand? Shen Feng had no choice but to nod his head helplessly, and said, I know, if I have a chance next time, I will definitely visit you. In fact, Shen Feng also saw what Li Qi meant, but he didn't dare to accept it. There were too many reasons, the most important of which was after accepting Li Qi, where would she be placed? Take it home? What if we fight? If you let it go, wouldn't you look like a scumbag? So whenever this time comes, Shen Feng can only pretend to be stupid, turning himself into an unenlightened piece of wood. In the following time, Li Qi asked Shen Feng about his journey at sea by the fire. The only people who knew about the journey at sea were Shen Feng and Yu Hengai. If you want to know Shen Feng's journey at sea, there is only one way left, and that is to ask Shen Feng directly. Shen Feng didn't hide anything, and picked up wonderful things and said it again, which can be regarded as satisfying Li Qi's curiosity. P.S. I know something about the difficulties in North China, and I also know that it is difficult for students in the Central Plains to go to school, especially to go to college. But I just wrote it, so I can only insert 2 sentences here, and I can't do anything else. I hope it will change in the future. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749. I Opened This Mountain. Shen Feng chatted with Li Qi all night, and Li Qi also learned from Shen Feng that he was not easy on the way back, and the biggest danger he encountered came from Lulian Mountain 13, the Taibao. This made Li Qi frown, because she failed to investigate the details of the 13th Taibao in Lulian Mountain. The 13th Taibao of Lulian Mountain is really too mysterious. Even I can't investigate their details. Li Qi said helplessly. Originally, if Shen Feng wanted to investigate this group of people, he could only use the cargo ship that was robbed to transport food, but he never thought that before Shen Feng started the investigation, these people had already framed Yu Hengyi to death. Originally, Yu Hengyi would not. He has come to this point. After all, he is also a hero in the eyes of everyone. Even if he makes a small mistake, he will not be treated harshly. But the worst thing is that Yu Hengyi killed innocent people indiscriminately in a fit of rage. Any defense, and from the title 13 Taibao, we can know what their occupation and number are, and the number is naturally 13. As for the occupation, they are naturally heroes of the Green Forest. The so-called Taibao can actually be used on the hero of the Green Forest. This is a tradition. In ancient times, after being captured by robbers, what should people call it? Most of them are called generals or kings, that is, they are called by some common official positions, and this kind of title has been continued later. However, if they are just ordinary Green Forest heroes, it is impossible for few people to know their details until now. Therefore, the identities of these dozen people in Lulian Mountain are definitely not simple, and Shen Feng has no clue if he wants to investigate. Let's talk about it later. In short, I will definitely avenge Xiaoyu. Now we are also preparing to return to Yezhou. Take care of your health. We will see you next time. Shen Feng looked at the sky and knew that now was the time. Bid farewell to Li Qi, and then proposed to separate. Li Qi looked at the sunshine in the sky, and suddenly felt a sense of loss. He didn't expect time to pass so fast. In Li Qi's memory, he and Shen Feng hadn't talked for too long, and it turned out that it was dawn now. I can only say one thing, that is, the good times are always short, and the painful times often appear. Take care. Li Qi squeezed a smile from his face, and then he was about to bid farewell to Shen Feng. In fact, Shen Feng only needs to say a word, and Li Qi can chase him to Yezhou desperately, but this sentence is deep. Feng couldn't say it no matter what. Shen Feng immediately got into the car and drove towards the south. Li Qi smiled bitterly and watched Shen Feng leave, and finally he could only prepare to return to Yanjing. At the moment of parting, Su Xing waved to everyone in the administration bureau, but the only person who responded to her was Qi Yunfang. The rest of the people did not respond at all. Qi Yunfang was also waving to Su Xing. The two parties had already agreed. If there is a way to communicate, Yezhou also has its own intelligence organization. It may not be very strong to inquire about intelligence, but sending letters is still no problem. Seeing Su Xing leaving with Shen Feng, Qi Yunfang also felt lost. If they could get along for a longer time, they would be happier. Right, let's go. Let's bless Su Xing and the others next. We should go back too. I heard that we can get a reward, but I don't know what kind of reward it is. Xiao Sheng said in a hoarse voice. As for Shen Feng, he was heading south and directly entered the Taihang Mountains. The road had not been maintained for more than 3 years, causing the asphalt road to crack and weeds all over it. Fortunately, the road was still in winter when the vegetation withered. You can walk, if it is in summer. I am afraid that the road will be covered by weeds. After returning to the country, Shen Feng's group had completely relaxed. The group drove slowly in an off-road vehicle. They heard that there was no accident in Yezhou, so there was no need to go back in such a hurry. The roads in the Taihang Mountains are basically built on the mountainside, which is the so-called winding road. The most worrying things about this kind of road are mudslides and landslides. After landslides, the roads will be blocked, especially in North China this year. There is a lot of rain in the area, and it is not easy to walk on the road. Lucian was driving carefully, making sure that he would not stop because of the road conditions. Catcha. When the car was driving normally, the tree directly in front suddenly fell down. If the car didn't stop, it would definitely be hit by the fallen tree, so Lucian stopped quickly, and then cast the power, and found a group of people in the nearby woods. And it was this group of people who were cutting down trees to block the road. Lucian immediately reminded the people in the car, there are people blocking the way, it seems that they are going to rob, as the saying goes, poor mountains and bad waters bring out troublesome people. This sentence is absolutely true, especially in troubled times. Poor mountains and bad waters mean that there are no resources, and people also want to eat. If they have nothing to eat, they can only eat passers-by. Taihang Mountain is good or bad. It is also a large mountain range. When troubled times come, someone must be loading and looting in the mountains. Shen Feng looked at Su Xing, who was on the side, and said, aren't you going to kill the bandits? Now is your chance. Su Xing said quickly, City Lord, can you lend me a sword? I see that the sword in your hands does not stain blood. I don't have any weapons here. Can you watch me fight with bare hands? Su Xing's previous weapon had fallen into a cave in Siberia, and Su Xing had no chance to get it back. If he wanted a weapon, he could only wait until he returned to Yezhou. Yezhou has iron mines. It is also possible to rebuild suitable weapons. However, in this day and age, the weapons everyone compares to are guns. When most people use cold weapons, they are used for temporary self-defense, so Shen Feng wants to get a sharp and tough sword. It's not a difficult thing, of course. Shen Feng knew that for Su Xing, a 5th level power user, she was still extremely powerful even with bare hands, but she just borrowed a sword, and it was enough to fulfill her wish, so she handed the sword over. Su Xing quickly caught it. Listen. To everyone in the car. I drove this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to live from now on, stay and borrow road money. If you want to say no, don't kill or bury. If you are sensible, just get down. Cars, don't rob sex, only rob money. On one side of the hillside was a forest, and suddenly many people rushed out of the forest. These people were wearing simple clothes with many patches on them, and some people hold guns in their hands, while others hold hoes and sickles. Su Xing got out of the car, holding the sword borrowed from Shen Feng in her hand. After looking at the group of people, she found that these people were very different from the bandits she saw in Yezhou before. The bandits, among other things, are all strong people, but the people who appear here now are yellow and thin, and there are even women and children among them, which is completely different from the bandit organization. The leading man said directly, leave the food in the car, and we will let you pass, otherwise, we will not be polite, we will really kill people. Su Xing saw that these people didn't look like bandits, but peasants, especially those who dragged their families along, which didn't look like bandits afterwards. Su Xing could only sigh helplessly, then drew his sword out of its sheath, and a cold light flashed in the air. Shaking for a moment, he fell directly into the woods, and the incision was extremely smooth. Su Xing's knife was as quick and swift as a knife cutting tofu, but the big tree was cut off in the blink of an eye. The level that ordinary people can't reach at all, the severed tree fell directly into the woods. Su Xing also felt the sharpness of the sword in his hand. The edge is invincible, but the sharpness and toughness of the sword are also genuine. The fallen big tree overwhelmed many small trees in the forest, and when the big tree fell down, there was a loud bang sound. Dust was flying in the forest, and the surrounding leaves were blown away a lot. Many people who robbed Dao were stunned by this scene. They obviously couldn't imagine what this weak woman could do, and even cut off a big tree casually. Isn't this a dream? Su Xing slowly put the black long sword back into the scabbard at this moment, and said lightly, at this moment, if you people don't want to die, then get out of here, otherwise, the sword in my hand will not be. It's so simple to cut down trees, as long as I want, I can kill you at any time. After seeing Su Xing's method, everyone was stunned. It was obvious that they were also afraid of Su Xing's method at this time. Not to mention, they didn't even look at the tree felling just now. Clearly, in this situation, if you still want to rob the other party, first consider whether your body can handle it. Su Xing continued, I see that you still have guns in your hands, but I warn you, if you dare to shoot, none of you will survive. Everyone hesitated. This time they kicked the iron plate, and now it seems unreasonable not to let him go at this moment. Shen Feng in the back row lowered the glass of the car window and asked Su Xing, are you alright? Don't be silly, Su Xing said quickly, I'm letting them go. I don't think they are real bandits. Besides, they just want food and don't kill people, so I plan to let them go. When Su Xing said this, Shen Feng immediately understood that Su Xing still couldn't be cruel even at this moment, so he shrugged and said nothing. But at this moment, Shen Feng's face was recognized. After discussing for a while, A group of people rushed over directly. Su Xing thought that these people wanted to be tough, so she immediately drew out her sword, all ready to fight. As a result, a group of people knelt down next to Shen Feng's car after rushing up, shouting Fengshen in their mouths, and started crying while shouting. Su Xing was almost stunned at this moment. Did this group of people want to beg when they saw that the robbery failed? Immediately, everyone told the truth. We used to live in a village on a nearby mountain, but one day a crazy woman came to the village, and a bachelor ruffian wanted to snatch her as his wife. A person with supernatural powers immediately started killing, and we were all kicked out. After hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help shrugging his shoulders and said, "Who can blame this? If you don't provoke this crazy woman, nothing will happen. You are doing it yourself. I can't help you. Change your own place to live." When Shen Feng heard what these people said, he immediately understood that these people were just farmers. They were just driven out, but in the final analysis, they asked for it. The villagers quickly explained, "But the instigator is the bachelor in the village. We were just implicated, and the food in the village was not brought out. If Master Fengshen doesn't care about us, we can only continue to block the road. It's winter now. Farming can't be done. If this continues, the only way for us people to starve to death. Lord Fengshen, help me." Everyone continued to cry, and now, no matter if they were adults or children, they all knelt down. Shen Feng thought about it. In fact, these villagers are still very innocent. They thought they were just a crazy woman, but after being provoked by the ruffian, they turned out to be supernatural beings. Now that they are still alive, the supernatural beings have made an exception. Period. But in the final analysis, they were also implicated by the hooligans. Chapter 750. Then how do you want me to help you? Shen Feng asked immediately. One of the old men hurriedly said, "Master Fengshen, we hope you can drive away the woman who occupied our village. It is best to kill, so that we can go back to live in the village. As long as you can help us, our village will be immortal forever. Miss you well." After finishing speaking, everyone kowtowed continuously, looking very pitiful, but Su Xing couldn't see it anymore. Since these people were all kicked out, they were really forced to do so. Then Su Xing said to Shen Feng, "City Master, since these people are not supernatural beings who deliberately provoked them, they are all implicated. If we don't help, they may be frozen and starved in the mountains. Let's drive away the supernatural beings in the village." Shen Feng didn't rush to agree, but asked, "What kind of supernatural being in your village looks like? What kind of supernatural power does she use? You always have to tell me." Shen Feng will not fight unprepared. Before knowing what kind of supernatural being the other party is, Shen Feng does not intend to rush into trouble afterwards. An old man in the crowd stood up. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be the village chief. The village head then said, "Lord Fengshen, that bad woman is very hateful." With a wave of her hand, the surrounding sky was surrounded by flames, and many houses in our village were burned. Is that so? It seems that a person with supernatural powers who use flames is not particularly troublesome, especially since Qi Lingshan happens to restrain the opponent. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. After learning that the ability used by the other party was flames, Shen Feng immediately had an idea in his mind, and then said, "In this case, you take us to the village. I want to see what it is." What a crazy woman. Seeing that Shen Feng had agreed directly, many villagers were immediately overjoyed, and quickly thanked him for his treatment of Shen Feng, and said a lot of good things. They simply regarded Shen Feng as their last hope. The village is on the mountain, and there are only a few small paths leading to it, so Su Xing could only stay by the side of the car and guard, while the village chief took Shen Feng, Qi Lingshan, and Lu Xian to the mountain together. The mountains around here are relatively steep. No wonder there are always a large group of people living in Taihang Mountain in troubled times. These mountains alone are easy to defend and difficult to attack. After gathering a group of people to build a stockade, they can defend it immediately. While walking, the village chief was still talking. "Master Fengshen, this stockade was the place where our village lived decades ago, but it was too remote, so we moved down later. As a result, when the end came, there were zombies everywhere. We went to the mountains again, and everyone can barely survive farming, but this year, the goddamn mutated birds actually ate a lot of our crops. It seems that it will not be easy to live in the mountains in the future." Regarding this, Shen Feng could only comfort him. "It's okay, there's always a way to deal with a mutated bird. As for the future, if you can't stay in the mountains, then go to the city." In the apocalypse, countless people hid in the mountains. This is the tradition of the ancestors. It is like this regardless of the southeast and northwest. Sometimes no one wants a part-time job, so it's better to hide in the mountains, plant the land and weave cloth by yourself, and you can feed a village with dozens of acres of land after that. Wait until the society is stable before coming out of the mountains. However, when the previous dynasties were changing, at least they could still beg for the war to end sooner, but in the current doomsday, there is no day of peace at all. There are mutant beasts everywhere, and mutant birds all over the sky. In this case, even living in the mountains is a problem. Everyone hopes that the world will be peaceful as soon as possible, but how can it be so easy to achieve peace in the world? Under the leadership of the village chief, the three people on Shen Feng's side quickly came to the outside of the village, through the narrow path on the mountain. No wonder the immortal chose the address. It is really easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are cliffs on both sides, tens of meters high. There is a vertical cliff, and there is a pile of rocks on the back mountain, which is impossible to pass through. There is only a gate to enter the stockade on the front. There seems to be no one there. Shall we go in and take a look? Qiling asked hastily. Shen Feng nodded and said, it's already here, so let's go in and take a look. I want to see what kind of powerful character actually occupies this village. The next group of people entered the stockade. The gate of the stockade was ajar, and it could be opened with a push. After entering the stockade, everyone immediately became vigilant. They didn't know where the superhuman who occupied the place went. It can be seen that the stockade has just been established not long ago, because many places are brand new wood, and even many houses are not painted. Anyone who lives in a wooden house knows that a wooden house is very easy. Moth-eaten houses will have problems after 1 or 2 years, and if the house wants to prolong its life, it needs to be painted. After painting, the house will be less infested by moths. It is not so easy to find paint on the mountain. There are no lacquer trees on the nearby mountains, and there is no natural tree paint, so the houses in the village are not painted. Shen Feng started walking in the village, and immediately saw several ruins. Almost half of the village had been burned down. After all, it was winter, and winter in the north was very dry, so as long as a fire was lit, there would be no danger. If people control it, the flame will continue to expand, and the enlarged flame is difficult to extinguish. The village chief saw the situation in the village, and immediately complained to Shen Feng, Master Shen Feng, you see now that our village has been burned down like this, that crazy woman really doesn't make sense at all. You must avenge us. Shen Feng looked at the dilapidated village, and then asked Lu Xian, by the way, have you found the enemy's location? Fortunately, the village has not been completely burned down, and half of the stockade is still usable, and after Lu Xian cast his supernatural ability, he immediately determined the direction of the enemy, and then said, it's over there, rely on the other side of the stone wall, there is a thermal energy reaction there. After the village chief heard this, he was immediately stunned, because he never expected that the other party could know the enemy's location without even seeing the enemy. Is this a supernatural person? But after seeing what Lu Xian said, he quickly said, no, that's the direction of the granary. Could it be that this crazy woman has already occupied the granary? What if she burns all the food? After Shen Feng heard this, he hurried towards the direction of the warehouse. If the granary here was really burned, then even a village here would not be able to survive. However, when Shen Feng arrived at the destination, he saw a woman in ragged clothes walking up and down the street, still saying some incomprehensible words, and her feet were already dripping with blood. The calf immediately swelled up, and at this time this woman was crying and laughing, looking really crazy. After Shen Feng saw this, he quickly said tentatively, my friend, can you calm down? I don't want to fight with you, but I hope you can leave here, otherwise, the people in this village will not be able to survive. After Shen Feng finished speaking, the woman on the street suddenly stopped walking, looked towards Shen Feng's side, and slowly raised her head. Her body was covered in mud. After seeing it, most people must feel that this is just a lunatic, not a supernatural being. At this moment, the woman took a deep look at Shen Feng, but suddenly remembered something, and couldn't help but said, Lord Shen Fuio, why are you here? While speaking, the woman slowly parted the hair on her face, and then her true face was revealed. Shen Feng looked at it immediately, and suddenly said in surprise, you are Qin Kui? No, you are Saxiang. Shen Feng couldn't imagine that this guy who appeared in the stockade in Taihang Mountain turned out to be someone he knew. Shen Feng still recognized him now. Isn't this the person he knew when he was in Wa Kingdom? Later, under Yu Hengai's guilt, he gave compensation, and finally became a supernatural person, but he didn't expect to see him here. Xiang saw Shen Feng appearing here, and immediately said sadly, Lord Shen Fu Io, I failed to protect Lord Yu Hengai, and Lord Yu Hengai has disappeared. When Shen Feng heard this, he was puzzled immediately, and then said, wait a minute, I heard that Yu Hengai is dead. What do you mean that Yu Hengai is missing? Xiang did not hide anything, and then told what happened in Yanjing before. When the mutated bird attacked Yanjing, it happened to be the day when Yu Hengai was executed. So in the chaos, Xiang rescued Yu Hengai. At that time, Yu Hengai also agreed to follow her to stay away from China and go to Japan to live in seclusion. After Shen Feng heard about this incident, he immediately understood why Yu Hengai was nowhere to be found in Yanjing City. It turned out that Xiang took the opportunity to rescue him. Moreover, Xiang's ability happened to be to control flames. Melting steel is also barely doable. Then, how did Yu Hengai lose it? Shen Feng asked afterward. At this time, Qi Lingshan and Luxian had already caught up, and when they saw Shen Feng talking with this crazy woman, as if they still knew each other, they immediately showed a puzzled look, and said to themselves, someone the city lord knows. Are there so many? It's really not easy to have a conversation here, Xiang said sadly. Just when I was going to kill a villain, Mr. Yu Hengai was captured by an owl. I chased it for a long time, but I couldn't find the owl. After that, I searched for 2 owls in the Taihang Mountains for a month, but I have not been able to find Mr. Yu Hengai. After hearing Xiang's explanation, Shen Feng finally understood why Xiang was in the current situation. It turned out that she had been searching in the Taihang Mountains for 2 months. After searching for such a long time, she didn't even take a break. Under the circumstances, the mental state will naturally not be particularly good. After hearing Xiang's description, Shen Feng also knew what happened, but now Shen Feng can only tell a cruel fact. The Yu Hengai you are looking for is probably dead now, let alone the owl. Birds of prey, the human beings caught will be let go for no reason. Moreover, Yu Hengai has already eaten the seeds of the centenarian, and the sequelae have already appeared. In this case, even ordinary people can kill him, so it is said that there is almost no hope for Yu Hengai to survive. Xiang's mental state was not very good, but now Shen Feng's words hit Xiang even more strongly. She traveled thousands of miles to look for Yu Hengai, just to be able to be with Yu Hengai, but now, she can't even get one. Good result. This is simply unacceptable. So after receiving such a blow, Xiang spurted out a mouthful of blood, and passed out. The village head did not dare to approach the granary. As the saying goes, a fire at the city gate will bring disaster to the fish in the pond. For ordinary people, the battle between supernatural beings is the battle of the gods. Is this something that people like me can intervene in? So I watched silently from a distance, not daring to approach at all. As a result, at this moment, the village chief saw the crazy woman spitting blood and fell down immediately. At that time, he admired Shen Feng so much that he couldn't help saying, Lord Fengshen, you are unparalleled in the world. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.